what they knew.
Yeah.
That's the big difference.
Yeah, we are following day 2 of this trial for James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter. They're supposed to get started a little after 9 o'clock. We'll pick things back up for you over the air.
Emotional testimony continues in moments as the trial for the father of the Oxford shooter rolls into day 2 in Pontiac. Tearful accounts said now for the 3rd time, while the defendant James Crumbley loses all telephone and electronic messaging with anyone besides his attorneys.
James Crumbley is facing 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Last month, a jury convicted the shooter's mother, his wife, of the same charges. Thank you for joining us. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Brickner. Al Rochelle Graham brings us a recap of all that happened in day 1.
James Crumbley walked in knowing his wife, Jennifer Crumbley, was found guilty last month on all 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, the same charges he faces in this trial. But there's a different defense attorney at his side and a new jury. In opening statements, the prosecution seemed to imply if Jennifer is guilty of gross negligence, then James is even more so.
And you will learn throughout this trial that he was the adult out of anyone in the world in the best position to prevent these kids' deaths.
The prosecution telling the jury James Crumbley bought the gun for his son, failed to secure it, and didn't take him home the day of the shooting when counselors were concerned.
The reason given to the counselors that they had to work. But James didn't mention that as a DoorDash driver, he set his own schedule. He didn't mention that he hadn't even signed in for the day for DoorDash yet. He was at the vet. Or that as a DoorDash driver, he was able to just put his son next to him in the car.
Ladies and gentlemen, being a DoorDash driver doesn't mean that your job is any less important to you or other people than any other job. It doesn't mean that you don't feel that you have a duty to go to work. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're not aware of an immediate, imminent danger, why would you do anything different than what you normally do?
Only 2 witnesses took the stand Thursday. Educator Molly Darnell, who was shot in the arm.
I realize that he's raising a gun to me. I remember thinking in my head, there's no orange tip on that gun.
And computer crimes expert Edward Wagrowski, whose emotional testimony was nearly the same as it was in Jennifer's trial, describing watching the school's surveillance footage of the shooting and being at Meyer as parents frantically searched for their children.
You see them just almost praying in their head that their kid came off the bus.
The prosecution says it plans to call 15 to 20 witnesses during this trial. It resumes Friday at 9 a.m. Rochelle Graham, CBS News, Detroit.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation with our legal experts to help us understand some of what has played out so far.
Yes, Terry Johnson and Rick Convertino join us this morning. Thank you so much for being here. So yeah, just give us a rundown, Terry, of what we can expect today, day 2.
I believe, I'm not sure yesterday if the witness for the prosecution was done in terms of did the prosecution finish up, but we're going to see some cross-examination at some point, which should be very interesting. I personally don't expect a lot with this particular witness, simply because it doesn't go to the core of what the defense attorney is trying to do. Did he know? What did he know? If he knew something, when did he know it? What this witness has testified to is what actually went on that day at the scene. And fine, this happened, we're not disputing it happened, but let's talk about my client. And if she does that, I think she's far ahead of the game. That's my opinion.
Well, this witness also testified in a great deal about the extraction of evidence through his use of his expertise and an application called Celebrate. And so a lot of the text messages and the video that he testified about, that's how that came into evidence.
Right.
One of the things that he testified to, pursuant to his expertise at that portion of his testimony, was the extraction of deleted text messages. And there were text messages that had images on them of the shooter holding the gun, talking about how happy he was to get this present, how his sights were going to be. He was going to work on his sight shooting, how he hit the bullseye, that kind of thing. Those were on James Crumbley's phone, and they were deleted. And I believe that the purpose of that testimony was to show a form of consciousness of guilt. In other words, these were on my phone. If I didn't have any issue with them, why would anyone delete them? And he couldn't tell when they were deleted exactly, but the intimation was that it was after he became aware that his son was the shooter, went back on his phone and deleted these images.
And that would be a great question, that I would ask. Okay, these were deleted. You don't know when, correct? Mr. Officer, you don't know when they were deleted. They could have been deleted as right after they were sent, correct? And you have to take them down that path. Again, focus, if the defense attorney focuses on when did he know, what did he know, And again, if this was done, let's say hours after the shooting occurred, yeah. I don't know that necessarily shows conscience of guilt, because here's the thing you got to look at. It's what did he know before and at the time, not what he knew after.
The other interesting thing about the deletion of those images was that they were also, the testimony was that it was harder to recover because they were also deleted on the mother's phone, on Jennifer's phone. So both parents got these text images of their son handling this weapon, this 9mm Sig Sauer, and then they both deleted those images at some point in time.
And that makes them guilty of involuntary manslaughter? Or again, I'm going back to the question, which is, when did they know and what did they know? Not whether they deleted the messages or not. That, to me, is the bigger question. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't. Because again, if they deleted them after, maybe if they deleted them, you know, days before, if you don't know, then that creates that, the two words that you don't like to hear, reasonable doubt.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't like to hear reasonable doubt. I
know.
believe in the concept of reasonable doubt fully and with every fiber of my being. But you know, what I'm suggesting to you is that what the testimony was yesterday, not my personal belief on how to view the evidence, but what the testimony was. And the testimony was that they were deleted from both phones after they were received, and that because they were deleted from both phones, it was harder to extract the deleted information. And I believe that the prosecution has that into evidence as consciousness of guilt. I think that when the phones were recovered from both the parents was after they were arrested. And he also included deleted images on the burner phone when they were arrested December 4th. So that would be sometime obviously after November 30th.
Interesting. Well, thank you both very much for this. We do have to take a quick break. You can catch up on the very latest on the trial over on our website.
We have uninterrupted coverage on our stream, cbsdetroit.com and Pluto TV. We'll be right back.
You don't like reasonable doubt?
Welcome back. We continue our coverage on day 2 of the trial of James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter.
To continue the conversation, we're bringing back our legal experts, Terry Johnson and Rick Convertino. Thank you both for being here. So Rick, I think something many people are wondering, especially after opening statements, is are we going to hear from James Crumbley during this trial?
There were hints of that in the opening, and also there were some suggestion of that during the initial hearing prior to the opening statements regarding the admission of evidence in the case. The defense attorney says if he testifies or words to that effect, that this will readdress it at that point in time. I think it's the type of case that begs for the testimony of the defendant in this case because of the uniqueness of the facts, his ability to discuss and explain his attenuation from the dangerousness of his son's actions, and why the signs were ignored by both he and his wife, and in particular him, why he purchased a gun 3 days before, why his son was begging for a more powerful gun, and then he acquiesced and went out and got it. All of the text messages regarding his son's mental health and the plea for help that were ignored, including the one where he told his friend, his father just told him to suck it up. That's admitted into evidence. So there's a lot of explaining to do. You don't necessarily need that through the witness himself or the defendant himself. But it is a unique case where I think he will testify in this case. I think he'll be much better prepared than Jennifer was. I think he's more sympathetic. We saw that in some of the videotapes we saw and the times that he spoke in the previous trial. And you know, in particular, his admonitions to his son that he loved him when he saw him in the substation. And Jennifer's reaction was, you know, why did you do this to us? James in the car with Jennifer, he was a sympathetic person in the car, in the police car, the back of that vehicle at the time. She was just concerned about herself. He was concerned about her.
And he wasn't handcuffed.
He wasn't handcuffed, and she was. Yeah. She was out of control. And so I anticipate that he will testify, and he'll be a better witness than she, and it would go a long way for a more successful outcome than her.
I don't know. I always say if you have to put a witness on the stand, again, and let's start with this so everybody understands. This is not the attorney's call. It is the client's call, whether or not they want to testify. So the attorney can say, I don't want you to testify. The attorney's only advising. It is completely up to, in this case, Mr. James Crumbley to decide whether or not he wants to testify and whether he wants to follow the advice. If you can get everything out through other witnesses, you know, regarding what he knew, his relationship with his kid, other things along those lines, don't put him on the stand because it becomes very, very problematic, because it's not just what Rick is saying about getting his testimony out. He's going to have to withstand cross-examination. And remember, there was one question that stuck in everyone's mind in the Jennifer Crumbley case, you know, would you do anything different?
Yeah, that's not going to happen here,
obviously. Well, that question could be asked by the prosecution, you know, again, you know, on cross-examination of Mr. Crumbley. So, again, you got to be very careful. And again, remember, Mr. Crumbley is sleeping in the Oakland County Jail. He's not resting. We talked about in another segment about the what it's like to go through trial. Well, Rick and I are used to this. James Crumbley isn't. The prosecutor is used to this. He's going to be more relaxed than Mr. Crumbley, and it takes a lot to get through that. And putting him on the stand, it's stressful. Your life, your liberties are at hand. And one little mistake, one little word, one question answered wrong, or you don't understand and you answer it the wrong way, it's bye-bye birdie for you.
I disagree to a great degree, great respect with that, because when a defendant testifies as a prosecutor, it always concerned me, because you have to, jurors are willing to give a defendant who testifies the benefit of the doubt. They want to hear from that person. They want to understand that person. There's a natural inclination to believe, hey, you're accused of this, why don't you get up and defend yourself? So they want to hear from, whether or not they're charged that it's a constitutional right not to testify, et cetera. So when a defendant gets up to testify, the prosecution needs to annihilate them. They need to dispel that they need to show lying, cheating, and stealing. They need to show that that defendant is not telling the truth. And that's a tall order for a prosecutor to do. And every prosecutor,
I disagree.
Every prosecutor worries when a defendant takes the stand.
I disagree, because again, not every witness that takes the stand in his or her own defense is likable. Okay, let's look at Jennifer Crumbley. She was not likable, and we've talked in this segment that James Crumbley is likable. And when you put someone on the stand that's not likable for whatever reason, right? That's someone that you can't identify with, and they make a mistake up there. And I've had defendants take the stand, And I've had jurors say, everything was great till your guy took the stand. Once he took the stand and he couldn't explain this or he couldn't answer this question, that's when it goes downhill. But again, it comes down to what is it that James Crumbley wants, not his attorney.
Thank you. And we do have to take a quick break. You can catch up on the very latest over the trial on our website.
We have that coverage for you on our website, cbsdetroit.com, Pluto TV, and the CBS News app. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are watching our special coverage for the trial of James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter.
Yeah, we are waiting for court to begin this morning. It was supposed to begin around 9 o'clock, so they're running a little bit late, but we're still here with our guests, Terry Johnson and Rick Convertino. So we were just talking before that break about the importance or maybe danger of a defendant testifying in this case. You both feel differently, but I thought your take was interesting, Rick, how it's almost human nature for a jury to want to hear someone defend themselves.
It is. And I disagree, as usual, with my esteemed colleague who says that it's up to the defendant. Well, of course it's ultimately up to the defendant, but it's the attorney's role. You know, they call us counselor, attorney and counselor at law. It's the attorney's role to counsel that person in the pros and cons of testifying. Now, I'm not a proponent of having my client testify, and as I said, I was always concerned when a defendant would get up there because it's a.
So you do agree with me?
In what sense?
That's exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. I'm concerned that we advise our client, but it's ultimately up to. Have you ever had a client you've advised to do something and they say, nope, I want to do it this way?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I don't know what to tell you. You've never had a difficult client where.
I've had difficult clients, but it's your role to counsel that client and let that client know that these, the risks are inherently high.
Correct, so but it's their choice.
And they're commensurate. Well,
the judge says it is your choice to testify.
It's your choice not to wear seatbelts as well, but
well, no, that's a law. It's against the law.
But you counsel somebody in the pros and cons, and you know, it's not a game. You're talking about their liberty interests, and so I've had cases. I represented a state trooper who desperately wanted to testify, and I told him at the end of the case, we prepared him all along for his testimony, which would have been, you know, he was a fantastic witness, and he was not only was he not guilty, he was innocent. And I told him, listen, I said, the only way we're going to lose this case at this point is if you testify. Because there's going to be a juror who you cry over something, they're going to say, well, those are fake tears. Or there's another juror, why didn't he cry? Or another juror that says, I don't believe that was sincere. So the testimony for the purposes of ego, for a defendant getting up there and combating with the prosecutor,
Agree.
you have to convince that person of what is in their very best interest.
I agree.
And so I have never had a client. I've never had a client say, I've never had. Yeah, you tell them that.
The judge says to that person, "This is your choice. Your attorney has advised you. What is it you want to do?" The judge does not turn to the attorney and say, "Mr. Attorney, what does your client want to do?"
No, listen, I understand full well what you're saying. And what I'm saying to you is you're telling me you have a client who's out of control. I guess, that's certainly,
that does happen.
I'm sure that does happen. But your role is to convince that client.
And if you can't?
Well, if you can't, they testify at their own peril, and that's
my point.
And the judge's admonition to the client is not only to make sure the client understands, but it's also to protect the attorney, as you know.
As the attorney places on the record, I have advised my client this is not a good idea, and he should not do X, Y, and Z against my advice.
Yes.
And if the guy wants to take the stand, that's up to that right goes with that defendant, not with the attorney.
No, of course the right goes with the defendant, whether or not he or she wants to testify. What I'm suggesting is that you have to make, as an attorney, you have to make a hard decision, whether it's in their best interest to testify or not.
Agree.
You don't say to a client, listen, you know what, shit, I'm not so sure here, it's up to you, bud.
Well, no,
you
you
let
don't
me
do
know
that.
what you want to do, and then I'll go with it.
I agree.
And along with that goes intense preparation. And so, and that we talked about this before. One of the things that's very difficult to do in Oakland County and in Wayne County is to get access to fully prepare your client who's incarcerated. It's difficult space-wise. It's difficult to get the adequate time you need when they're incarcerated in those two facilities.
Getting
How long
transcripts.
is a visit, for instance? Is there a cap time that you can sit with your client?
Yes.
Well, it's not a cap time, but there's they open at 7:30 and they close at 7:45. So, but again, the other parts of that is, that's Oakland County, but the other parts of that is, they've got to eat. They've got to go to the bathroom, and you're not in the cell with them, you're in a room with them. You don't have all the amenities, so yes, there's
showing your client videotapes, showing your client voluminous documents, going through them carefully. It's very, very difficult to do, if not impossible, when they're incarcerated in a county jail. So it hinders your ability to prepare them in that way too. It is the most critical question that a defense attorney comes across, is whether or not your client is going to testify, because risk is commensurate with reward. And so having a witness get up there and they think, well, I'm just going to explain this. No, it's just not that way.
Right.
You don't know if they're going to open a door to questions that weren't admissible prior to their testimony. The one thing that's very important to consider in whether or not your client testifies is, if your case is going fine, your client testifies, that allows opening up for a rebuttal case by the prosecutor to bring in evidence to specifically rebut what your client said in his direct examination or cross-examination. So you're opening up a whole Pandora's box in many ways. It's critical to a determination of whether or not they testified. In this case, it's extremely important, because there is that Kierkegaardian leap of faith that we have here between, it's not a case of intent. His intent is not at issue. It's his knowledge. It's not his knowledge. It's his omissions.
He would
it's his
have
omissions.
to know
it's his
that something was
inability.
going to happen.
No, he did not have to know something was going to happen. He had to take ordinary care based upon the information that he had previous to,
so if he had
based on his legal duty in the state of Michigan.
So why are we having a case, and why are they bringing in evidence saying you knew this, you knew this, you knew that?
Listen, here is the key. Here is
that
the key,
is the
sir.
key.
The key is the word involuntary before manslaughter. Involuntary manslaughter
Correct.
is
That's
not
an
a
act
specific intent crime.
That is an act that someone does. In this case, and I've said it all along, right, wrong, or indifferent, the issue truly comes down to if you take that backpack that everyone had, if he unzipped it, saw a gun in there, and said, "Oh well," zipped it back up, gave it back to him, absolutely 100%.
It'd be a different charge. It'd be a different charge if he
We're not talking
if he
about
knew
the
that there was
if
the
he
weapon
knew,
in there.
If he knew.
Yes, it's not a case about if he knew. It's not a case about if he knew.
So the opening argument that the defense made is basically should be stricken because she said, "What did he know? What did he know at the time?"
No, she's trying to what she had.
Isn't that what she said?
No, she didn't say
She didn't
what
say
he knew
that.
at the time. She's trying to show that he was an ordinary parent doing what ordinary parents do.
It's not about parenting.
She said if he knew, he would have stopped it.
If he knew.
Anyone would have stopped it. That's not the question.
Knew.
It doesn't matter what she said. That's not the law.
Correct.
The law is not if he knew.
Correct. It's not the law. The question comes down to this. The question comes down totally to this. The question comes down to, you look at this, what should he have done? And you can't do something.
Ordinary care.
If you don't know, you can't not do something. For example, if there is a bomb on your car, and for the record, I didn't place one on his car, if something happens later. But if there's a bomb on your car, I know it, I do nothing about it, I hear somebody say something, should I be charged with something? If
yes,
I have no,
of course.
In your world, everybody's charged with everything.
I don't know. You're talking nonsense now.
Right. Well, that's why I like to
Order in the
have
court.
different perspectives.
Overruled.
We have to take a quick break. Gentlemen, great discourse. We have to take a break. James Crumbley has just been seated in the courtroom, so things should be getting started very soon.
Yes. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We continue our coverage of James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter. Day 2 will be starting very soon in the courtroom. James is in there, so we're waiting for things to get started. In the meantime, Andres Gutierrez was in that courtroom yesterday and has a recap of everything that played out in Day 1.
James Crumbley sat quietly as prosecutors in Michigan argued why he should be held criminally responsible for his son's deadly shooting rampage at Oxford High School in 2021.
James Crumbley bought that gun that his son used to kill as a gift for his son 4 days before the attack.
4 students were killed in the shooting. Prosecutors accused James Crumbley of gross negligence for not securing the gun his son Ethan used in the shooting and for not speaking up about the firearm or take him home when school staff discovered a disturbing drawing of a similar gun on the teenager's math assignment on the day of the shooting.
Him sitting in that counselor's office, looking at this drawing, and then not only staying silent, but then his failure to act, right there, is his willful disregard of danger.
Crumbley's defense attorney claimed her client did not suspect his son was a danger.
James Crumbley did not know what his son was going to do. He did not know that his son could potentially harm other people.
We find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Last month, a jury found Ethan's mother, Jennifer Crumbley, guilty on the same counts. It was the first time in U.S. history that a parent has been criminally responsible for a mass shooting committed by their child. Andres Gutierrez, CBS News, Pontiac, Michigan.
All right, so again, we are waiting for things to get started for day 2 now.
Yes, we know that people are in court. We did see James Crumbley enter with the defense attorney. So they're getting ready. I believe just the jury has to come in at this point. So we are still with our legal experts, Terry Johnson and Rick Convertino, this morning. And I want to bring up something that we saw on the screen earlier. It appears James Crumbley is having limited communication, perhaps privileges taken away. He can only communicate with his attorney.
Yeah.
We didn't see this with Jennifer.
Something probably happened in terms of a message. They have smart communications, I believe it's called. Where they can email like people back and forth. They have phone privileges where they can call out. And by the way, all of those, other than to attorneys, they are recorded. They are monitored. So something must have been said somewhere in there. That would be my guess. That would raise an alarm for the judge to take away those types of privileges. And they've been taken away from everyone, my understanding, except for attorneys, which she can't do because they need to communicate for the trial, and for clergy. So
it was reported that it was a threat, that there was a threat that emanated from James to some unknown person.
Well, that doesn't look good as his trial is starting.
Well, but they don't. The jury won't know it unless they go home and they're following this, which they shouldn't be doing. But that'll never come out.
Interesting.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, so as we continue with the testimony, something you say you're looking forward to is hearing from the defense finally, what they have to say.
Well, yeah, cross-examination. Again, I would like to know where they're going. Are you going to stay on theme? Are you going to keep it short? Are you going to focus on James Crumbley? Again, the shooting was horrific. No one's disputing that. But to go into the aftermath of it is really not the focus. It's emotional. I try to stay away from that, and I go back to Mr. Crumbley. Where was he? What did he do? What did he know? Et cetera. That's where I would go as it relates to this.
And obviously, this is a singular trial in and of itself. We can't consider the evidence brought forward, but we, the 4 of us, have watched this from the beginning, the Miller hearing, Jennifer's trial. So Rick, considering all that we've seen presented to us, knowing this background really well, as the defense attorney, what elements of the evidence would you really be honing in on for the defense, for James?
The evidence that's already admitted into the trial so far, the text messages and we talked about the video in the hallway, 200 at the high school. The majority of that has nothing to do with James in particular. It's the text messages that have been admitted that are there to show that he was aware of his son's downward spiral in his mental health deficiencies, and that and the prosecution is going to attempt to show that but for his omission, his inaction, we had this resulting tragedy. So the prosecutor said in the opening, and I think it's the law, that ordinary care was easy in particular, and was not taken by James or Jennifer, as we saw and heard in her trial. So the evidence that I would emphasize is the attenuation, the separation between James and his son's actions.
And from a defense perspective?
Yeah, if I'm looking at this and this is a case that I am trying, my main thing is I want to get a witness like this off as rapidly as possible. I want to just get a few points that I can use in closing about James had no knowledge. Rick mentioned his mental health spiraling out of control, and I would say, but this wasn't foreseeable that someone was going to be able to do this, and this wasn't foreseeable. And again, I would have that witness up 10, 15 minutes tops. Let's move on, because one of the keys is, if the prosecution's putting up these witnesses for 45 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's going to bore the prosecution. I'm sorry, that's going to bore the jury. You want to be able to just get up, okay, boom, 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 let's get through this, and you can turn around and say, they haven't proven anything, because a lot of this, after a certain point, goes over the jurors' heads. They're just not listening.
All right, we do have to take a quick break. We have uninterrupted coverage available on our stream, cbsdetroit.com, and the Pluto TV app. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to day 2 in the trial of James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter. The jury has now entered the room. James is there as well. We're going to listen in. Some of what you may hear and see could be disturbing. Keep that in mind.
Edward Wagrowski, E-D-W-A-R-D, last name W-A-G-R-O-W-S-K-I.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you, ma'am?
I'm well, thank you. I may or may not use the screen, so I might bring up a paper exhibit to you if I need to.
Yeah, because this one doesn't appear to be. It's something's going on there.
The issue I mentioned to you a minute ago, this screen is flashing.
You know what, Your Honor, why don't you turn it off? I have the exhibits printed out, so if I need Mr. Wagrowski to look at it, I can walk up to him.
You can let RIT know. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wagrowski, in November of 2021, you were employed by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were employed in their computer crimes division.
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the main objective of your position was to obtain evidence for criminal prosecutions.
I'm sorry, the main objective
of your position was to obtain evidence against someone accused of a crime.
On that day of November 30th?
No. As your role with the computer crimes division.
We were looking for evidence if a crime was committed, yes.
And you reviewed electronics,
Correct.
social media accounts,
That's correct.
other similar sources of electronic data,
Correct.
and the goal was to obtain evidence against a person accused of a crime. Is that fair?
Attempting to see if a crime was committed, correct.
Your goal was not to obtain any exculpatory information that would clear someone from a crime. You were looking to see if somebody committed a crime. Is that correct?
That's not true. No, if we find evidence like that, obviously it would be relevant to look further into that, yes.
And you did the same thing in this case. You reviewed the electronics, the social media accounts, and other sources of electronic data.
Correct.
You reviewed cell phones that belonged to James Crumbley.
That's correct.
You identified that there were 3 cell phones, if I recall correctly, from the prosecution's PowerPoint.
Correct.
2 of them had the same phone number.
That is correct.
So there were 2 Android phones that had the same phone number.
Correct.
And then there was a 3rd phone, which you called a burner phone. Or, I'm sorry, excuse me. The prosecution called it a burner phone and you agreed.
Correct.
That's a phone that you buy at, I think you said Walmart or Meijer or a store like that, a track phone, something along those lines.
Correct, yes. Something that's you can just buy and activate yourself.
And if you know, James Crumbley and his wife were told to get a second phone because they gave their phones to the police that day.
I was not told that, no.
You're not aware if that happened or
I'm not aware of that happening, no.
While you were in the process of obtaining surveillance footage, you were not aware of the identity of the shooter at Oxford High School.
Not immediately.
And at that point, you don't recall anyone, at that point meaning while you were reviewing the footage at the school, you don't recall anyone saying, oh, it's so-and-so, until at some point later.
Later within, it was probably, I'd say 25, maybe 30 minutes. We were looking at the video and then someone said his name.
Okay. So, and I'm not going to ask you to say his name. The judge has made orders regarding that. But it wasn't initially, anyone at the school was like, we know who it was this person. Is that accurate?
I believe the person was identified by the deputies that took him into custody, but that wasn't related to us. We were I was in the security room at whatever time it was, and we were just looking for the person that came out with a black zipped up hoodie on.
Okay. For Exhibit 61, and if you need me to pull the exhibit for you, I will.
Yes,
I'll tell
please.
you what it is. Exhibit 61 is a Facebook conversation between James Crumbley and his wife. Did you want to look at it?
Yes, please.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Do you recall reviewing that yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that exchange is about James Crumbley's son.
Correct.
You don't know the context of the messages, is that fair?
In what, the context of what was being said, the words speak for them. I don't understand.
Right, the words speak for themselves, right? You know what's on the page.
Correct.
You don't know anything beyond what's on that page.
That's correct.
You talked about texts. May I approach again, Your Honor, to get the exhibit?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Wagrowski. You talked yesterday about text messages between Mr. Crumbley's son and his friend.
Correct.
You talked about the amount of text messages that there were.
That's correct.
20,000 texts in 11 months, I believe is what you said.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with how often teenagers text each other?
I have 2 of my own, so yes.
You know that teenagers text a lot?
Yes, they do.
Young people text a lot?
I'm sorry, what?
Young people text
Young people?
a lot?
Yes.
You don't know whether or not 20,000 texts is an abnormal amount of text between 2 teenage friends, or if it's an abnormal amount. Is that fair?
No, I've done teenage cell phones before, and that 20,000 is a lot for that time span.
In April 4th of 2021, you identified a text message between Mr. Crumbley's son and his friend, claiming that his dad told him, his dad being James Crumbley, told him to suck it up and gave him pills. Do you recall reviewing that text yesterday?
Yes.
Now, in that text, you don't know what Mr. Crumbley's son was talking about, that his dad told him to suck up. Is that fair?
Because I believe he told him that he was not feeling well, or if you have the exhibit, I can look at it. I thought there was more context to it prior to suck it up, but then Toll just handed him some pills.
Right. You don't know what the pills were?
I don't know.
Could have been Tylenol.
They talked about Xanax before, James and his wife did, so I
Not
don't
in
know.
that communication, correct?
No.
The one on April 4th of 2021.
Correct.
There was also a talk about melatonin.
Yes, there was.
So it's fair to say that you don't know what necessarily was being discussed between Mr. Crumbley's son and his friend on April 4th of 2021.
Again, I thought there was more context before the suck it up, but I don't know exactly what they were.
Let me see if I can pull that. I'll pull the exhibit and we'll come back to it.
Okay.
And the same thing on April 5th of 2021 with the friends. You don't know what the context of the conversation was. You just know what you're reading on a page. Is that fair?
What were they talking about on April 5th?
We'll pull that exhibit and I'll come back to
Okay.
it. I was going to do it on the screen, but it's not
You
working.
can do it on the screen if you want. This one was flashing, but we can try it again.
It's okay, Judge. We'll move on.
I think you can probably see it from either one of these angles anyway.
You talked about in Exhibits 70 and 71, and I will pull those for you right now. Well, one is it's a placeholder because it was a video, if you recall.
Oh,
May I
yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Exhibits 70 and 71 were a video sent from Mr. Crumbley's son to his friend, correct?
Correct.
And that was a video at 9:31 p.m.
That's correct.
on August 19th of 2021.
Correct.
We saw the video yesterday. It was of Mr. Crumbley's son handling a firearm.
Correct.
You hear the clicking. You hear clicking in the video, if you recall.
After you loaded the magazine into it, yes.
You don't hear any voices.
No.
No other sounds.
No.
In Exhibit 74, you identified that that was a GPS location showing that James Crumbley was at the home
Correct.
at the time that around the time that this video was taken.
That's correct.
Now, from the video that we saw, you don't know if James Crumbley is standing next to his son, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know if he was standing across from his son, correct?
I do not.
You don't know if he was in a different room and had no idea that his son was handling the firearm, is that correct?
I can't say that because when you rack around into a gun, the slide going forward makes a loud noise, and in a small house, you'd probably hear it.
Probably, but you don't know.
For sure, with him, no, I don't, but it's likely.
And you don't know just by looking at that exhibit what the surrounding circumstances are of that video, is that fair?
What was going on around it outside the video? No, I do not.
You know what that video shows.
Correct.
And that video shows Mr. Crumbley's son handling a firearm and loading a magazine into it, is that correct?
Correct.
Exhibits 72 and 73 are also, if you'd like to look at them, there was also a text message between Mr. Crumbley's son and his friend. Again, it's another placeholder because it was a video. May I approach, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was a video sent to Mr. Crumbley's son's friend at 8/20/21
Correct.
at approximately 12:30 a.m.
That's correct.
In the text, after the video was being sent, Mr. Crumbley's son said to his friend that his dad left a gun out.
Correct.
You don't know if that's true. Is that fair?
I mean, I don't know why he would lie to his friend that he talks to all the time.
You don't know if it's true, correct?
From this, it doesn't say that it's true or not, but I don't know why he would lie.
The words on the page are the words on the page. Is that
That's
accurate?
correct.
You can't go back in time and get the answer, correct? You can't go back to August 20th of 2021 and figure out were you telling the truth that day?
Go back to that day? No. I mean,
Correct.
you could ask the person that sent the text.
Right. Exhibit 76 shows that James Crumbley was at the home at that date and time. May I approach again, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 76 is, again, another GPS location showing that James Crumbley was at the home on August 20th of 2021 at 12:30 a.m.
Correct.
And again, in the video that was shown, you can hear the clicking sound. I'm sorry, this was the loading of the magazine.
That's correct,
The other
yes.
one was something else.
And him just, yes, recording it.
Exhibits 72 and 73 is Mr. Crumbley's son loading the magazine into the firearm,
Correct.
and you hear that,
Yes.
and you see it on the video.
Correct.
You can hear kind of like a whirring, maybe like a fan or something in the background if you recall.
I don't recall that, but okay.
You don't recall hearing voices?
Anybody talking at the time?
Correct.
No.
No other sounds other than the loading of the magazine.
And the slide going forward?
Again, you don't know whether James Crumbley was standing there or not.
Correct, I do not.
You don't know if James Crumbley was in another room.
The GPS says he was in the vicinity of the
At
house.
residence, correct?
Yes.
You don't know if he was maybe standing outside. You don't know, is my point.
The video just limits to the gun, correct, but the GPS puts them at the house at 12:30 at night.
If you were to say, well, this is what I think, and you said that similar to some questions a little bit earlier, well, the sound of the slide moving forward is loud and you would hear it in a house that size, that's an assumption that you're making, correct?
I've loaded a gun several times, and it does make a loud noise.
You don't know
You
whether
would
or
know
not
what's
anyone
happening.
is, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. You would know what's happening. If you have a house that's large on the second floor, then you probably wouldn't. But in a smaller house, it does. You have metal banging together. It makes a loud sound.
You don't know, based on those exhibits that have been admitted, whether or not James Crumbley heard that sound.
Whether he heard it, no.
You don't know whether or not he was aware of it.
No.
You don't know if he was aware of it and standing right there.
Correct.
You don't know.
I know the GPS puts them at the house.
Exhibit 79 was a chain of text messages. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's a chain of text messages between James Crumbley and his son's friend's father. Do you recall reviewing that yesterday?
Correct, yes.
James Crumbley's son's friend's father.
Yes, I want to, yep, yes.
You reviewed the text during your investigation in this case?
Correct.
You looked at them yesterday?
That's correct.
This is the friend that Mr. Crumbley's son texted with so much, the 20,000 texts.
That is correct.
Mr. Crumbley was checking in on his son's friend. If
Yes,
you can
correct,
look.
yep.
Okay.
That's correct.
He was concerned because it had been brought to his attention by his son that he hadn't heard from his friend, if you recall.
Yes, correct.
If you recall from the text messages, the son's friend's father asked Mr. Crumbley not to say anything about the whereabouts of his son.
Until he went to the hospital?
Correct.
Correct, yes.
And he said, wait and let's see how my son wants to handle it.
Correct.
In the conversation at that point between Mr. Crumbley and his son's friend's father, there was no expression, if you recall from reviewing the exhibit, there was no expression of mutual concern about Mr. Crumbley's son or sharing any information like, yeah, my son's been having a hard time. There was nothing like that in that exhibit, and you can look through the pages that you have.
No, there was not.
Oh. On November 30th of 2021, in that same text thread, the friend's father texted Mr. Crumbley and said that he was praying that his son made it home okay.
In here?
Yes, November 30th of 2021.
Correct, yes.
And that was after the shooting at the high school.
That's correct.
So this friend, the father of this friend that Mr. Crumbley's son had texted with so much, 20,000 texts that they had talked about, his own son had mental health issues, we see from the text. Even he did not suspect that Mr. Crumbley's son could have been the person responsible.
Judge, that's speculation. As counsel pointed out, this witness can testify. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Oh, I don't answer that, but here you go.
Thank you. You talked a little bit yesterday about cache data. You said that cache data is saved after a person views something on their device.
Correct.
You went through exhibits 82 through 86, which I can pull if you'd like, but I'll just remind you, they were photos of a screenshot that Mr. Crumbley's son had taken of a screenshot of a handgun that was for sale.
Correct.
A 9mm handgun. And then the exhibits were also the data behind that, showing that the images were stored in both Mr. Crumbley's son's cache data and Mr. Crumbley's cache data.
That's correct.
Did you want to review them again?
I would, please, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
This is 82 through 86.
Okay.
Do
You
you
can ask
wanna
about
look
these.
at them? Yeah,
Just in case,
yeah,
yes.
sure.
Yes, thank you.
So, the screenshot was sent by Mr. Crumbley's son to Mr. Crumbley.
We sent to it by,
Mr. Crumbley's son to Mr. Crumbley.
correct, yes.
The screenshot itself was taken by Mr. Crumbley's son.
Correct.
Both of them, it appears from these exhibits, deleted the screenshot from their messages.
Correct.
People delete messages, right?
Yes, I do, yes.
You do?
Sure,
For any number of reasons.
correct,
Not necessarily because you're trying to hide anything.
correct.
In fact, there's also a way that you can delete the message and then also clear that cache so that whatever you're deleting is permanently erased from your phone, right?
It's possible, yes.
And if that happens, then you wouldn't have found anything in the cache data, correct?
Probably not, correct.
So it's fair to say that deleting a screenshot or a message is not necessarily, there's nothing wrong with it, right?
There's, again, speculation, bless you, speculations, that kind of question's for the jury to answer.
Well, Your Honor, what I'm asking is if just deleting a message is wrong.
Well, do you mean morally, legally, professionally?
All of them?
He's here to testify as to what he's able to extract from devices.
You would be asking his opinion. So, would you be asking his opinion?
I mean, he said he himself deletes things, and he doesn't do it because he's doing anything wrong, trying to hide anything.
Right. I mean, the witness was responding to counsel's question in a conversational tone. He can't provide opinions on why somebody might delete things or why not. He can testify it was deleted. Thank you, Judge.
In this instance, you did not see that anyone attempted to clear the cache data or anything like that from what you have in front of you.
The fact that it's there tells me that it didn't happen.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure.
Thank you. We know that on June 26th of 2021, James Crumbley went to a firearm store where he bought a 6-hour 9mm handgun, and you talked a little bit about that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
What did I say? June. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
November 26th
Yeah,
of
I knew what you meant.
2021.
Yeah.
There's been no dispute that James Crumbley bought a handgun on November 26th of 2021, to your knowledge.
Correct.
Exhibit 95 is an Instagram post made by Mr. Crumbley's son about the 6-hour handgun that was purchased by Mr. Crumbley earlier that day.
Correct.
Would you like to review Exhibit 95 again?
Please.
Mayor Pro Turner?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In that post, Mr. Crumbley's son claims that the 6-hour is his handgun. In the post made by Mr. Crumbley's son in Exhibit 95.
Correct, yes. I didn't hear something, sorry.
That's okay. He posted photos.
Correct.
And again, from what you have in that exhibit, you don't know anything about what's going on outside of the frame of that photo other than what's in that photo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you know that based on Exhibit 88, which is a GPS location, that Mr. Crumbley was at or near his house around the time that his son took and posted those photos. And if you'd like to see Exhibit 88, I can give it to you.
Please, I always, yes, thank you very
May I
much.
approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
So reviewing Exhibit 88, you would agree that that exhibit shows that Mr. Crumbley was at or near his home at the time that, and if you need 95 back, I can give it to you, at the time that the post was made.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Sure.
Exhibit 92 is Cellbrite data showing that Mr. Crumbley follows, Mr. Crumbley's social media account follows his son's social media account. Would you like to review that?
I'm good with that.
You're good with this?
Yes.
Okay. So you agree that that's what that shows?
Correct.
It doesn't show whether or not they interact. Exhibit 92 doesn't show whether or not they interact on social media. Is that accurate?
That particular note does not.
Correct. Exhibit 92 doesn't show whether or not Mr. Crumbley saw any of his son's social media posts. Is that correct?
It would not indicate that, no.
Exhibit 96 is a video that was found on Mr. Crumbley's son's phone at on November 26, 2021 at 6:39 p.m. And again, it's a placeholder. But if you recall, it's a video of the phone camera looking down the barrel of a firearm.
Yes.
You do not see in that video, if you recall, you don't recall seeing a round in the chamber, correct? You
No,
didn't see
you
a
saw,
brass,
you saw the firing pin.
the firing pin, which means
Down the
that
barrel.
there's nothing there.
Correct.
You do not know from that video if Mr. Crumbley's son is holding the firearm in front of him with his camera, or if it's like this, or you don't know what's going on. You just know what that video shows, and it's the barrel of the firearm.
Correct.
Exhibit 98 is a GPS location showing that Mr. Crumbley was at the home at the time that this video was taken. Did you want to look at Exhibit 98?
No, I'm good. I remember that one.
And you would agree that Exhibit 98 shows that Mr. Crumbley was at the home?
Correct.
And again, you don't know whether Mr. Crumbley was aware that his son was handling the firearm this way, correct?
That's correct.
Exhibits 100 and 101 are similar photos. If you recall, they are social media posts by both Mr. Crumbley's son and Mr. Crumbley's wife. If you would like to review them.
Please.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's both 100 and 101.
You can continue to approach that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He doesn't look intimidated by you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. So those are posts by Mr. Crumbley's wife and his son, and they're shooting range targets.
Correct.
And it looks like they were shooting range targets that they used based on the posts.
Based on, yes.
There's nothing illegal or improper to your knowledge about taking your child to a shooting range, correct?
That's correct.
And letting them shoot at a target.
Correct.
There's nothing illegal and improper to your knowledge about posting photos of the target that you used.
Correct.
Exhibits 104 through 107 are from November 27th of 2021, showing that James Crumbley was doing DoorDash deliveries. Do you recall reviewing those?
Yes, I do.
Do you need to see them?
Just in case, yes, please.
Okay. (104 through 107).
Thank you. Okay.
Now those deliveries are over a period of time.
Correct.
And we know that James Crumbley worked for DoorDash. We talked about that yesterday.
Correct.
It hasn't been disputed to your knowledge.
No.
DoorDash was his job at the time.
That's correct.
There's nothing wrong with working at DoorDash, correct?
No.
There's nothing wrong with leaving your 15-year-old son at home while you're working for DoorDash.
Correct.
In and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that.
Correct.
And when you were looking at exhibits yesterday, and just if you recall, you don't recall there being any posts about or exhibits about concerning behavior or concerning text messages or videos or anything like that during the hours from exhibits 104 to 107?
During this time, no.
Okay. Talked about the horse barn yesterday, if you recall.
Yes.
You talked about the messages between James Crumbley and his wife about the horse barn.
Correct.
In fact, you recalled that James Crumbley and his wife mentioned or talked about the horse barn 86 times in their messages that you reviewed.
Going to a yes, correct.
And you said specifically from January of 2021 through November of 2021, they had talked about going to the horse barn 86 times.
That's correct.
Now, if we do the math quickly, there's 333 days between January 1st of 2021 to November 30th of 2021, if you know. I don't know if you're, I'm not great at math.
I don't know that.
Okay. So let's just assume that's the number we come up with. 86 out of 333 is 25.8%. Again, I'm not going to ask you to, I'm not going to hold you to the number.
Okay.
But assuming 86 is correct, assuming 333 is correct, that means that a quarter of the time they're discussing the horse barn.
And really didn't discuss much more other than going to work and stuff like that.
On November 28th of 2021, yesterday you testified that Mr. Crumbley was away from the house for approximately 5 hours. There were screenshots or GPS locations. You remember talking about that yesterday?
What day was this?
November 28th of 2021.
Okay, yes.
There's nothing wrong with being away from home for 5 hours, correct?
Correct.
In and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that.
Correct.
Exhibit 115, and I am going to bring this up to you, is a Facebook thread between James Crumbley and his wife on November 29th of 2021 from 8:23 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m.
Okay.
They are discussing issues with their horse.
Correct.
We talked about it yesterday. We also learned in that time between 8:23 a.m. and 1 o'clock p.m. that Pamela Fine from Oxford High School called Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
She left her a voicemail. Pamela Fine left Jennifer Crumbley a voicemail.
That's correct.
There was another exhibit showing that Jennifer Crumbley accessed that voicemail at approximately 11:49 a.m.
Correct.
In Exhibit 115, there's no discussion between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley about that voicemail.
There was not in this right here, no, but there was conversation where Jennifer asked James, did he tell you what happened at school today?
And I'm going to get to that in just a second.
Okay.
But in that thread, there isn't anything, especially around 11:49 or even before 1 o'clock p.m., where it's mentioned, I got a voicemail from the school, this is what it was about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
In fact, it wasn't until Exhibit 119 at approximately 3:19 p.m. that Jennifer Crumbley mentioned anything to James Crumbley about something going on with Ethan at school.
Correct.
And
Can I ask you a question for just a
yes, Your
second? Can you turn off the microphone?
All right, we saw that the defense did approach the judge's bench. That's why they have cut audio. We are waiting for that to come back to hear more cross-examination of Special Agent Wagrowski in day 2 of the trial of James Crumbley.
their son talked about what happened at school.
Correct.
Now, there's an assumption that Mrs. Crumbley is asking Mr. Crumbley about the incident that led to the voicemail. Is that fair? There's an assumption.
Nothing else to base that on happened that was the school called them about.
And that's my point, right?
Correct.
And there was no conversation between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley about that voicemail beyond what we see in that message, in the messages in 119, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 131 is another Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Thank you.
From November 30th of 2021. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to 122. You can keep 131 with you.
Okay.
Exhibit 122 is surveillance video of Mr. Crumbley dropping his son off at school.
Correct.
And then I believe you also testified that there was additional exhibits showing that Mr. Crumbley went to the horse barn that day.
Correct.
That would be November 30th of 2021.
That's correct.
He was waiting for a vet.
Correct.
And that was consistent with the conversation from the day before about one of the horses having some medical issues.
Correct.
So Exhibit 131, you see that Jennifer Crumbley sent James Crumbley a picture of the math assignment that was sent to her by the school.
Correct.
And we've talked about this math assignment, and I'm sure that we'll talk about it more, but there were two versions that were sent, correct?
Correct.
And in that thread, there were two versions that were sent, from what you can see.
Correct.
James obviously expressed some concern.
In one text, yes.
In fact, he said, "My God, WTF."
Correct.
And we don't have to say what that means, but WTF. Jennifer says that their son was upset, and she used the word, quote unquote, distraught about the night before.
Correct.
James says in response that he talked about it, assuming he means the night before, with their son. Correct?
We talked about it. I'm sorry. What?
In referring to it, we can presume that they're talking about the night before, based on the response to Mrs. Crumbley's text. And if you don't want to presume that, you don't have to.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I can't. Yeah.
So James Crumbley says, we talked about it this morning.
That's what he said. Yes.
Yes. There was no conversation after that about Mr. Crumbley saying, based on that conversation with his son, that he has concerns.
Correct.
In fact, I believe the next message is, did you talk to him?
That's correct.
We know that on November 30th of 2021, James and Jennifer Crumbley went to Oxford High School.
That's correct.
They met at the school around 10:30 a.m.
A little after that, but yes.
The prosecutor asked you if Mr. Crumbley went to the house before going to the school, and you said no.
Correct.
We know that Mr. Crumbley was at the horse barn. He left there and went directly to the school.
Correct.
And that was based on the exhibit that you looked at yesterday.
That's correct.
On his way there, he spoke to his wife.
Correct.
Mr. Crumbley and his wife met with Sean Hopkins at Oxford High School for approximately 13 minutes.
I think it was a little less than that, but yes.
Their son was in the meeting for about 12 of the 13 minutes.
Yeah, almost 12.
James left the school parking lot at 10:57 a.m.,
Okay.
if you recall.
I don't recall the exact time he left, but it sounds about right because they left the counselor's office before that.
You testified that at 11 a.m., Mr. Crumbley logged into his DoorDash app
That's correct.
from the Meyer parking lot on Ray Road.
Yes.
That his first pickup and delivery was from 11 a.m. to 11:19 a.m., if you recall.
Sounds about right. Yes, correct.
So he left the school and started working right away.
Correct.
Within 3 minutes. Is that fair?
Yes, correct.
The prosecutor asked you if he stopped by his house during that first DoorDash, and you said no.
That's correct.
To your knowledge, on November 30th of 2021, from 11 a.m. to 11:19 a.m., Mr. Crumbley didn't have any reason to stop by his house. That you know of. That you know of.
If you know, do you know of any reason?
Was he told? I don't understand the question. I apologize.
No. Are you aware of any reason that Mr. Crumbley may have known that he needed to go to his house from between 11 to 11:19 on November 30th of 21?
Judge, I think perhaps the better objection would be calling for a legal conclusion, because that's central to the theme of the prosecution, that he did have reason to stop. That's what the jury's being asked to decide.
I guess I don't know how he would know that. Right?
It's based upon his level of knowledge from the last months of the life, Judge. That's what the evidence has shown.
I can move on, Judge.
I just don't know how he would know that.
You identified Exhibit 147 as an email that was sent. Would you like to review it?
I believe that's fine. Thank you.
As an email that was sent from Oxford High School to James Crumbley.
Correct.
That was sent at sometime around 1 p.m.
1:09 p.m. But yes.
That was after, actually, the shooting had ended.
Correct.
In fact, you testified yesterday that the shooting was from 12:51 p.m. to 1300.
Yes, correct.
To 1 o'clock.
Correct. Yes.
That email doesn't show whether or not Mr. Crumbley received it. Is that fair?
That right there doesn't tell me anything other than it was sent to him.
All that tells you is that there was an email sent from the high school to Mr. Crumbley.
Correct.
At that email address.
Correct.
And at that time.
Correct.
You know that from 12:33 p.m. to 1:01 p.m., Mr. Crumbley was on a different DoorDash delivery.
Correct.
You know that Exhibit 148 shows that Mr. Crumbley went to the Meyer on Ray Road.
At what time?
1:11 p.m.
Correct.
Did you want to look at the exhibit?
Nope.
Okay. So at 1:11 p.m., Mr. Crumbley was at the Meyer on Ray Road. You don't recall any exhibits yesterday showing that Mr. Crumbley was picking up a DoorDash order around 1:11 p.m., correct?
Correct.
You know that Mr. Crumbley called his son based on Exhibit 136, which is his phone log. Mr. Crumbley called his son at 1:13 p.m.?
Correct.
Would you like to look at the phone log to get the time?
That's about the right time.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
And you know that Mr. Crumbley remained at the Meyer, which was the reunification point after the Oxford High School shooting. Mr. Crumbley remained there from 1:11 p.m. to 1:17 p.m.
Correct.
So Mr. Crumbley called his son from the parking lot of the Meyer, which was the reunification point, at 1:13 p.m.
Correct.
He also called his son at 1:17 p.m.,
Correct.
which is right around the same time that he left the Meyer parking lot.
That's correct.
You know that there was a phone call, which was approximately less than 1 minute. And again, if you want to look at it, I can bring
Just to make sure, yes, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
There was a phone call at approximately 1:17 p.m. 1:16 p.m. between Mr. Crumbley and his wife, which lasted less than 1 minute.
Correct.
Mr. Crumbley called his son at 1:17 p.m.
That's correct.
He left the Meyer at approximately 1:17 p.m.
That's correct.
Called his son again at 1:18 p.m.
That's correct.
and again at 1:18 p.m. There were 2 phone calls at 1:18 p.m. seconds apart.
Correct.
Neither of them were answered.
Correct.
You also know, based on your involvement in this case, that his son was already in custody at that point.
That's correct.
He'd been taken into custody at 1 o'clock.
Correct.
You know that, again, based on 136, Mr. Crumbley's wife called him after he left the Meyer parking lot.
At 1:19 p.m., is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Crumbley was home at approximately 1:20 p.m. based on the exhibits, if you recall.
Correct.
He was home while he was on the phone with his wife.
That's correct.
You know that during the time that he was at home, he called 911.
Correct.
He called 911 because he discovered that the Sig Sauer and the ammunition for the Sig Sauer were both missing.
Speculation as to why he called 911, Judge.
He said in the phone call why he called 911.
Well, I guess that's a different question. You don't know why he called 911, but you did hear him. You did hear the 911 call that...
Correct. Yes.
In that 911 call, Mr. Crumbley told the dispatcher that he saw and heard the sirens, if you remember the call.
Correct.
He said that he went to the Meyer after hearing and seeing the sirens,
Correct.
that his son was a student at Oxford High School,
That's correct.
that he heard that there was a shooting,
Correct.
that he discovered that his gun was missing,
That's correct.
that he didn't know if his son took the gun,
Correct.
and that he was freaking out.
That's correct.
After that phone call to 911, you know that James Crumbley received a phone call from law enforcement and he and his wife went to the substation in Oxford.
Correct.
They returned home around 2:30 p.m.
Correct.
There was some indication and some questioning yesterday from the prosecution about the white paper that had changed hands between James and Jennifer Crumbley at the school.
Correct.
Remember that? And the prosecution asked you if there was any indication that James Crumbley had made phone calls to doctors, hospitals, or physicians, correct?
I remember that, correct.
To your knowledge, and if you don't know, it's okay to tell me you don't know if there was anything requiring James to make those phone calls, correct?
I know nothing about the meeting.
And you know that the meeting was at approximately, ended around, I think we said 10:53 a.m.?
Correct.
And the shooting occurred at began at 12:51 p.m.
That's correct.
It was approximately 2 hours later. You also know that in those 2 hours, I'll withdraw that question. You testified about messages between Jennifer Crumbley and a person named Brian Malash.
Correct.
You have no idea whether Mr. Crumbley knew about those messages?
They were together at the time. Other than that, I don't know.
Okay. You don't know if Mr. Crumbley knew what Jennifer Crumbley was saying to Brian Malash?
I do not know.
You know that at some point, Mr. Crumbley's son's name was made public.
Correct.
And it was fairly shortly after the shooting occurred, if you recall.
I don't recall when it was.
Were you aware that Mr. Crumbley and his wife began receiving threats to their safety as a result of what their son did at the high school?
I know in some chat threads there was talk of that, yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Crumbley and his wife had been made aware of some of those threats?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were concerns for Mr. Crumbley and his wife's safety as a result of some of those threats?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was aware. Who was aware
That
about
there
this?
were concerns for Mr. Crumbley and his wife's safety as a result of some of those threats.
I know they
I have to
received
object
threats.
as to the characterization of what a threat is and what a threat is not. It's, as we know, Judge, it's very subjective.
Okay, so can you be more specific?
I can move on, Your Honor. I was just, my question was mainly if he knew that this occurred, and he said that he did hear something about some threats. I can move on from it, Your Honor. As a result of your involvement in this case, you were aware that Mr. Crumbley's son was criminally charged on December 1st of 2021.
That's correct.
That on December 2nd of 2021, there was an announcement from the prosecutor's office that Mr. Crumbley and his wife may be charged, if you recall the date.
I don't recall that.
On December 3rd, 2021 in the afternoon, that Mr. Crumbley and his wife were criminally charged for their son's actions, if you recall the date.
I'm sorry, I don't recall the dates all that happened.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Let's see if I can get this to work.
Could you, I'm not positive it's going to work right, but.
Okay, looks like it's working.
This
one's just flashing
like,
this keeps flashing the screen.
Can you see the other screens?
I can see that one fairly well, yes.
Okay.
If you can't see it, we can give you a copy of the exhibit. We're going to have someone look at that.
I have them printed if you need them.
That's right. I think
Okay, that's like flashing.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. May I, Judge?
Go ahead.
Sir, you were asked about the shooter and his friend in that conversation that they had. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and then yesterday we had a discussion about that, specifically the amount of text in that conversation, the content of the conversation.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, from November the 30th of 2021 up until the time that the shooter was arrested October the 30th of 21 to November the 30th of 21 when he was arrested, were there any responsive text from the friend to the shooter?
No, there was not.
Okay. In that conversation, we talked about in April how the shooter expressed to that friend that he had asked his father for help.
Correct.
And you were asked about some context, and I think your answer was that there was more context to it, you just couldn't recall. So I'm going to show it to you. So we'll go through the entire exhibit. This is exhibit 67. This is the shooter. Like I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance. That's April 4th of 21.
Correct.
And then right after the shooter wrote, I actually asked my dad to take the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to, quote, suck it up.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then he wrote, like, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor, and then my mom laughed when I told her.
That's correct.
Okay, the next text is April the 5th, just after midnight, but I'm having bad insomnia, RN. What does RN mean?
Right now.
You know? Okay, right now. And paranoia. I
Correct.
need help. I was thinking I'm calling 911 so I can go to the hospital.
That's correct.
Then he wrote, but then my parents would be really pissed. That's April 5th, 21 at 12:12 in the morning.
That's correct.
I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctor's tomorrow or Tuesday again. That's April 5th, 21 at 12:38 a.m.
Correct.
And then, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. April 5th, 21 at 12:38 a.m. And then the last text is like I am mentally and physically dying. That's April the 5th, 21 at 12:39 in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's in the same conversation.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is that the context you're referring to?
Yes, I do remember that now, yes. That's what I was referring to.
And in this conversation, you're saying, this is in August, between the shooter and his friend, you were asked about these videos. I'm going to play this one. This is August 20th at 12:30 in the morning. Okay, is that the noise you're referring to? The noise that it makes when you...
Yeah, the metal is slamming together and putting the magazine in and slamming it on the table.
Now you were asked about the horse barn, and I'm just going to use council's math here. So if that math is correct, that means 25% of all, so a quarter of the year, they were discussing meeting at the barn?
Correct.
Okay. Any indication in any of those conversations that they were taking their son with them?
No, there was not.
Now I want to ask you about Exhibit 130. And you were asking questions about November the 30th, 2021, when they were called to the school. So we talked yesterday about James when he started door dashing on November the 30th. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So earlier in the morning, just to get the timeline correct, we had 7:46 a.m. James Crumbley dropped his son off at Oxford High School.
That's correct.
He's back at home at 8:04 a.m.
Correct.
And then he's at the barn after that.
Correct.
Okay. And we went through that Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley when she showed him this picture, Exhibit 1. This is Exhibit 128. And I'm going to go to the original one as well, which is 130. So we saw that Facebook conversation November the 30th, approximately 9:30 in the morning, when Jennifer Crumbley sent this to James Crumbley.
Correct.
Okay. So based upon the location history and what you were able to determine, he was at the barn at that point?
That's correct.
Okay, so he had not checked in for the day and began working that day?
Correct.
Okay. So it was not until after he saw this, and that's when he signed on to DoorDash?
Correct, after the meeting.
Okay. So you were asked, did he have any reason to stop home? But I want to talk about after he saw this, if he ever stopped home at all. Okay?
Okay.
So, November 30th, 2021, at 11 a.m., that's when he first signed on to accept his first order for DoorDash. Is that right?
That is about right, yes.
Okay. And we went through some of those maps. We went through a little bit quickly yesterday. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page. When he was accepting these orders and making deliveries, it wasn't outside of Oakland County, was it?
No, it was not.
In fact, where was it?
All local within Oxford.
Within Oxford, okay. And he actually drove by his house at least 4 times from the point that he saw this to the point the shooting started.
That's correct.
And never once did he stop home.
No, he did not.
Now, yesterday you mentioned how you responded to the scene and you went to the mire first.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the mire that James Crumbley was at when he received the alert of the active shooting at Oxford High School.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were helping parents find their kids when you were there?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about the school buses and what you saw. How many parents were there?
Dozens of just standing around in the cold.
Were more coming when you were to school?
Yes, cars kept on coming.
And based upon what we know from the timeline you were able to put together with the data locations, we know that 1:10 p.m. James Crumbley got the email. We know with a certainty that he was at the Meijer parking lot at least by 1:11.
Correct.
He made phone calls in that period of time, and he didn't leave, and he left at 1:17 p.m. So he was in the parking lot where everybody else went to for at least 6 minutes, and then he went home.
Correct.
Okay. And he got home at 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
He was on the phone with his wife for a 10-minute phone call, we said.
Correct.
Okay. And it wasn't for another 14 minutes that he called 911.
Correct.
And it wasn't just parents at that Meijer parking lot. There were students there as well.
Hundreds of them, yes.
Okay. You know, there's 1,700 students at Oxford High School.
I did not know that, but it's a big school.
From what you saw there, the scene that you saw when you pulled up in that white minivan you told us about, and you saw the school buses with kids looking for parents and
Your Honor,
things.
I'm going to object. The prosecution's testifying.
I'll get to the question, Judge.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Please.
Did it seem like it was that number of students at Oxford High School? Paint us the picture of what you saw when you got there.
Again,
I would also object to relevance about what he saw when he got to the Meijer, Your Honor.
It's important because counsel made a point in her cross-examination to suggest that there's no reason for James Crumbley to go home. And I think this witness has established yesterday and today that James Crumbley was actually at the location where everybody else was going to. So it's important for the jury to understand what he was observing when he sped from Pontiac to that location.
Your Honor, I don't understand what Mr. Wagrowski observed at the Meyer is relevant to whether or not James Crumbley felt that he needed to go home. I don't know how the two are connected, Your Honor.
I'm at a loss myself. Maybe I'm missing something.
Okay. Did all the other parents you saw, did they leave or did they stay?
They stayed.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, you can step down.
Your Honor, very brief recross?
Okay.
Very brief, thank you.
All right.
I believe I only have 3 questions.
Okay.
4, can I get my exhibit back? Thank you. In April of 21, you testified about Mr. Crumbley's son telling his friend, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctor, right?
Correct.
You don't know what doctor that was?
He was talking about hearing voices in the distance, stuff like that, but
You don't know what doctor that was, is that accurate?
Correct.
In reviewing the exhibit that we have, we don't know what doctor he was asking to see.
From the word prior to that, where he's hearing voices and he feels like he's dying inside, I do not know the doctor.
You don't know. You don't know if he ever did ask.
He mentioned it in a couple different conversations that he was going to try to ask.
Going to try. You don't know if he ever did.
I do not.
One moment, please. Thank you. No further questions, Ryan.
Judge, I just have to redirect because I have to correct something that was just said in that exhibit. Just one question on that, April.
Okay. We didn't hear he could be recalled, so I'm sure he'd be happy not to. So.
Okay, so this is exhibit 67. We went through this part like I hear people talking to me. The next slide. I actually asked my dad to take to the doctor yesterday.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is that your recollection?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything further?
One question. I'm sure you know what it is. You don't know what doctor that was, right?
Other than the context of the information prior to that.
That's
Yeah,
hearing
he
voices,
yeah,
Judge.
he asked an answer. He said he doesn't know. He said he doesn't know.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, so I'm going to let you step down and you're excused.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to ask both the lawyers, if there's a witness who's excused and for some reason you think they might be recalled, I need to know if they were not permitted to sit in the courtroom, all right?
Yes,
If someone's excused, I presume that they're able to sit in the courtroom, so if there's a reason, why not, just let me know.
I suppose there is always a possibility with a computer crimes expert for rebuttal, so we'll have Mr. Wagrowski. That's it. I think he has.
Okay. All right, everybody good?
May I proceed next, please? Mr. Robert Dallas.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about today is the truth to help you God?
I do.
Right, could you pull it in with you? Have a step up. Have a seat. Could you state your name for record and spell your first and last name?
Robert F. Kotelis, Jr., ROBERTKOTELES.
Right, go ahead, prosecutor.
I'm sorry, may I proceed? Thank you. Just take me 1 second. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could, please tell us where you work.
I work for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in the forensic laboratory there.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I'm in my 17th year.
And prior to working with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, did you work in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do and where did you work?
I worked for the city of Pontiac at the police department, and where I was a crime scene investigator there for almost 9 years.
Okay. So also law enforcement, you've been involved over 25 years?
It'll be 25 years on March 17th of this year.
Okay. And what is your specific role right now with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a latent print supervisor along with the crime scene supervisor for crime scenes out in the field.
And tell us specifically about crime scene supervision. What does that mean?
Well, I run a unit of, I have 6 employees, including myself, that respond to crime scenes when called upon to do an investigation out in the field for identification of evidence, documentation, preservation, and collection of evidence to be used to help figure out what happened at crime scenes.
Okay. So you said when called upon, is it every crime scene that you and your team are called out, or does it just depend on the circumstances?
Typically, for the crime scene unit to be called out, it has to be of a major crime or of a heinous nature, typically murders and maybe sexual assaults that are covered that would need to be processed at a higher level than other evidence technicians that I have on the road.
Okay. So how often would you or your team be called out, let's say, on a weekly basis?
Right now, our average is probably twice a month. So, thankfully, we don't have a murder happen every day in the county of Oakland. So, major crimes that we are doing are probably a couple a month. Sometimes it may be more, sometimes it may be less. But right now, statistically, we're about 2 times a month.
Okay. Now, prior to joining the Sheriff's Office, did you have the opportunity to attend an Institute of Higher Learning?
Yes, I have a forensic science degree from Michigan State University, and I've taken continuing education classes ever since then upon my employment in 1999.
So when you say continuing education, is this a field that's evolving?
Every day. Okay,
and then do you have training to evolve along with it?
Yes, there is a yearly conference that I'm a member of, the IAI, which is a conference and a huge body of people that we get together and talk about technology and how everything advances in not only latent prints but crime scene investigations to make sure that we kind of stay up with the new technology and that we're utilizing that technology to assist in crime scene processing.
Now, how often would you say in your career you've processed a crime scene?
Oh man, I'd have to say in the thousands.
When I say process a crime scene, I guess that suggests an answer there. Is there a specific process that you go through when you're reviewing a crime scene?
I mean, there's definitely a standard as far as the basics, I would say. Upon arrival to a crime scene, you're going to do an assessment, maybe what we call a walkthrough. You're going to assess what you actually have at that crime scene, trying to identify anything that may be important to that case. And there's certain documentation that can be done via notes, photographs, possibly a sketch or measurements, or as we've progressed with technology, we have a 3D scanner that we can use that to assist us in documenting our crime scenes, along with collection of evidence at a crime scene. Now there's additional things that can be done, but it doesn't happen on every case, but those are the basics that would most likely be performed on every crime scene that we would go on.
Okay. Now prior to undergoing that, is there a conversation that you or a member of your team would have with a detective in charge?
Absolutely, with the OIC, so that way we would know what we're kind of looking for. If we know the cause of this crime scene, if it's a homicide, if it's a stabbing, we're looking for a knife, if it's a shooting, we're looking for firearms evidence, so that we can kind of get an idea. Now, if we find something that may be different, then we would, get with that OIC or that detective and let them know of our findings that on our initial walkthrough.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention now to November the 30th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you working?
It was during day shift, and so I was working in the actual laboratory that day.
Okay. And at that point, were you the crime scene supervisor?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you the individual on call if anything should happen that day?
Yes, I was.
All right. So, were you called in to process the crime scene at Oxford High School November 30th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
Did you actually go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived there?
It was 2:40 in the afternoon. I received the call at 1:15, and by the time I assembled my team and grabbed our resources, it was 2:40 before I got up to the actual high school.
Okay, so that was after the scene was cleared, is that right?
At the beginning stages of being cleared.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk to you about your specific process and your role when you arrived at Oxford High School November the 30th of 21.
Okay.
All right, so you arrived there about 2:40, you said, with your team?
Correct.
Okay. And tell us, please, what's the first thing you did when you arrived?
Waited for guidance on what was going to be done first. So the first information was that I needed to collect a firearm that was the result of what had taken place at the high school.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And tell us how that occurred, please.
The firearm was located within a garbage can, a small waste paper basket garbage can that was placed there by a deputy that had collected the item from the individual. So I viewed it, photographed it, and then collected it at that time.
Okay. And that firearm, after it was collected, was taken to the forensic laboratory at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. May I approach, Judge? Sure. This has been admitted in People's 28. This is Forensic Laboratory Report, request number 6. So just to confirm, that was authored by Mr. Robert Charlton from the Sheriff's Office.
I'm gonna object. These are leading questions. He can review the exhibit and testify about the exhibit, Your Honor.
It's already been admitted.
Well, yeah, the exhibit's admitted, but she wasn't objecting to the exhibit. She was objecting to the leading question.
That's fine. Was that weapon confirmed to be the murder weapon?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that reflected in that report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Now, after you collected the weapon, that's reflected in that forensic laboratory report right there. What did you do next?
Waited for the scene to be cleared. There was intel still being obtained by the investigators on scene and other sites. So it was several hours before me and my team actually got into the high school to see what I actually had, or what we actually had as far as for crime scene processing.
Okay. Now, in this particular scene, at this time, November the 30th, were you made aware of the path that the shooter took throughout the high school?
I was given a general direction, and then the scene was contained to one wing of the high school.
Okay. Do you recall the number or the name of that wing?
It was the 200 wing of the high school.
And when you process a scene, do you also author a report?
Yes, I do.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is Exhibit 14. Sir, take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is it that I just handed you?
This is my 5-page crime scene report that I prepared at a later date after the crime scene processing of my findings that I had documented at the crime scene on November 30th.
Okay, so that's already been admitted into evidence. That's Exhibit 14. But so the jury's aware, does that fairly accurately depict what you observed and what you processed and collected that day?
Yes, it does.
Now, did you obtain a map to help you with the processing of the scene?
Yes, I did. I call maybe a blueprint or a schematic of the overall diagram of the entire school.
Okay. And after you obtain that, do you make notations on that?
Yes. There was a couple of us that worked on the actual schematic of the location of the evidence and the victims within the high school.
I'm going to show you. May I approach Judge on that screen now?
Sure.
You may have to look at.
Yeah, we'll probably have to get that fixed. See if you push that out, it kind of slow lights.
You go ahead and turn that off.
I can see this.
You can see them? Okay, great.
If that's okay.
So I'm showing you what's been admitted as People's 15. Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And how so?
This is the schematic drawing that was prepared by the school or some other agency as far as for the school layout. And once again, this is the schematic that was used to place the piece of evidence on where they were located within the school outside of classrooms and where the victims were located within the school.
Okay. These notations were made by lab personnel?
Yes, it was. There's some by myself, and there's also by Rob Charlton, who works in the firearms unit. That's also a crime scene investigator with me.
So what do these notations signify?
There's numbers that are circled that would also coincide with the placards that were placed next to the piece of evidence within the crime scene for documentation purposes.
Okay, when you say placard, we're going to go through some pictures soon, but if you see a yellow placard with a number, that's what you're referring to?
That is correct.
And why is that done?
It's used mainly for photographic reasons, but also helps us to keep straight each piece of evidence that was collected, given a location of where it was within that crime scene.
Okay, and photographs were taken in this situation?
Yes, they were.
Now I'm going to go through, okay, this is 15, and you said it was the 200 hallway? That was the wing the shooting was contained to?
That is correct.
Okay, so we see numbers, not the notations from the crime lab, but numbers of classrooms here. So 258, that's the number of a classroom?
That is correct.
Okay, and then to the far right, it goes to approximately 214, 213, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So we'll go one portion at a time here.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a zoomed in version of Exhibit 15. What does this depict?
This is an area outside of 258 and 256 where two of the victims were found that contained a large amount of evidence. And then you can start to see where it turns to the north, which would be to the right of this photograph. That would work your way up to the north, which is the remainder of the 200 wing that contained more evidence outside the rooms from 249 all the way down to 213.
Okay. So in the course of your investigation, did you come to learn what bathroom the shooter walked out of directly before the shooting?
Sorry. Yes, I was given the information that it was found just west of room 258.
So that would be this bathroom here that's highlighted?
That is correct.
Okay. So specifically now from what you recovered from the bathroom in this shorter wing of the 200 hallway, I'm going to take you through the path the shooter took with these pictures. Judge, two of these pictures have images that I'd ask the court to instruct the media not to film.
Your Honor, I am not going to object to that. I am going to just indicate for the record, I believe that it's Exhibit 17 and Exhibit 26 that I will be objecting to, renewing objections that I made previously on the record to those two photographs.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Dees?
Both of those things are correct, and I do want the court to know that we did speak with the victims prior to the trials, and they understand.
Okay, so you're right now presenting exhibit number 17?
First it'll be Exhibit 16, but then it's Exhibit 17 after that.
Okay, so both of those images cannot be shown
Correct.
to the press? And are the victims who are here familiar with what those photos contain?
Yes, Judge.
So they're welcome to exit if they feel the need, right?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So you guys get it, right?
Which two?
The next two, 16 and 17.
After this?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll make sure before I display it on the screen to let the court know.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll start with the bathroom next to 258. That's Exhibit 16 here. And what does this photograph depict?
This is in the stall within the bathroom, which would be found just west of room 258, that contained a red backpack and miscellaneous items such as electronic equipment, books, journals. There's a Gatorade bottle, amongst other miscellaneous items.
Okay, so all of that was collected as evidence?
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, the next photograph is Exhibit 17. I asked the media not to film this.
Yes, could you refrain from...
I'm going to shoot the witness.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
He's filming, you're filming the witness.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph taken outside of that bathroom that I just spoke of. This photograph is taken from the west to the east, showing the hallway that would be found just south of rooms 258 and 256. And you can start to see the yellow placards that I spoke of to depict the evidence that was found in that hallway area, along with one of the victims that's found on the middle of this photograph, but on the right-hand side of the hallway when you're looking east.
So that's Hannah St. Juliana, and then the other victim is Madison Baldwin, is that correct?
That is correct. It's hard to see on this photograph because it's far away, but it would be on the left-hand side of the hallway, further east as you move down the hallway.
Okay. Sir, tell us what you recovered from this portion of the 200 hallway.
There were several fire cartridge cases. There were 14 found, 14 fire cartridge cases found in this portion of the hallway, along with several fired bullets and bullet fragments along this hallway area that were found in several areas of the hallway.
What's a cartridge case?
A cartridge case is the portion of a bullet that actually holds the bullet itself. And in a semi-automatic weapon, it will eject from the side of the weapon, so the bullet will go through the barrel portion or the end of the firearm. In the fired cartridge case, will then eject more than likely out the right-hand side, depending on which firearm we're talking about. About 99% of semi-automatic weapons will eject to the right. So the bullet will go out the barrel, and the fired cartridge case that held that bullet portion will eject to the right-hand side of that weapon.
Okay. So in order for it to be a fired cartridge case, that would have to mean that the gun was actually fired.
That is correct.
Okay. So with 14 fired cartridge cases, that would indicate that the gun was shot 14 times in this portion of the hallway?
That is correct.
Now, continuing down the shooter's path, when I ask you what happened, or what you located past rooms 256 as the hallway curves to 249. So this is room 258 on the left, next to that is room 256, and as it curves it's 249. Is that your recollection?
That is correct.
Okay. This is People's Exhibit 18, so this is further down the same portion of the 200 hallway?
That is correct. It's just past the second victim on the left-hand side.
All right, tell us what was located here.
There is more fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, along with a empty gun magazine that was located just around the corner from this evidence here.
Okay. Now, as that corner turns down the 200 hallway, this is People's Exhibit 19. I should say for the record, all these have been admitted. Counsel did state her objections on the record, but this court ruled upon.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Correct.
This is Exhibit 19. What are we looking at here?
This is now a photograph taken from the south to the north. As we're moving, I would say down in the numbers, but it's up as far as, like, if you're thinking about it going north, down the 200 wing. So you're moving away from that bathroom where everything may have started. And this is once again indicating the evidence that was located from room 249 to 213, which ended up containing 18 more fired cartridge cases in this area.
Okay. So we had 14 in the shorter portion of the 200 hallway and 18 from room 249 to 213 down this long hallway?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, that means the firearm was fired 18 more times there, at least what you recovered?
That is correct.
This is Exhibit 20, specifically placard 35. What's that?
So placard 35, or number 35, is the firearms magazine that I spoke of that was found in the hallway there.
Okay. Now, up and down this portion of the hallway specifically, did you find evidence that the shooter fired directly into classrooms as well?
Yes, there were several classrooms that were found to be fired into.
Okay. This is Exhibit 21, depicting classroom 247. First of all, what's that rod that we're looking at?
So it's what we'll consider what we call a trajectory rod to show the path of the bullet that was fired at that location. So it's just shown for kind of demonstrative purposes that you can see where that bullet actually traveled into that room.
Okay, so this indicates to us that the gun was shot directly into room 247.
That is correct, right through the door trim there.
This is Exhibit 22. This is depicting classroom 244. What do we see here?
Once again, a trajectory rod was inserted into the window portion. It got shattered, but it still stayed intact. But you can see the trajectory rod showing where the bullet passed through the window that was fired in room 244.
This is Exhibit 12. It's room 224. What do we see here?
You can see the room, the door to the room. There are 3 trajectory rods that were placed in it to show that there was 3 shots that were fired into room 224.
This is Exhibit 10. This is also room 224, but with the door open.
That is correct, and you can see on the inside of the door, it's just the continuation of that trajectory rod to show, that those shots were fired into that room.
Okay. And we have Ms. Darnell, Molly Darnell testified yesterday. This was her classroom. This is what you refer to in the window here.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the file cabinet.
Yes, there was, I would say in the window is what we call a perforation. So one of the bullets passed through the door and then went through the window that was never found because it went out into the exterior of the school. There was a what we call a ricochet that was found in the file cabinet, which is right there in the middle that the prosecutor is highlighting. There was also what we call another ricochet that hit the chair, the backing of the chair, and then eventually a fired bullet was found embedded in a book that was found on the bookshelf behind the teacher's desk.
Okay, thank you. And that's room 224. Here's Exhibit 23. This is classroom 223. We have a side-by-side view of this. What do we see here?
Once again, this is showing how a bullet would have struck the door. This actual impression shows that the bullet hit something additional prior to hitting this door, so it's what we call a tumbling bullet. So instead of being like a round impression or a pattern where a bullet would be circular, the bullet has now changed its path and it's tumbling, so now it hit it kind of going sideways. And that's depicted on the right-hand side there, that you can see the sticker that was placed below it.
Here's Exhibit 24. This is classroom 220. What do we see here?
Once again, you can see there's a trajectory rod and the outside of the door showing the path of travel that the bullet was fired into room 220.
And finally, Exhibit 25. This is classroom 215. What do we see here?
Once again, these are trajectory rods. They're just a different color because we ran out of pink. But we're on to orange trajectory rods that are fired into the window outside of room 215, showing that the bullets were fired from the outside to the inside of that room.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, did you come to learn that once the shooter reached rooms 213, 214, that he backtracked down the 200 hallway?
I was told that information.
Okay. Sir, did you process the men's bathroom in the 200 hallway that was across from classroom 233?
Yes, I believe it was either 233 or 231. It was in that same general area.
The camera person is asking when they can resume.
After the next picture, Judge. Okay. This is Exhibit 26. Sir, what do we see here?
This is a photograph taken outside of that bathroom that we're talking of, outside or across from 231. You can start to see inside the bathroom there's a black backpack. Along with there's I believe it's a live round or a cartridge as we call it, just found outside of the bathroom. And then you can start to see that there's a large pool of blood inside of that bathroom area. And this is just the entrance to the bathroom itself from the exterior of the hallway.
Did you come to learn this is where Justin Schilling was killed?
Yes, I was.
Did you also recover a fired shell or fired cartridge in this area as well?
Yes, a fired cartridge case was located in this bathroom.
Is that included in the count of 18 you described earlier?
Yes, it is.
Sir, you mentioned earlier the firearm was recovered. This is Exhibit 27. Is this a photograph right outside of that bathroom that we just saw?
Yes, it was not taken by me because the firearm had been collected by the on-scene deputies when the suspect was apprehended.
Okay. But that is the firearm that you collected?
That is correct.
And it's a 6-hour 9mm handgun?
Correct.
Based upon your crime scene investigation, how many times did the shooter fire that weapon inside Oxford High School on November the 30th?
32 times.
And how many unfired rounds, how many bullets were recovered, either from that magazine or elsewhere?
18.
So a total of 50 rounds of 9mm ammunition was taken to Oxford High School?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Should I give them a break right now? Does that make sense to you? You guys need a break? Yes. What's that?
Either or. I mean, we'll need a longer break to fix the monitor as well, Judge. I don't know how long Cross will take this witness.
No cross-trainer.
No problem.
No cross-trainer.
Oh, okay. Did we ask someone about the monitor? Okay. I'm going to give you about a 10-minute break. I always say that, and then I go back there and fires erupt. So we're going to need a moment to fix this monitor so that the witness can see it. It's kind of flashing. It's distracting. So, but someone will be right here. So we're going to give you about a 10-minute break. All right? All right. You can step down and get upstairs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
Or you can take them down. You can be seated. Who's the next witness?
Yeah, I'll check. We're moving faster than I had anticipated, Judge. We'll have to see if she's here, but it would be Miss Cammy Back.
Okay. She's going to go. All right. Be back.
Yeah, you go ahead. All right, we've been watching day 2 of the trial for James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter. Right now, the judge has called for a 10-minute break.
And we're still here with Rick Convertino and Terry Johnson in studio, continuing the conversation and providing analysis. So, Rick, you were taking notes this whole time. Tell us a bit about this recent witness.
The recent witness, the last witness, was a forensic lab crime scene analyst who just brought the jury through the prospects of recovering the weapon, where the weapon was recovered, photographs that were taken. So it was kind of a pro forma admission of evidence through the crime scene expert. But the previous witness on cross-examination, it's the first time that we got a chance to see the defense attorney in actually addressing a witness. I thought she did an excellent job, markedly different from the first trial. Was very effective in showing the limitations of a witness who was damaging on direct examination. She showed that these leaps that he took in merging and making assumptions were baseless. That he couldn't do that. He couldn't say what doctor the shooter was talking about, for instance, whether it was a medical doctor or a psychologist. And so she was very effective, I thought, in her staccato approach, seriatim in questioning. Her ability to manipulate the exhibits is very difficult to do. To take an exhibit and show a witness and know when a witness challenges you that there's another exhibit that you need to get, and then quickly get that exhibit. She did an excellent job. I was impressed.
Yeah, Terry, there were points where you were saying, okay, great, this is what I want to see.
Yeah, there were, she marched down a path that I believe was necessary to go down. I agree with Rick. She did an excellent job. Again, it is all about when that witness leaves the stand, you don't want to be so far behind, You want someone to go back and say, yeah, what kind of doctor was it? Or, yeah, well, let's put this in context. And she used that word several times. She talked about, she even got into the, which I thought was rather interesting, she started talking about, and Rick's used the term consciousness of guilt flight. She started going into this, which I don't think we heard in the first trial, about when the family was charged, you were aware that there were threats against them. They told you this, and she started going down that road, kind of laying what I believe is going to be a good foundation for other witnesses to come back and diffuse this quote-unquote consciousness of guilt.
It's another interesting point that she brought out regarding the images that were recovered on the phone that were deleted. She pointed out that the cache, the phone's cache system, would, if that were deleted, it would be nearly impossible to recover the images. And so she pointed out from the witness that there are very good reasons to delete things from your phone, save storage space, etc. He agreed, he acknowledged that they don't have to be criminal or consciousness of guilt. And then she had him admit that if you would delete something from your phone, but you don't delete the cache, on the phone, C-A-C-H-E, that it can be recovered, and that's the case, was the case here. But had the defendant gone into his system, into his phone, and deleted the image, and then cleared the cache, then it would not be recoverable. So if he were had the consciousness of guilt, or were sinister in a way, that to know that he could take a double step to completely delete it, he would have, and that's not the case here. So I thought that was a good point to bring out as well.
Another interesting point I thought she made was, you know, whether or not you can hear a gun being loaded, whether or not James could hear his son loading a gun in certain areas of the house, and just driving home the fact that he didn't know. This is what she's trying to show. He did not know.
Well, you know, the funny thing, we talk about hearing, and one thing I maybe would have hoped would have been brought out and said, and when you say hearing, you're talking about my client sitting here with the headphones. This is the guy you said could have heard this. And again, the reason I would say that is at that point the jury would look at Mr. Crumbley and see him with headphones, and I believe the judge has already given an instruction that he's hard of hearing. So if he's hard of hearing, I think that really plays up to where she was going with this.
Yeah, just driving the point that he was completely unaware, which is, again, what she's trying to do, right? Say the message of the fact that he didn't know that his son was going to do this. There's nothing that he could have done because he didn't know.
Correct, and again, it's not always a situation when you load a gun that it does make a noise, but you can lessen that noise if you want to do it quietly by hand. So that was a question that maybe should have been asked, but again, I think you need maybe a little more expertise in that area. But again, overall, I thought it was effective. I don't think that it was, she focused on the right things, not on what did you see there, let's talk about, you know, the shootings and who got injured, but she really got into a timeline, which I thought was interesting. But the prosecution came back, and this is where I was just not exactly sure how this comes about. They talked about the fact that Mr. Crumbley drove by the house several times. He could have stopped then, he could have, you know, stopped, and why didn't he stop? But I think that's going to be a question that probably needs to be cleared up somewhere along the way, and it may require Mr. Crumbley to take the stand and say something along the lines of, I didn't have any idea any of this was going on. Why would I stop? The first time I had an idea this was going on would have been after I got something, and that's the key to me is, once this alert went out and you just went to school and your son is drawing pictures, of course you're going to say, oh my God, my son. I mean, that's normal.
Why? It's not normal. What do you mean? It's
that
normal.
is normal. If the counselor just called you in and said, here's a picture right here that your son drew, there's a gun on here, you know that you got your kid your kid has potential access to firearms.
Yes.
Would you not say, oh my God, my son just did this?
Well, I'll take you back a little bit until the meeting at the school. If I saw that, if I were texted that like he was, if it was shared with me prior to the meeting, then in the meeting, hey, look, your son drew this. I'd say, holy shit, we got the gun here, we got the ammo here, I need help, blood everywhere. Yeah, that raised a concern right then and there. And I wouldn't leave there without my kid. That's for one thing.
But why? And again, I'll go back to this point. But the school was okay with him staying there.
School did not have reasonable suspicion that in the bag there was a gun.
Sure, but here's a question: they could have looked in. They didn't look in.
They can't look in without reasonable suspicion.
Somebody draws a picture. They talk about X, Y, and Z, and the principal or assistant principal says, "Boy, this is a heavy backpack." That's not reasonable suspicion.
Well, it may be, but it may be. But then that goes back to your, why weren't the parents as concerned if it was a reasonable suspicion?
Because I would assume that Mr. Crumbley believed that the gun was secured and locked up at home. Why would he think different?
Why would he think different at after 1 o'clock when he got the alert?
Because there was a shooting that took place and his son, and there was a picture of a gun. It's kind of like with parents with kids. My son, my daughter wouldn't do that until the action happens. We think differently of our kids.
Do we? Well,
I do. I mean, I don't. You know, I'm not going to question your parenting skills or anything.
I guess I'm lucky enough not to have my kids draw guns and bullets on a piece of paper in a math test and say, you know, blood everywhere, oh my God, I need
It's
help.
great to have hindsight, isn't it?
Well, you don't need hindsight. You need what this prosecution is saying, ordinary care. So it's all you need to do as a parent.
But
as
you
a
have
parent,
to have.
You have a duty as a parent.
You do
is
have
to
a duty.
investigate minimally, and that was what was needed here,
And
and that was
when
what
the
was ignored
school
here.
said to them, as it came out in the last trial, again, hasn't come out here yet, but in the last trial, he's better off staying here.
No, they didn't say.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't say he's better off staying here. They wanted
other people.
They wanted him to go with the parents. The parents said he'll be sitting at home alone, and that's what was responded to by the school. We'd rather have him here with people rather than home alone.
Why did the school turn and say, well, no, tell you what, somebody needs to be home with him. Don't leave him home alone. Why wasn't that a discussion? Why isn't Karen McDonald, other than political reasons, Karen McDonald, the prosecutor, other than political reasons, why isn't she going after this school? And if you heard the testimony in the previous trial, when they talked about reasonable suspicion, they don't need that. To look into a school can go into
set forth by the Supreme Court of the United States. Don't make me come across this table, Terry.
Please come. Please come.
I'll give you an Ezekiel choke.
Come on, please come.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If you go back to the Supreme Court, schools, and you're talking to someone who actually was elected and sat on a school board in the Metro Detroit area, that would be me. Schools can go into kids' lockers and things because they are not the government. It is not the same level that the police have or other lawful type authorities. They can do that. They can go through lockers if they so desire. Please tell me that somebody needs to show that that is not possible when they come up, because that guy said, the dean of students or whatever his name is, I don't have it handy here, basically, well, we need reasonable suspicion. No, that's a legal standard. You guys are not in that arena.
That is markedly untrue, what you just said.
No, sir.
The schools need to have a school supervisor or a school representative. They need to have reasonable suspicion before they go
a heavy
pulling
bag.
through.
A heavy bag.
You just said they don't, and they absolutely do. It's a Supreme Court precedent that is saying you need reasonable
name the case, Counselor?
I can't name the case right now off the top of my head. U.S.
Exactly.
Goldberg, 365 U.S.
Let's go to New Jersey. What about New Jersey versus, I believe it's TLO, that basically gave schools the authority to do this?
Now, schools do not have the authority to ransack at will through lockers and backpacks without reasonable suspicion. You're wrong. You're just simply wrong.
I am not simply wrong, Counselor.
Okay.
What this is a misunderstanding that you have about the law.
Okay.
If a school believes something's going on, they can go through a locker.
Of course they can go through a locker if they believe something's going on, which is called reasonable suspicion.
So you agree with me that the school itself was negligent with everything that they knew, the drawing and everything else, a heavy backpack, that's not reasonable suspicion?
Well, you're saying two different things.
I'm saying the same thing.
No,
First
I agree. The school
you agree with me.
The school was negligent. I do agree with that.
Then there's no reason to go any further.
You said that they can do it unfettered without that standard of reasonable suspicion, and you're wrong. They simply need to. Now, whether or not there was in this case, I believe there was reasonable suspicion in this case by the school.
Okay, so which gets back to my question of Karen McDonald not prosecuting. Why wouldn't these people be prosecuted as well?
For what?
Ordinary care.
For what?
Isn't it ordinary care?
Do they have the duty?
They do have a duty to protect. They have a duty to protect that school.
Okay.
What's the difference?
The difference of what? Whether or not these two school officials should be charged with involuntary manslaughter? Is
Absolutely.
that what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm suggesting.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Why? You just said they had reasonable suspicion.
I believe they had reasonable suspicion. They believe they did not have reasonable suspicion. If you
I
recall
don't think
the
they
first
knew
trial.
what reasonable suspicion was until they were sued by Vin Johnson. And again, I hope Mr. Johnson completely goes after that school district for what they've done. They are just as much at fault as anyone else in this matter?
I hope that you're right. I wish and hope that Mr. Johnson is successful and all the other attorneys that are suing the school. I think they're culpable. I don't think it's criminal culpability. I think it's civil liability. And I don't think they're in any way, shape, or form even remotely close in culpability to the parents.
They are right there. I think they're even more culpable. But again, we're not here on that matter.
They didn't have the totality of the circumstances that the parents had. They weren't aware from April to November that this kid was in a downward spiral. That
apparently neither did the parents. Neither did James Crumbley.
The text message that was brought up in redirect.
Keep it in context.
I asked my dad to take me to the doctor.
What doctor?
I asked my dad.
How many times did he ask his dad? What did he say to his dad? What did Dad?
I asked
I
my
broke
dad.
my finger. Dad, my knee hurts. Dad, my back went out.
Okay, you're
No,
you're not taking the totality of the circumstances and the other text.
In context.
This is a kid who told his parents that he saw demons in the house, that he saw flying dishes in the house.
No, he told his mother.
He had command hallucinations.
Bifurcate, counselor. We're not talking. He told mom that. He did not tell dad.
There were discussions between both parents about his mental status in the text messages that have been admitted in this case.
But tell me about the demons. That was with mom, not dad. Bifurcate the case.
Okay, bifurcate the case.
Here, is that too big of a word, or do I need to
explain that word bifurcate?
Separate.
Oh, I see. Is that what
that means?
Yes,
I can use smaller words and talk slower if you need me to.
Doing. You're unfortunately, what you're doing is you're picking and choosing pieces of evidence that you care to rely on your
no, I'm taking things in context
house because it's not going to withstand. This is a totality of the circumstances case. That's all it is. That's all.
So it's a circumstantial case.
Circumstantial case.
Of
course, it's circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence, as we pointed out last time, is just as good and competent as direct evidence. That is the law. That's what the jury is instructed.
It doesn't say just as good. It says you can use it. It does not say just as good.
It is equally as competent as direct evidence.
It does not say equally as competent. It says it is admissible.
Yeah.
See, you want to play these word games.
You're simply, what you do, unfortunately.
Here we go. Now I'm getting critiqued.
Is you ignore the law.
Now I'm ignorant.
But good attorneys,
now
and I'll give you this, what attorneys will do is they'll ignore the law when they have the facts. They'll ignore the facts when they have the law. You have neither in this case, neither the facts nor the law. You didn't understand reasonable suspicion by the school.
Oh, I do understand.
And
you're completely
you
wrong
don't
there.
understand the competence of evidence. Circumstantial and direct evidence is equally the same.
The jury instruction
the
doesn't say equally as the same. It says it can be used.
We went through this
look
last
up
time.
the jury instruction.
Well, I did. I showed it to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all he's got to do is look up the jury instruction.
Come across this table in a minute.
It's very, very
do.
simple. It does not say equally.
I'm going to give you an Ezekiel
completely.
Choke. That's why I'm going to come right across Meredith and give you an Ezekiel choke.
Perfect. And we just have him assaulting me right now. Where's Karen McDonald?
No one will testify on your behalf.
Okay, before you choke him, Sean Hopkins, a counselor with Oxford High School, he's the one that you all were referencing. He said that he was concerned about the shooter's well-being, and he had asked that the parents get him counseling within 48 hours because he was concerned about him being alone.
Yes.
But we're told that the shooter wanted to go back to class, and the parents were on board with that plan.
But who makes the ultimate decision? Who makes the... So if my kid has COVID, and my kid wants to stay at school, and I want him to stay at school, does the school say, oh, well, come on in? I know it's a different situation here, but realistically, the school has a duty there as well to say, no, we don't think this. Because if the school would have said, no, you need to take him home.
They did.
They gave an option out.
They gave an option. It was not a
said,
directive.
If possible, take him today to get treatment
If possible.
today.
They told them to take him home. The
possible.
parents said they have to go to work.
Yeah.
Who's picking and choosing now, if possible?
Alone.
Right.
They felt like someone needed to be around him. The parents were saying they were busy with work.
Yes.
So there was a recommendation to remove him from class.
But it wasn't a recommendation.
Hard demand. Yeah, yeah.
Not a directive.
And then the counselor extended it to, well, can you tell us that he'll get treatment within 48 hours?
Not
and he
immediately.
was saying if they hadn't, after 48 hours, then he would consider taking further action.
Yeah, and the parents also echoed that they thought he was going to do something to himself. So the argument
To
here,
himself?
yes.
Not to others.
Correct. That was the whole concern. And that's what we discussed yesterday as well, is that they were scared. They were only concerned about self-harm with him. It seemed like every party was.
Yeah.
They did not think that this was a possibility, at least what is being put forward in trial.
And with that, if this is not a possibility, how do you how do you take this leap of faith to ordinary due care that for involuntary manslaughter? But again, getting back to this case, the main thing I think that the defense attorney is doing right now is basically slowly unraveling some things that the prosecution has put in place. Again, it's different from the last trial. And I really want to see what happens when, if the representatives from Oxford School actually come to the stand and testify. Will they be called by the prosecution or maybe by the defense? I don't know. I'd love for the defense to call them and declare them a hostile witness.
From what you've seen so far, Terry, do you think the defense has the potential to pull this off, to get a not guilty verdict?
Well, you know, we always start with the presumption that, you know, as the defendant sits there, they are not guilty. And the burden has got the burden is always on the prosecution to show something different. But right now, I believe, again, compared to the last case, and there, we can see a strategy. Now, will this strategy work? I don't know. But we see a strategy. We know where the defense attorney is going. The last case, I don't think there was necessarily at least I couldn't see a clear demarcation line towards this is where we're going, we're trying to do this. If we prove this, X, Y, and Z. I think it's early right now, and I don't think anything at this point has been proven one way or another. I think Mr. Reed used the analogy yesterday, if this were a football game, prosecution may be up 3-0 or something along those lines. I would fully agree with that at this point. I mean, it's too early, and unfortunately, we know way too much based upon the last trial and where we believe things are going.
They're way ahead of where they were the last trial, the defense in this case. Way ahead.
I mean,
yes.
Do you agree with me that the pace is totally different here?
Yes.
It feels like we're getting somewhere?
Yeah, you have a competent attorney doing a very good job at cross-examination.
Yeah.
And in particular, this is a professional witness. This is a witness who's testified hundreds of times. He's aware, you know, the little tricks of the game where he asked her, well, show me the particular document. And she didn't miss a beat. You know, she was able to go through her note. Okay, this one. I'll show you this one. He said, well, there are other ones. Well, I'll get to that. So she was very good at juggling the exhibits, knowing her exhibits. She's very well prepared, and she just did an excellent job of cross-examining a difficult witness.
All right, the jury has just entered the courtroom. They are continuing that coverage, day 2 in the trial for James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter. Some of the images you see and some of the words you hear may be disturbing.
You may be seated. Prosecutor, who's the next witness?
It's Cammy Back.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm the testimony about the truth to help you God? Yes. All right, you can be seated. And then, would you state your name for the record, and could you spell your first and last name?
Cammy Back, Cammy Back.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Miss, do you work at a retail store that sells firearms?
I do,
Okay, and where is that located?
in Oxford, Michigan.
And is that store federally licensed?
Yes, it is.
So it'd be referred to as an FFL or federally firearms licensed dealer?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there?
Approximately 4 years.
What is your duties there? What are your duties there?
At this time, I am the office manager.
Okay. So with the office manager, are you familiar with the process to sell from an FFL a firearm to a customer?
Yes.
Okay. Could you walk us through the process, please?
So when a customer comes in to purchase a firearm, they have to provide us with a driver's license
Why do you ask for a driver's license?
for picture ID
Okay.
to go on record.
And you check age as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what age are you looking for?
21 and over.
Okay.
Once I take that, I give the customer the 4473, which is the application
Thank you. Okay.
for the firearm. Once that is filled out with their answers, I do the NICS check, which is the background. And once I do that, it'll come back whether it's proceed, delayed, or denied.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, if someone were to walk into the store and say, I want to purchase this firearm, you would ask for picture ID, and then that person would fill out the application for the firearm?
Yes.
And that's what you refer to as the 4473?
Yes.
Okay. And is that also referred to as a firearms transaction record?
Yes.
Okay. And then that person goes through, you take that information, and then what do you do with it?
I put all their information into the computer, into the NICS system.
Okay, and that's for background purposes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then it tells you either yes or no to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. And then the 4473, that's provided through the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Yes.
Okay. There's also a trigger lock statement that's provided as well?
Yes.
And that's through Michigan State Police?
Yes.
And tell me what that is, please.
So once the, it's just a form stating, showing the customer that there is a trigger lock provided with the firearm that they are going to purchase. So they have to date and sign it, as
Okay.
long as we have to do it as well.
Okay. And if that form has been dated and signed and there's an indication that some kind of lock is provided, that means a lock was in fact provided for the purchase?
Yes.
Does your store also provide purchasers of handguns with a copy of the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Notice Act?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It just, the Youth Act just gives the information of the do's and the don'ts with firearm around minors.
Okay. And there's information posted around your store too, is that right?
I'm sorry?
There's information about that posted around your store as well?
Yes, it is.
And now, is this process that you described, is this the same process for every handgun sale in your store?
Yes.
Now, have you sold a firearm to James Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. Is he in court today?
Yes, he is.
Can you point him, please describe something he's wearing?
To my right, blue shirt.
Will the record reflect identification of the defendant, Judge?
The record will reflect the important identification of the defendant, James Crumbley.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Back, when a firearm is sold from your store, are receipts kept?
Yes.
Okay. And from your position as office manager, are you able to tell us if James Crumbley purchased firearms on, or strike that. As an office manager, are you able to tell us every time that James Crumbley purchased a firearm from your store?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to first direct your attention to June of 2021. Miss, you've seen receipts, pistol sales records, trigger lock statements, firearms transaction records of firearm sales from your store to James Crumbley, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to, these have been admitted. It's exhibits 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 for the record.
Okay.
And Ms. Beck, we'll go through those one by one.
Sure.
Okay. we're going to start. Can you see this, People's Exhibit 29?
Yes.
Okay. So what are we looking at right here?
That is a sales receipt.
Okay, and this is a receipt from the store that you work at as an office manager?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it indicate as far as what was sold?
A Cobra Elite Classic.
And what's the price for that?
$169.95.
Okay, so $169.95?
Yes.
And it indicates 22 LR, what's that?
The ammo.
Okay, so it's a 22 caliber
Yeah.
gun?
Yes.
And this is a 2-shot pistol, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so this, what's the date of this receipt?
June 15th of 21.
And we have at the top here, underneath the date, name James Robert Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay, so that indicates that James Robert Crumbley was in your store and paid $180.15, that's the price with tax, for that handgun?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 30. What do we see here?
This is a pistol sales record.
Okay. And tell us, please, again, what is a pistol sales record?
This is a record that you are given when you buy a pistol. He takes his copy that has to be dropped within 10 days of the purchase, and we keep a copy.
What do you mean dropped?
At their local sheriff's department, police department, whatever county they live in.
Okay, so this has James Robert Crumbley's name on it. It has the serial number of the firearm, and as you said, Cobra Classic 22 caliber. It has the shot, it says 2, so that indicates 2-shot?
Yes.
Okay. And it has the barrel length on there as well?
Yes.
But it says purchase transfer date June 16th, 21. What is that?
So when Mr. Crumbley came in to purchase this firearm, he possibly got it delayed, it seems, and he had to pick up the firearm prior to him getting a proceed, which I'm assuming was the next day.
Okay. When you say delay, what does that mean?
That his background check is still under review.
Okay. And that can happen from time to time?
Yes.
So he paid for the gun on the 15th, but picked up the gun on the 16th?
Yes.
Okay. This is People's Exhibit 33. This is what? This is sales receipt?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the date of this?
June 16th, 21.
Okay. And again, the name James Robert Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. But what's this receipt for?
It's the purchase of another firearm.
Okay. And that says Kel-Tec P17 22LR?
Yes.
And the amount for that is $299.95?
Yes.
Okay. And then what else did he buy with that?
He bought 2 boxes of ammo.
Okay. And what was the price for each box of ammo?
$14.95.
Okay. And so he spent a grand total of $349.64 on June 16th?
Yes.
All right. So if he picked up the Classic on June 16th, and while he was in the store, or at some point that day, he also paid for this Kel-Tec?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 34, another pistol sales record. What is this of?
This is the pistol sales records for the Kel-Tec P17. Again, the purchase date here is 6/17/21.
Okay, so what would that indicate to you then if he paid for it on the 16th but he received possession of it on the 17th?
That he is either delayed or his research was taking too long, so he chose to leave our store and come back at a later date or time that day to pick his gun up.
Okay, so then you actually picked it up on the 17th then?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention now to November the 26th of 2021. On that day, do you recall selling a firearm to the defendant, Mr. Crumbley?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 37 here. What is this?
That is the 6-hour SP 2022
Okay. And
sales receipt.
this is dated November 26, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And how much did the 6-hour cost?
$489.95.
Okay, so with tax, he paid a total of $519.35?
Yes.
All right. And what is the date of when he walked out of the store with that gun?
11/26/21.
Okay, so on that date, he paid for it and walked out on the same day.
Yes.
Now, on these pistol sales records, we also have a box here that indicates serial number.
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, does every firearm have a unique serial number?
Yes, they do.
Was the defendant with anyone when he made this purchase of the 6-hour 9mm?
Yes.
And tell me about that, please.
Mr. Crumbley had another gentleman with him, a younger guy, and when I came out of the office, him and the gentleman, he was standing at the counter, the showcase.
When we say gentleman, did you come to learn who that person was?
Yes, his son.
Okay.
He was standing at the showcase, and his son was standing behind him.
Okay.
I approached a customer prior to Mr. Crumbley, and he directed me to go ahead and take care of Mr. Crumbley first, so I did. Mr. Crumbley asked to see the 6-hour, said he had had his eye on that for quite some time, and just because he is a familiar face to our store, I looked at him and said, you know the drill, I need your license. Took that, made copies while he was filling out his application.
Okay.
And once that was done, I ran him and through the NICS system for his background check. And once I finished that up, I told Mr. Crumbley, he was in research, that Chris, which is another employer, would be taking his cell over. Mr. Crumbley stated, I know it usually takes a while for my research. And him and his son walked away, went over to the holster wall. I don't recall any interaction with them once they walked away from the counter.
Okay. So before you helped them, before the defendant pointed to the 9mm SIG, did he shop around at all, or did he just point to that gun?
As I came out of the office, they were right at the showcase with that gun.
Okay.
That was the only one he picked out.
Now, for this gun, the 6-hour, did he pay with cash or credit card?
I did not finish the transaction, but through what I saw, observed from the office side of it.
Sure. As your role as an office manager, were you able to tell us?
Yes, it was cash.
Okay. And how were you able to make that determination?
Through receipts.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 39. This is a portion of a firearms transaction record. Zoomed in so you can see it. May I approach the witness? Sure. Ms. Back, this is the, I'm going to show this to you. This is a 3-page document. What have I just handed you?
The application?
Okay, that's the 4473?
Yes.
Okay. So we seem to be referring to the same thing as either a 4473, a firearms transaction record, or an application. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're looking at on the screen here, is that a zoomed-in portion of that application?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, part of this application indicates a number of questions that the applicant has to answer yes or no. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay, so if you can see on the screen, under box 21, there's questions A, B, C, D, and E.
Yes.
Tell us what these are.
So these, so A is asking, are you going to be the one to leave with the gun? Yes. And then the other ones, are you a felony, military, you know, any drug, depressant, questions of that kind of sort.
Okay, so A says, are you the actual transferee / buyer of the firearm listed on this form and any continuation sheet, ATF form 5300.9A? And then it has a bolded warning. What does that say?
You are not the actual transferee buyer if you are acquiring the firearm on behalf of another person. If you are not the actual transferee buyer of the license, cannot transfer the firearm to you.
And he checked yes, that it was for him.
Yes.
All right. B is, are you under indictment for any felony? You check no to that.
Right.
C, have you been convicted in any court, including military court, of a felony? You check no for that. D, are you fugitive? You also check no for that.
Correct.
E, are you an unlawful user of or addicted to marijuana or any other depressant, stimulant, narcotic drug, or controlled substance? With a warning, the use or possession of marijuana remains unlawful under federal law guidelines regardless whether it's been legalized or decriminalized for medicinal, recreational purposes in the state where you reside. You check no to that.
Correct.
Okay. And this is the same form that was filled out by James Crumbley every time he made a purchase from the store?
Yes.
And he answered the questions in the same way?
Yes.
Now, you don't do any research as a office manager of a federal firearms licensed dealer to investigate if what he said in these questions are true or false. Is that right?
No.
Oh, here's the front of the form here. This is the same exhibit, Exhibit 39?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did the 6 hour come in a plastic case?
Yes, it did.
And this case itself does not have a locking mechanism, is that correct?
The case, no.
Okay. And are you able to identify if this was in fact the case sold to James Crumbley with that 6 hour?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach? Sure. This is Exhibit 41. It has been stipulated too. So what are we looking at on the side of this case here?
You're looking at, are we talking the bold, the black?
Right here. SN, what does SN mean?
So that's the serial number,
Okay.
which is written in box 3 on the application.
Okay.
But I can also identify it as to the stock number that I put on each box when a firearm comes in. So 2110620 matches up to the box.
Okay, so you can be sure that this is in fact the case that the gun was sold.
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned that this case itself doesn't have its own locking mechanism.
No.
When you sold the gun to James Crumbley on November the 26th, did he fill out the trigger lock statement?
He did.
And did you as well?
I did.
Okay. And in that trigger lock statement, did you indicate that a lock had been provided to
Yes.
Mr. Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. So first, I'm going to open this up because I have gloves on.
Sure.
We'll show the jury. In this case, it's provided, it has an insignia SIG on it.
Yes.
So this is provided by 6 Hour, the manufacturer of the gun?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of lock was provided to Mr. Crumbley on November the 26th?
Cable lock?
Okay. And was that cable lock in fact provided to your store from 6 Hour?
Yes.
So this is Exhibit 40. This is the trigger lock statement from November the 26th, 2021. And this indicates that you did in fact provide him with that?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, or a gun case or storage container that can be secured to prevent unauthorized access. So this doesn't have a locking mechanism on it, correct?
It does not.
Okay. So I'm going to show you now Exhibit 97. Exhibit 97, specifically on the right part of the screen here. What do we see here?
We see the child handguard safety, the cable lock, and the 2 clips.
And when you say the cable lock, was this cable lock and that pamphlet provided with James Crumbley when he bought the 6 Hour on November the 26th?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. don't know if I asked this or not, but this is the type of lock that was provided by Sig Sauer at the time this firearm was sold?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Back.
Hi.
We know that you were working on November 26th of 2021.
Yes.
You were involved in the sale of the 6-hour 9mm to James Crumbley.
Yes.
In fact, you just testified about the beginning of that sale, correct?
Yes.
That you came out of the office,
Yes.
that you approached a different customer,
Yes.
then you approached Mr. Crumbley,
Yes.
who was standing at the counter.
Yes.
You testified that Mr. Crumbley knew which firearm he wanted.
Yes.
You recall that you had some conversation with Mr. Crumbley,
I did not have a conversation with him.
standing at the counter,
I approached him and asked if he needed help.
and did you converse with him? Did you talk with him at all?
No, I did not.
You asked Mr. Crumbley which firearm he wanted to purchase, or
I
if he
asked-
wanted to see anything,
I asked did he need help, and he said, yes, I want to see that.
and he indicated that, you indicated that you recognized Mr. Crumbley from prior purchases, correct?
Yes.
So you knew he'd been to the store before.
Right.
He knew which handgun he wanted, and he indicated to you that it was based on prior visits, if you recall.
No. He said he had his eye on that gun for a while, so that means he could have been in the shop looking at it, could have been online looking at it. I don't know, I didn't inquire that.
You testified previously in this case?
Yes.
Specifically, you testified on February 24th of 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall your testimony on that day?
Yes.
Would it help to refresh your recollection to know exactly what you testified on that day as it relates to this question?
Sure.
Mayor Pro Turner? Thank you. You can review the highlighted lines. You can look before and after if you'd like as well, and just look up when you're done reviewing it, please.
Is this what I'm saying?
Correct.
So this is saying what I just said?
Mayor Coach?
Sure.
Thank you. And the question was, you do recall, however, that he was very clear that he wanted one handgun based on his prior visits to the store. Your answer was yes.
Yes.
Well, hold on a second, Judge. Counsel didn't read the question before that.
Okay, well, I guess you can follow up.
I'll do a redirect, that's fine.
There was also some discussion, if you recall, you testified that Mr. Crumbley said, you testified on February 24th of 2022 that Mr. Crumbley said he had his eye on that firearm for a few days, if you recall.
He didn't say a few days, he said quite some time.
Your testimony was that he said that he had his eye on it for a few days, if you recall that testimony.
Sure.
Which page, Counsel?
Yes, page 88, specifically lines 3 through 4. He purchased the handgun that he pointed at and looked at, correct? The
Yes.
6-hour?
Yes.
You had no reason to believe that Mr. Crumbley was buying the firearm for anybody else.
No.
In fact, you said that you called him the younger guy who was there, was standing behind him.
Yes.
Behind Mr. Crumbley, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You didn't see Mr. Crumbley having any conversations with that younger guy prior to approaching them at the counter, correct?
No.
At some point, you handed the sale off to, I think you said Chris.
Yes.
If you recall, you didn't see any conversations between Mr. Crumbley and that younger guy about the purchase of that firearm after you handed off the sale, correct?
I did not.
You didn't hear Mr. Crumbley say anything to the individual that he was standing with about buying the handgun for him?
No.
And we identified, you later learned that the individual with him was his son.
Yes.
You didn't hear or see his son say anything to Mr. Crumbley about, that's the one I want.
No.
In fact, you saw no exchange between them whatsoever.
None.
You testified that provided with the sale of firearms at your store is also an ATF handgun notice, correct?
Yes.
And in that ATF handgun notice, Are you familiar with that pamphlet, the safety notice?
Yes.
We can see it in the picture, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed that previously? Not
Yes.
necessarily in connection with this case, but as part of your employment?
Yes.
In general, it's unlawful for a minor to possess a firearm. Is that correct?
Yes.
There are certain circumstances where it is not unlawful, correct?
Correct.
And specifically 18 U.S.C. 922X sub 3 sub A sub I, which is in that pamphlet, says that a minor can temporarily possess a handgun under certain conditions. Do you know
I'm
that?
just going to object to the form of the question to this witness. We do have a special agent from the ATF testifying later in this trial. I don't think this witness is equipped to testify to the content of the pamphlet, only that it was actually given.
Well, the pamphlet is an evidence, right?
It will be. It's not yet, but it will be.
Okay. So, well, I mean, I get you, have you seen that excerpt in that pamphlet?
I mean, not all the numbers, I mean, I couldn't recall all the...
I mean, asking Ms. Back to recall a specific site from the United States Code is a little bit difficult for her.
I'll ask her for the content then, Your Honor. I was trying to be complete in my question, but I'll just ask her if she recalls the content. You know that pamphlet directs that if a minor can temporarily possess a handgun under certain conditions, correct?
Are you familiar with that part of the pamphlet?
I'm sorry, read that.
Yes. That a minor can temporarily possess a handgun under certain conditions.
Yes.
Included in that is target practice, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, and this is just your knowledge, I'm not asking you about anything that you may know about anything after they left the store, but while they were in the store, to your knowledge, you never saw Mr. Crumbley allow his son to possess that Sig Sauer without his permission?
No.
Or his supervision?
No.
Based on your knowledge of the law, and this is just your knowledge of the law, it is not illegal for Mr. Crumbley to allow his son to use that Sig Sauer or any handgun at a shooting range?
No.
Or for Mr. Crumbley's son to handle the firearm while at home if Mr. Crumbley is supervising him?
As an object to the form of the question, she's talking about, that's two different things.
Yeah, well, you can't ask her if it's legal or illegal, but you can ask her if she's familiar with what was in the pamphlet. If that's in the pamphlet, she's familiar with it, she can testify.
Correct, Your Honor. That was a continued question of based on your knowledge of the law. I'm asking her about her knowledge.
Okay, now I'm going to object to the relevance, Judge. She's an office manager for the store that sold the firearm. Asking her what her knowledge of the law is not appropriate, Judge. It's an improper question.
Well, yeah, why does her knowledge of that law, why is that relevant?
Your Honor, I would think that as somebody who's an office manager of a firearm store that she would have knowledge of firearms laws.
Okay, but she might. But why is it relevant to these proceedings? I think you have an ATF guy, right?
I can ask him as well, Judge.
Okay. Yeah, her knowledge of the pamphlet, because she reviewed it and gave it to Mr. Crumbley, would be relevant, but I don't think her knowledge of the law is relevant to these proceedings.
Thank you, Judge.
Regarding the trigger lock statement, that was, which exhibit was that? You had a few of them, but we'll look at Exhibit 40. Exhibit 40 is the trigger lock statement. This was the one specifically from November 26th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
The trigger lock statement simply, in bold, right above purchaser dealer, in bold, that statement indicates that signing of that form just shows that that sale was done in compliance with the law, correct?
Yes.
That a cable lock or a locking box or a storage box was provided, correct?
Yes.
There's nothing on there that's an acknowledgement that the purchaser is going to use the cable lock, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing directing that the purchaser has to use the cable lock, is that correct?
Correct.
There's nothing on that form indicating that you are required to do anything as the dealer other than provide the cable lock, the trigger lock, or the case, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in November of 2021, there were no laws governing whether somebody had to use a cable lock or a case or a safe or anything like that, if you know.
Judge, relevance. There's no relevance to this proceeding.
Response?
If she knows, Your Honor.
But it's not just personal knowledge, it's relevance.
Are you asking her if she knew of any law?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I do know. I'm already familiar with anything like that.
No, ma'am.
She doesn't know.
Thank you. Exhibit 36, which is the firearm transaction record I believe this was for the Caltech. You indicated on direct examination that Mr. Crumbley did not receive the firearm the same day that he purchased the firearm, the Caltech.
Correct.
And this is the firearm transaction record. This is page 2 of that form, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated on direct that you didn't know if it was delayed or if there was some other reason. It could have just been taking a long time with the federal government. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, if the sale was delayed, there would be a box checked on this page 2, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it would be toward here, toward the bottom, where in 27C, correct?
Yes.
And this says proceed.
Yes.
So that sale was not delayed by the federal government, other than maybe it was just taking a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to go back to the purchase of the Sig Sauer 9mm. Exhibit 37 is the receipt, and I will put it up on the screen for you. This is the receipt of the Sig Sauer purchase on November 26th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And on there we see that the firearm is listed. It says 1 Sig Sauer SP2 2022.
Yes.
There's a serial number, SN/, and then it has numbers and letters.
Yes.
Has a price.
Yes.
Mr. Crumbley's contact information.
Yes.
His driver's license.
Yes.
Shows it was paid, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Crumbley's signature. The
Yes.
stock number.
Yes.
The tax amount.
Yes.
There's no ammunition listed, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's no ammunition listed, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, James Crumbley did not purchase ammunition with the Sig Sauer on November 26th of 2021, correct? If he had, you would have had a receipt for it at your store, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Redirect.
Briefly, thank you. Ms. Back, if the defendant's son would have walked in with the defendant and pointed at that 9mm and said, "Hey, Dad, that's the one I want," would you have sold it to him?
No.
Okay. And in fact, in your store, there's information posted that says, "Don't buy for somebody else."
Correct.
Okay. Now that the trigger lock statement, that is to ensure that the firearm dealer provides the tool to make it safe to the buyer of the gun. Is that right?
Yes.
Whose responsibility it is to actually make the gun safe?
The buyer.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, I'm going to allow you to step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your lunches are here. It's a time to stop. Can I ask you to come back at 1 o'clock? Is 1 o'clock okay? Enough time? All right, please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Be careful who you come into contact with in the courthouse. Don't look at any kind of media, social media, newspapers. Don't do any research. Don't text or Google about the case. All right? All right, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
On your crime scene investigation, how many times did the shooter fire that weapon inside Oxford High School on November the 30th?
32 times.
Thank you so much for joining us here on CBS News Detroit. I'm Meredith Bruckner.
And I'm Terrence Friday. Today, we continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage for James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter. We've been providing that coverage since the beginning of this case.
As Terrence just mentioned, James is the father of the Oxford High School shooter. He's facing multiple manslaughter charges, involuntary manslaughter charges, for allegedly not doing enough to stop his son before the massacre. Court is in break now, but we will return to the courtroom once they're back in session.
So we're going to bring in our team of legal analysts and experts here with us, Mr. Terry Johnson, Rick Convertino. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
We've had some pretty heated moments if you've been watching with us over the stream as we debate everything that is going on. Well, you two debate everything that's going on. How are you feeling so far about what we've seen play out on day 2?
I think it's, I believe that the defense attorney is planting some good seeds here. You know, going back to showing the forms that were filled out, showing that Mr. Crumbley himself was the owner of the gun, that he did not purchase it for his son. Talking about the cable lock and some of the other things that went along with that. Your viewers may or may not know I'm also a firearms instructor, and I also do a practice with firearms laws here in the state of Michigan. And I'll tell you what this defense attorney did was very good in terms of the questions that she asked, and I was very impressed. So again, it's just little pokes at reasonable doubt, just to dispel certain things here and there.
So what were some of the questions she was asking specifically about the guns that made you think, okay, that's a good point, like that's a good...
Well, I would go back to the form, the 4473, and that's anytime you purchase a firearm from an FFL, Federal Firearms Licensee, there's a federal background check, and there are things that you can't have on there. Like, so for example, are you a convicted felon? Are you under the influence of marijuana and other things along those lines? Are you purchasing it for someone else? If you're purchasing it for someone else, that's called a straw purchase. That's highly illegal. So basically, if I have, you know, the background to get a gun, I can't purchase it and sell it to someone who doesn't have the necessary requirements to get a firearm. And one of the necessary requirements from an FFL is that you've got to be over the age of 21. And again, you know, private sales in Michigan, you could be 18. But either way, you know, the shooter himself does not meet that criteria. So I could not go out, purchase a firearm, and then turn around and sell it. It doesn't have to be sold, it could be gifted to him. Just because he says, hey, you know, look at what I got, look at what they got for me. I believe the defense is still showing that the ownership still was with James Crumbley.
Rick, how are you feeling about the line of questioning that we've heard today?
By the defense attorney? I think she's doing a good job. I think she's, you know, what the prosecution has to do is build the proverbial house. You know, they have to put the foundation down, they have to build the structure of the house, paint the house, make it look nice and pretty. All the defense attorney has to do is break a few windows and put a few holes in the roof, and that's what she's doing, as Terry pointed out, you know, poking holes, poking holes, poking holes. It doesn't have to be, you know, you don't have to get jurors to have the same reasonable doubt. They can have different doubts that are reasonable. And so I think that's what she's doing. She recognizes she has some jurors on the in the box that are familiar with the firearms laws that came out in voir dire, some gun owners. And so she's targeting, you know, certain jurors with certain questions. And I think it's very effective and clearly, exponentially more effective than in the first trial.
And let's talk again about this involuntary manslaughter charge. Just break that down from the beginning, especially in relation to this case, what he's facing and what the prosecution has to prove.
Prosecution has to prove that there was an absence of ordinary care, that a reasonable circumstance, a reasonable situation was avoided here in the failure to act in an ordinary and prudent manner. And that's all it is. It's not an intentional crime or a crime of, you know, you need two things for a crime to occur. You need an act and you need intent. But on some crimes, you don't need specific intent, and involuntary manslaughter is that type of crime. You need to show reckless or negligent acts that reasonably would have, where somebody reasonably could have concluded, that the consequence of the act would have occurred. And in this case, that's what the prosecution is attempting to do by their use of circumstantial evidence. The defense, again, just has to attenuate that and show the gap there between the act or the omission and the crime.
We're hearing from the business owner where that gun was purchased. Do you feel like some of the questions presented to her have been fair so far, or what you would like to hear?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think it comes down to, we know that he purchased a gun. There's no hiding that. The question that comes out is, who did he purchase it for? Is there any evidence to show that he purchased this for his minor son? And I think that's a good process in there. I mean, we don't assume just because, my dad got a car for me when I was 17, but guess what? I could say it's my car, but it's in his name, it's insured by him, the whole 9 yards. And I think that's the point the defense is trying to show,
right,
that this, even though the kid says this, doesn't mean that this was actually purchased for him.
All right, thank you, Terry. And as we have with all other hearings related to the Oxford shooting, we're covering this trial in its entirety as part of our community commitment. November 30th, 2021 was a day that not only impacted the village of Oxford, but also our state and the nation.
You can head to our stream for uninterrupted coverage once the trial picks back up. That's our website, cbsdetroit.com, the CBS News app, and Pluto TV. We'll be right back after this quick break. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Today, the trial of James Crumbley continues. He's the father of the Oxford High School shooter.
Andres Gutierrez has been following this case since the beginning. He's live for us outside of the Oakland County courtroom. Andres, what have you been seeing so far this morning?
Yeah, Terrence, this morning court was supposed to begin at 9 a.m., but it was slightly delayed. And even before James Crumbley was brought into the courtroom, both legal teams went into the judges' chambers and were there for about 10 minutes or so. When they returned and Crumbley was brought into the courtroom, his attorney, Mario Lehman, spent about a minute or so whispering into his ear, and then later we saw him fill out some paperwork. Now, we anticipate that this may be related to the arguments that happened after the jury left yesterday pertaining to his communication at the jail that has been limited. Last night, the Oakland County Sheriff's Office did in fact confirm through a statement that they have curtailed Crumbley's access to who he calls and emails because of the threats he has made while on the phone and through electronic messages. Right now, he can now only call his attorney as well as email her. When court did resume this morning, the defense started cross-examining Ed Wagrowski, the forensic analyst who pulled text messages and other data from the phones belonging to the Crumbley family. During her questioning, the defense did a deep dive into some of the exhibits that the prosecution introduced on Thursday, including some of those 20,000 text messages that the shooter and his close friend exchange, in which the shooter does talk about the mental health struggles he faced. The defense attorney Mario Lehman also brought up the video the shooter shared with his friends and where he's holding a handgun. Take a listen.
Now, from the video that we saw, you don't know if James Crumbley is standing next to his son, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know if he was standing across from his son? correct?
I do not.
You don't know if he was in a different room, had no idea that his son was handling the firearm, is that correct?
I can't say that because when you rack around into a gun, that slide going forward makes a loud noise. And in a small house, you probably hear it.
Probably, but you don't know.
For sure, with him, no, I don't, but it's likely.
And you don't know just by looking at that exhibit what the surrounding circumstances are of that video, is that fair?
What was going on around it outside the video? No, I do not.
You know what that video shows.
Correct.
And that video shows Mr. Crumbley's son handling a firearm and loading a magazine into it, is that correct?
Correct.
And now after that analyst, we also did hear from the crime scene investigator who said that the shooter fired 32 times and ended up showing us the path where those bullets traveled. What you didn't see at home was some of the graphic images during that testimony. One photograph was of the pool of blood that was discovered in the bathroom where Justin Schilling died. So again, a lot of emotional and graphic testimony that these folks have to go through. The father again of Justin Schilling sitting in the courtroom while those images were shown. Right before lunch break, as you heard, we heard from the office manager of the gun store who sold the murder weapon to James Crumbley, and she says that it did come with a lock, but the prosecution says that that lock was never used. Reporting live in Pontiac, Andres Gutierrez, CBS News, Detroit.
Thank you, Andres. And going back to the threats you mentioned that James Crumbley is accused of making, do we know what he may have said?
Yes, so after that paperwork got filled out this morning, it was never brought up in the courtroom. It was never discussed. And because there is a gag order in place, we may not know at least till all this wraps up.
All right, thank you, Andres, reporting live from Pontiac.
And stay with CBS News Detroit for complete gavel-to-gavel coverage of this trial, expert analysis paired with that. You can stream the entire court proceeding each day live on the CBS News app, Pluto TV, and again, our website, cbsdetroit.com.
And we're going to have a look at weather with next weather meteorologist Kylie Miller now. Kylie, good to see you today. So how's it looking out there?
So it's definitely on the gloomy side for your Friday. If you are going to be heading out anywhere this afternoon, this evening, make sure that you have the umbrella with you because here comes the rain, and already our western zones are dealing with a little bit of rain shower activity right now for this lunch hour. As you can see, once the rain is here, it's going to be sticking around. We have quite a bit of moisture to work with. In total, for the rest of today, tonight, and even tomorrow morning, we could be picking up about 1 inch to 1.5 inches of rainfall. So in those low-lying areas, we'll have to watch out for some flooding. But right now, across our western zones, we do have some of that rain, mainly for Livingston County down towards Lenawee County. We're going to see more rain showers as we go through the afternoon, and then it's going to turn heavy and persistent by dinner time. Widespread rain will continue overnight, could be heavy at times, and that will continue for the early hours of tomorrow morning. But then by tomorrow, late morning, early afternoon, a few more on and off rain showers, and we're going to get a shot of cool air too, with temperatures falling during the day tomorrow. So we're going to have to watch out for a combination of rain and snow, not only for tomorrow, but on Sunday as well, because it is going to be quite breezy on Sunday. Here's a live look right now over Southfield. Cloudy skies. It is breezy right now with a southeasterly wind. Temperature in Detroit, 48 degrees. Cloudy skies. Rain is starting to approach the region. Not raining in Detroit just yet, but it is close. Temperatures for highs today, mid-50s. Then for tomorrow, falling temperatures throughout the day. Looking ahead to Sunday, 40 degrees for your high. It is going to be colder and it is going to be breezy too. Don't forget this weekend we do spring forward, and then we're going to be back into the 50s and 60s next week.
All right, thank you, Kylie. Families are on the lookout this afternoon after a stranger danger alert was put out by police.
Yeah, our Jordan Burrows is on your block in Bloomfield Township where that incident took place.
It was near this intersection in Bloomfield Hills of Woodbank and Spruce Drive where police say there was a stranger danger incident. They say it happened on Tuesday, and officers are now reminding the community to be diligent of their surroundings. In a lengthy Facebook post from Bloomfield Hills Township Police Department, it outlined what happened to a student who was walking home from their bus stop. It said, quote, "They were approached by a silver or gray car. The driver of the vehicle pulled up next to the student and rolled down the driver window. The driver stuck his arm out the window toward the student. The police department went on to say the driver didn't speak to the student and drove off as he ran home. The Bloomfield Township Police Department applauds this student for being diligent of their surroundings and notifying a trusted adult of the situation. Officers said do not engage anyone that approaches you or your children inappropriately and immediately call 911. They're asking parents to remind their children about stranger danger and contacting a trusted adult when something does not feel right. We reached out to the township for comment, but have yet to hear back. If you know of anything in the stranger danger incident, go ahead and call the Bloomfield Township School Resource Officer at 248-433-7770. Reporting in Bloomfield Hills, Jordan Burrows, CBS News, Detroit.
All right, we have to take a quick break over the air, but a reminder, once the trial picks back up, we do have continued live coverage for you, complete gavel coverage. Trial of James Crumbley, the father of the Oxford school shooter. You can stream it on the CBS News app, Pluto TV, and our website, cbsdetroit.com.
don't know what doctor he was asking to see.
From the word prior to that, where he's hearing voices and he feels like he's dying inside, I do not know the doctor.
You don't know. You don't know if he ever did ask.
He mentioned it in a couple different conversations that he was going to try to ask.
Going to try. You don't know if he ever did.
I do not.
Judge, I just have to redirect because I have to correct something that was just said in that exhibit. I actually asked my dad to take to the doctor yesterday.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is that your recollection?
Yes,
Thank
correct.
You. Thank you, Judge.
All right, you're seeing some of the testimony that happened today in the trial for James Crumbley, the father of the Oxford school shooter. Our legal panel of experts here with us, Terry Johnson and Rick Carmentino.
So just lay out, Rick, a little bit of what we saw there, the redirect that the attorney did, Marquise. What was the purpose of clarifying that message between the shooter and his friend?
Well, on the cross-examination, the defense counsel had the witness say that that he wasn't sure if he told his father, that he mentioned it, but there was no connection between his father and he about whether or not he needed to see a doctor. On redirect, the prosecutor went back and actually had another text that said, "I told my dad that I needed to see a doctor." So it was those little things can affect the credibility of the opposition counsel, and in this case, you know, the defense counsel made a big deal about you don't know that whether he did or didn't tell his father, and he had the witness acknowledge that, and then prosecutor went back and said, well, here's another text, and in fact, he did tell his father in this text. So it was a very effective recross examination.
It was effective. Terry, we don't have too much time left, but what are your thoughts moving forward? What kind of witnesses might we see during the rest of the day?
I am anticipating it's Friday. I think the last witness that they'll probably put on will be somebody that's going to leave them something to think about over the weekend. I'm anticipating probably someone from Oxford Public Schools coming.
You know what the prosecutor said just before they broke was he said, Judge, we're very ahead of schedule right now.
Yeah.
He mentioned that to the judge, whether that means that they don't have another witness in the hole to fill the rest of the day or not.
Which happens.
But it does happen, but he did say we're well ahead of our schedule.
Yeah, and the reason that happens sometimes is because if you're ahead of schedule, if I tell somebody, listen, I'm not going to need you till Monday, and it's now Friday at 1 o'clock and I don't have anybody else to call because we've gotten through these witnesses so efficiently, that could, I'm not going to say cause problems, but that could slow the trial down. And I think the judge is going to say, listen, from here on out, have your witnesses here. I don't care if it's
Things can
hours
be very,
earlier.
very fluid. So we do just have to go on a quick break, as we have with all other hearings related to this shooting. We're covering this trial in its entirety as part of our community commitment. You can catch more coverage on the stream. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're going to have another look at the weather now with Kylie. So a gloomy day today.
And rain is starting to move on in. So if you guys have any Friday evening plans, Unfortunately, you're going to need the umbrella. It is going to be quite soggy. That rain is going to be picking up in intensity going through the rest of this afternoon. By the evening hours, dinner time, if you had any plans to go out for dinner, it is going to be some soaking rainfall. In total, we could see about an inch to an inch and a half of rain. So putting on our radar, as you can see, Washtenaw County, Livingston, Lenawee County getting in on that rain. Pretty light right now, but as we go through the remainder of the day, the rain is just going to continue to intensify. As you can see, temperatures across our southern zones are in the mid to upper 40s, already at 52 degrees in the city, 50 in Dearborn. St. Clair Shores a little bit cooler with a temperature of 46, 49 in Chesterfield, Heartland coming in at 47, and anywhere north of I-69, temperatures a little bit cooler in the middle 40s, but Port Huron has a temperature of 50 degrees. And for these next 3 days, you can expect our rain to continue, at least in the form of rain for today and tomorrow, but by Sunday, a little bit of a rain-snow mix is going to be rolling through. So with that said, it could become a little bit dicey for your morning travels on Sunday if you're going to any church services, anything like that. Temperatures for highs today hitting the mid-50s for the city. Then for tomorrow, 50 seems nice, but tomorrow we're actually going to have falling temperatures all day long. Plus, it's going to be breezy with winds gusting up to about 30 miles per hour. So it's going to make it feel even cooler outdoors. And then by Sunday, a little bit of sunshine, but again, a rain-snow mix will be possible, especially for the morning hours. It's still going to be breezy on Sunday, and temperatures will be cool with a high of 40 degrees.
All right, rain-snow mix plus springing forward. We got a lot to contend with this weekend.
Michigan spring weather.
Yeah.
By next week, temperatures going to be back into the 60s. So we have that to look forward to as well. Thank you, Kylie.
Thank you, Kylie. Well, we are on a pause right now with the James Crumbley trial, but things will be resuming later this afternoon. We'll have that coverage for you. It's available on our stream at cbsdetroit.com, Pluto TV, and the CBS News app. Also, stay connected with us anytime on our website, cbsdetroit.com, for the latest news, sports, and weather. We'll see you then. Have a good day.
During the horrific Uvalde school shooting, how parents of the victims are responding. You're streaming CBS News.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go.
Weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing or bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
This case, it's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This is CBS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to CBS News. I'm Elaine Quijano. Here's a quick recap of some of the top stories we're following. U.S. companies added a larger than expected 275,000 jobs in February. That's up from the 229,000 gained in January. Average hourly earnings were up 4.3% from this time last year. The unemployment rate ticked up to just under 4%. The Senate is expected to vote today on the package of bills needed to avert a partial government shutdown beginning at midnight. However, both chambers are said to be far apart on the next batch of funding bills. The deadline for those bills is 2 weeks from today. President Biden set the tone for what looks like a combative upcoming presidential campaign in last night's State of the Union address. The president threw multiple jabs against former President Trump, whom he referred to only as my predecessor. Both the president and vice president are expected to keep hammering those themes in separate campaign appearances today. Well, President Biden responded to multiple interruptions from Republican lawmakers during his address last night.
In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing.
Moments like that one happened throughout the speech, even after House Speaker Mike Johnson urged his members to show decorum in a meeting Wednesday. CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is at the White House. Hi there, Caitlin. Good to see you. So these disruptions from lawmakers like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others have basically become a regular part of State of the Union addresses. How did the president react to some of these instances throughout the night?
Yeah, even despite, as you mentioned, party leaders urging members not to interrupt and to kind of remain calm, we kind of knew this would be coming. What was interesting, Elaine, though, was you mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene. And as Biden was walking into the chamber, you could see her with a red Make America Great Again hat, representative of Trump, and she passed him a button with Laken Riley's name on it. And later at the podium, she jeered him during the immigration component, and he brought the button back up again and showed her and said her name. Laken Riley, of course, the woman in Georgia who was allegedly killed by an undocumented immigrant. And so kind of trying to throw it back at Republicans, saying, if you want to do something about this, send me a bill. So you saw him engage in that way. And talking to Democrats ahead of this speech, some reminded me of moments in the last State of the Union that Biden did that, and they felt like that was a strong moment for him because it kind of showed an engagement with the crowd, and also kind of setting up these contrasts that they wanted to show ahead of the election.
Yeah, it was an interesting strategy to watch. We also touched on this a moment ago, but President Biden did not mention former President Trump by name, but criticized him throughout the speech. How did Donald Trump respond?
Well, Donald Trump was very busy on Truth Social, his preferred social media outlet, last night, tweeting at a pretty rapid, or putting statements out at a pretty rapid pace as trying to counter program. But Elena, it was really interesting this week because we did see kind of a split screen moment coming off of Super Tuesday. You had Donald Trump all but officially claiming the Republican nomination. Then just a couple of days later, the president has this huge platform to also push forward his agenda for re-election, essentially. So this week really kind of gave you a preview of what the general is going to look like, this rematch between the current and former president. Republicans, of course, wanted to have their official response through Katie Britt, the Alabama senator, who, of course, has been criticized a little bit as well for the performance of her speech. But she has been thought of as someone in the Republican Party that can address some of the vulnerabilities that the standard bearer of the party has.
Well, the president took concerns about his age head on, saying, quote, "The issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas." I know the speech was just last night. Is there any way to gauge, Caitlin, whether that argument might be resonating with voters?
Well, it will be interesting to see, whether it does. Obviously, age and mental acuity have been Biden's kind of biggest vulnerabilities. But to me, this speech seemed to be really geared towards assuaging Democrats who may have been nervous about what this general election rematch might look like, given the vulnerabilities that Biden has and given that he has been lagging behind Trump in the polls. So this kind of addressing of age head on seemed to be a way, to assuage some Democrats as well. The performance of last night was going to be graded more so than the policy.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns at the White House for us. Caitlin, thank you. Lara Trump is the new co-chair of the Republican National Committee. Former President Trump's daughter-in-law was formally elected at the RNC spring meeting in Texas. Michael Whatley, a North Carolina Republican who has supported Trump's election fraud claims, was elected to be the new chair. The leadership shakeup comes after longtime chair Ronna McDaniel stepped down from her position. Former President Trump has posted a nearly $92 million bond as he appeals the verdict in E. Jean Carroll's defamation case. A federal jury ordered the likely Republican presidential nominee to pay Carroll more than $83 million in damages earlier this year. Last year, a separate jury found Trump liable for sexually abusing the writer and awarded her $5 million in damages. The former president also faces a $454 million fine in his New York civil fraud case. He has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing in these cases. Well, parents in Uvalde, Texas are outraged by a new report defending how police responded to the 2022 mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in the attack. The independent investigation was ordered by the city and cleared the city's police department of any wrongdoing. The report contradicts the findings of state and federal authorities that criticized the police response and cited several critical errors with how they handled the situation.
You said that it was best, that there was no way to go in. It was for their safety. It was not for the safety of children. How dare you?
While the Uvalde police internal investigation is ongoing, none of the roughly 24 officers who responded that day have been fired. Well, some big strides are being made on this International Women's Day. We'll take a look at 2 countries taking steps today to protect women's rights. Plus, the Oscars are just 2 days away.
Oh, I was sent down from Washington, D.C. to see about these murders.
See what about them?
See who's doing it.
Later this hour, we're going to get you ready for the Academy Awards on Sunday. Will Killers of the Flower Moon take home the award for Best Picture? You're streaming CBS News.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going. The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides, taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
You're going to hear a lot of reporting.
It is clearly a pivotal moment.
Gun control, the economy, education.
Both sides of the political aisle fight it out for power.
Bringing you the analysis that you need.
Thoughtfully, with context.
Be part of the conversation.
On CBS News streaming.
Welcome to America Decides, Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Today marks 10 years since the disappearance of Malaysian Airlines flight MH370. The flight was carrying 239 people when it disappeared mid-flight while traveling from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing in 2014. Since then, it's become one of the world's greatest aviation mysteries. Malaysia's Prime Minister says he'll reopen the investigation into the disappearance if compelling new evidence emerges. Jonathan Head, with our partners at the BBC, has more.
Well, it's been exactly 10 years since flight MH370 departed from Kuala Lumpur International Airport, and what everyone thought was a routine flight. In less than an hour after it departed, all communication, all electronic signaling from the plane was shut down. There was a routine goodbye from the pilot. Nothing has been heard from it since. That lack of data, there was only a little bit of satellite data that told people the plane had turned around about 180 degrees and headed way south into the Indian Ocean, but it didn't give a very specific area. There was a huge international search. 26 countries involved, lasting around four years, but didn't manage to find the plane in an area about the size of the United Kingdom. For the last 6 years, there's been no search effort at all. It's been enormously frustrating for the families, very painful for them as they deal with the anniversaries every year of this unexplained loss. Now we're hearing the Malaysian government is negotiating a new search with a specialist American underwater surveillance company. That search could take place as early as perhaps later this year. There is also new analysis of the data that's going on at the moment, this very skimpy data we have that hopes to pinpoint a much narrower area to search. If that area turns out to be accurate, and there's a lot of new technology now for searching underwater, there is a higher chance now of finding the plane than there was in the past.
Severe weather is threatening the southeastern part of the country, including the possibility of tornadoes. Meanwhile, the Northeast is bracing for more rain and cold. Storm specialist Greg Postel from our partners at the Weather Channel has all the details. Hi, Greg.
Well, good day, Elaine. It's a fairly volatile day today. We've got all kinds of hazards to deal with. We've got severe weather, including the possibility of a couple of tornadoes, also some hail for us, and even a flood threat emerging during the afternoon and nighttime hours across parts of the southeast. So let's time it out and show you where the showers and thunderstorms are going to likely be as we go into the mid-afternoon hours. There may be, in some cases, severe weather in southern Alabama, southern Georgia, for example, maybe parts of the northern Florida panhandle as we go through the evening hours. But if not that, there's still going to be a lot of heavy rain for many more of us, especially on the northern side of this, from Macon on up through Atlanta and parts of South Carolina. It is going to be raining hard, very likely overnight tonight. Any severe weather that we get will likely, I think, be confined to parts of the Gulf Coast, maybe the I-10 corridor from Tallahassee on to Jacksonville. And then during the morning hours, we're still going to be dealing with some severe weather threat during the day tomorrow, probably in the first half of the day and moving from west to east as that system rolls on by. But definitely note that we still have that chance for severe weather tomorrow with a possibility of a tornado or two. In the Northeast, it is likely going to be raining during the weekend, Saturday and on into Sunday morning. There's Sunday morning, of course, some heavy rain moving through and colder air enough on the backside to bring some of that rain over to snow. Remember, you can get updates to the forecast for your neighborhood with the Weather Channel on cable or live on your favorite TV streaming device. Elaine, back to you.
All right, Greg, thank you. Well, Americans will lose an hour of sleep this weekend for the start of daylight saving time. Clocks are moving forward by 1 hour at 2 a.m. on Sunday to give Americans an extra hour of sunlight in the evenings. But sleep experts are calling for an end to these seasonal time changes. CBS News correspondent Michael George reports from New York.
Isabel Datis isn't thrilled about turning the clocks forward and losing an hour. Does it mess with your sleep schedule?
It does mess with my sleep. Like, I go to sleep later and I wake up later, so I'm usually late.
With more and more research suggesting daylight saving time can have dangerous and serious effects on health and safety, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine is advocating for year-round standard time.
One, it removes the switching of our circadian rhythms twice a year, which is very difficult for our bodies to adjust to. And number two, standard time is aligned with our biological clock. There's bright light in the morning and less light in the evening.
Dr. Jocelyn Chang says when we're exposed to less light in the morning, it makes it more difficult for us to wake up, and more light in the evening makes it more difficult to fall asleep. The AASM cites research showing the springtime change can lead to increased risk of motor vehicle accidents, medical errors, heart attacks, and strokes and mood disturbances.
But some lawmakers want to instead make daylight saving time permanent.
The Sunshine Protection Act would mean longer dark mornings.
I love it being brighter when I wake up because I'm a school teacher, so when I wake up I don't like it being dark because I have to get my kids to school and I'm dropping them off and it's dark.
As we adjust to daylight saving time, experts advise
when you wake up in the morning, make sure that you're exposed to bright light. Sunlight's ideal, but any bright light at all is better than none.
That bright light will help set your internal clock to the new time and help manage your sleep and alertness. Michael George, CBS News, New York.
Will this dance earn Emma Stone her second Best Actress Oscar on Sunday? A movie expert will join us next to share his prediction.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Everybody wakes up in the morning and they are pelted with alerts that frighten them, news that agitates them. With this show, we have the time to explain what's going on. These migrants, they've been released. Explain the status that allows them to be released, to slow things down a little bit. What are the big sets of questions for China and its ambitions? Hackers are stepping up their attacks to extort victims. Let's start with easy. Who's attacking? Here's a deeper understanding of what's happening.
Prime Time with John Dickerson. Stream on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Hollywood is getting ready to roll out the red carpet for the industry's biggest night of the year. The 96th Academy Awards are happening on Sunday. 10 movies are competing for the ceremony's top honor, Best Picture. These include the historical epics Oppenheimer and Killers of the Flower Moon. Female-centered features Barbie and Poor Things, and international films Anatomy of a Fall and The Zone of Interest. Eric Davis is here in Studio 57 to dig into all things Oscars with us. He is the managing editor of Fandango. Eric, always great to see you. So we're a little tight on time, so let me just get right to it. Before delving into the Best Picture nominees, let's start with Best Actor. Cillian Murphy is the favorite to take home the Oscar for Oppenheimer, but some people believe Paul Giamatti could prevail for the holdovers. So what's your take on that?
It's a fun race. I do think Cillian Murphy will win his first Oscar for Oppenheimer. I'm a big Giamatti fan, also rooting for Giamatti. Wish both of them could win this award, but I do think Cillian is going to get it.
Yeah, okay, so the Best Actress race might be the tightest of them all because you have both Emma Stone, Lily Gladstone racking up several awards this season for their performances in Poor Things and Killers of the Flower Moon, respectively. I mean, who do you think is actually going to win?
Yeah, this is actually my favorite category of the night. And, yeah, I do think it's between Lily and Emma. Sandra Huller for Anatomy of Fall could be a shocker of the evening. That's been bubbling up as of late. I am going with Lily Gladstone. This would be her first Oscar win, first Native American woman to ever win Best Actress Oscar. And for an up-and-comer like Lily Gladstone, this award would really make a difference. It would catapult her to that next level of her career. She's a great actress. I think she deserves it. I think Emma is great, too.
Yeah.
I think Emma will be back here sooner rather than later.
I'm just curious, what did you like in particular about Lily Gladstone's performance that you think kind of pushes her over the top there?
You know, I always think it's more difficult to kind of have an internal performance, where so much of the power of the performance is in the way you look at someone or look across the room. You know, Emma Stone, very kind of external, physical performance. And so I always think it's more skillful when you say everything with your eyes.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why Lily deserves it.
Really interesting. All right, let's talk about Barbie and the backlash after the Academy got that backlash after not nominating Greta Gerwig for Best Director for Barbie. How does that work, Eric? I wonder, does that basically boost her chances of winning Best Adapted Screenplay for the film?
I mean, in some ways, you know, I think it is important to note that Greta is still nominated for Best Adapted Screenplay. Margot Robbie nominated as a producer for Best Picture for Barbie. But that adapted screenplay also really fun category. I think Barbie could get it. I think Oppenheimer could get it. I also think American Fiction, Cord Jefferson, first-time writer-director, I think he's going to win.
So is there a world that exists where Oppenheimer doesn't actually win Best Picture?
Of course there's a world that exists where it doesn't.
What is it then?
But I think it's Oppenheimer.
Okay.
You know, if something came in and shocked everyone, I would say it would be the Poor Things or The Holdovers. But I do think Oppenheimer is going to win. It is the most decorated, 13 nominations. I'm predicting it to win 8 of those 13. And I do think it wins Best Picture. I think Christopher Nolan wins his first Oscar for Best Director as well.
All right, Eric Davis, always so good to see you in person. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Coming up throughout the afternoon on CBS News, the White House takes the State of the Union on the road with major speeches on tap for both President Biden and Vice President Harris. The administration's claim of an improving economy is bolstered by a higher-than-expected jobs report. And the U.S. drops more aid in Gaza as the international community looks to broker a ceasefire deal by Sunday. You're streaming CBS News.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
Is this really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
On Face the Nation, the way to learn is to listen.
We may have a recession.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides, taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
You're going to hear a lot of reporting.
It is clearly a pivotal moment.
Gun control, the economy, education.
Both sides of the political aisle fight it out for power.
Bringing you the analysis that you need.
Thoughtfully, with context.
Be part of the conversation.
On CBS News streaming.
Welcome to America Decides.
This is CBS.
CBS News, 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
At the CBS Evening News, we focus on solutions, finding solutions to healthcare problems, how much money we can spend on groceries, finding solutions to help people understand what are the right choices to make for you and your family.
CBS Reports goes inside the migration crisis and the families fighting to survive. Tonight at 8 on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News. I'm Elaine Quijano. Here's a look at the top stories we are following right now. The Biden administration takes the president's State of the Union messages on the road with the race to November ramping up. Congress is juggling several issues after the State of the Union, including a budget deadline and new legislation targeting TikTok. And the nation's employers beat expectations in the latest jobs report despite an uptick in unemployment. And later this hour, outrage in Uvalde, Texas. Parents of the children killed at Robb Elementary react to a new report that defends the police response to one of the worst school shootings in U.S. history. And terrifying images from the air. A 260-pound tire falls off a United Airlines flight shortly after takeoff. A look at the damage on the ground. Well, President Biden did not hold back in his State of the Union address. He sparred with Republicans on key issues, including the economy, access to reproductive health care, and the border. The president also challenged his predecessor on several occasions.
I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris spoke to CBS News earlier today. She blamed former President Trump for Congress's inability to pass the bipartisan immigration plan.
The former president calls the head of the Republican Party in Congress and says, don't put it up for a vote, because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing it. I do believe the majority of members of Congress do know that there's a solution in hand, and we need to fix a problem that we all know exists.
CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cortez is here for more on her conversation with the vice president. So, Nancy, President Biden said last night that he has been working nonstop to get a 6-week ceasefire in Gaza. What did Vice President Harris tell you about the current state of that conflict?
Well, I asked her if they're going to start upping the pressure, essentially, on the Israeli government, because she's been pretty outspoken about this humanitarian crisis. And President Biden, in his State of the Union, put a number on it. He said at least 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed, many of them with no connection to Hamas whatsoever. So I asked her in our interview if she's losing confidence in Bibi Netanyahu and how this is all going to end. And here's what she had to say.
This conflict has to end as soon as it does. So matters. We need to get the hostages out. We need humanitarian aid to go in. And ultimately, we need a two-state solution. And we have been working every day, frankly, since October 8th toward that end, in addition to all the work that needs to happen now. We have also been clear. Far too many Palestinian civilians, innocent people, have been killed. Israel has to do better on that issue. It needs to allow more aid to get in. And we need this ceasefire over the course of at least 6 weeks.
You know, Elaine, there was this hot mic moment after the State of the Union last night where the president was overheard telling a U.S. senator and his Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, that he had basically warned the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, that they were going to have a come-to-Jesus conversation soon if things didn't change. I asked her about that. I asked her if U.S. aid to Israel might be jeopardized if things don't change. She said that you have to distinguish between the Israeli people who deserve this aid and the Israeli government, with whom this administration clearly has major differences. She said that the U.S. is going to continue to support that ally in the region, even as they continue to push the government to make some major changes to the way that they are prosecuting this war.
Interesting. It sounds like the Biden administration is seeing an inflection point here here. I also want to ask you about TikTok, because there's a bill in Congress that could ban TikTok, and you asked the vice president about that. What did she say, Nancy?
Right. So this is a bill that would either force TikTok to divest from its Chinese parent company or would impose a ban on TikTok here in the United States. This bill was brought up for a vote in a House committee yesterday, the same day of the State of the Union, and it passed unanimously, 50-0. So now it's going to go to the full House, and based on what happened in that committee, it looks like there's a good chance it'll pass. And so I asked her if this is legislation that the president would sign and that the White House could get behind. Take a listen. Do you support this move to crack down on TikTok?
Well, we have been very clear about our concerns about TikTok, and I can't speak to the legislation itself, but certainly we have concerns about the safety and any national security threats that may be posed by TikTok.
So essentially, she was non-committal, which kind of reflects the position of this White House over the past several years, where they've been conducting this investigation into TikTok to try to figure out how it should be handled. But that investigation has been dragging on since basically the president came into office.
Taking a step back for a moment, Nancy, what role do you think the vice president will play on the campaign trail heading into November?
Well, you know, she's been really crisscrossing the country. In fact, she's heading from D.C. today to Arizona. She's also going to be going to Nevada, two key battleground states. So she's out on the road a lot, and she's talking about what is going to be really a central theme of this campaign, and that is reproductive rights. And that issue really got kind of a shot in the arm a couple of weeks ago with this Alabama ruling that appeared initially to imperil IVF in the state of Alabama, and you saw clinics and hospitals there halting the process. So she is basically making the case, just like you heard the president do in the State of the Union last night, that that reproductive rights are under attack, and that if the president is reelected, that he's going to try to codify Roe v. Wade, basically reinstate it across the country.
All right, Nancy Cordes in Washington for us. Nancy, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lawmakers are back at work just hours after the State of the Union. The Senate is expected to vote on a government funding package today to avert a partial shutdown beginning at midnight. The deadline for a full government shutdown is in 2 weeks. Senators will weigh a $460 billion measure approved by the House Wednesday. It provides funding for the Departments of Agriculture, Commerce, Justice, and several other agencies and federal programs through September. CBS News congressional correspondent Scott McFarland has more from Capitol Hill. So, Scott, let's start first of all with last night's State of the Union. What's been the reaction on Capitol Hill?
There's this sense from Democrats that they not only liked the president's performance, they liked the issues he emphasized. Issues involving preserving Social Security, talking about women's reproductive rights, talking about the importance of making the tax code more fair. Republicans have argued unequivocally as this day began, Elaine, that it was politicized and overly political, that it was an argument versus a unifying address. Let's hear from both party leaders as they spoke late this morning.
Speaker Johnson, what did you make of that speech?
That it was overly partisan.
Smoking Joe Biden was on fire during the State of the Union address. He was lit, delivered a compelling vision for the American people, and crushed MAGA extremism.
Congress recognizes this is the start of a general election campaign and a State of the Union address that was utilized at least somewhat toward that end. But Congress has some big business to do before November. They have to not only do something for Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan, some form of funding in some way, shape, or form, but there's also the basic blocking and tackling of government. They still have to finish those spending deals this month, and another crack at that issue come September.
On the agenda. All right, well, let's turn back to the government funding package. Is this a signal that lawmakers across the aisle are becoming perhaps a bit more willing to work with each other to pass legislation?
Or it's a sign, Elaine, they're becoming exhausted by this whole process. I mean, they are doing such a small thing here, trying to keep the lights on, trying to keep the government open for really weeks or months at a time, not the way they're supposed to. And what they're doing tonight, they're going to cut this very close tonight against a midnight deadline Eastern time in the U.S. Senate, is the work of 2023. This was something that was supposed to be done last fall. They are struggling. They are fighting to get it done in mid-March. And then they have another crack at it later this month when they fund the rest of government, Homeland Security, military. Some of this really is a sign of a gridlocked, if not punch-drunk Congress that is just trying to move the ball down the field.
Scott, I also have to ask you about TikTok. Yesterday, a House committee voted unanimously to advance a bipartisan bill that would require it to divest from its Chinese-based owner or risk being banned in the U.S. How is TikTok responding, and does this measure have enough support to become law?
I really want to emphasize this is a big thing happening in Congress right now. This effort to require TikTok to divest itself, separate itself from its China-based owner, or face the prospect of a ban in U.S. app stores, it's moving at light speed in an otherwise sluggish Congress. The bill was introduced Tuesday. It passed through a key committee, the Energy Committee, yesterday, 50-0. Elaine, nothing passes 50-0 in this committee in this day. TikTok tried to mobilize its users yesterday to call your congressman, call your congresswoman, protest this bill, and it seems to have backfired. One of the co-sponsors of the legislation said all it did was inform the rest of Congress of the power, the perniciousness of TikTok, its ability to use geolocation to mobilize people. They say that's the danger of this app if it's rooted and connected to China. And TikTok is continuing its argument that they say this is a trampling on the First Amendment rights of, well, tens of millions of Americans.
It'll be really fascinating to watch. You're right. We don't often see bipartisan unity like that on Capitol Hill. Scott McFarland for us. Scott, thank you. Expelled former Congressman George Santos announced he is once again running for office as he made an appearance at last night's State of the Union. Santos posted last night he will challenge Republican Representative Nick LaLanna in New York's 1st Congressional District. He previously represented the state's 3rd Congressional District. Santos is facing 23 federal charges related to allegations of wire fraud, identity theft, campaign finance violations, and other crimes. He has pleaded not guilty to all counts. Well, the monthly jobs report released this morning shows mixed signs about the economy. The Labor Department reports 275,000 new jobs in February. Now, that is well above expectations. Unemployment did tick higher to 3.9%, but still below the 4% level. Acting U.S. Labor Secretary Julie Su shared her reaction to the report on the CBS Morning News.
Labor force participation remains strong. In fact, women's labor force participation rate increased. Women continue to power this economic recovery, and the jobs creation was broad-based across multiple industries. We saw it in healthcare. We saw transportation and warehousing go up, restaurants and bars, social assistance, as well as government. So all around.
Welcome back. We are continuing our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the trial for James Crumbley. After they are returning from a lunch break, we'll pick things back up inside the courtroom.
We are now in day 2 of testimony. The 47-year-old is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the deaths of the students killed when his son attacked the school.
We know that The jurors have been selected, and we're told that his trial will be different from his wife, who was convicted of the same charges last month. But so far, we have heard testimony from the same witnesses that we did in Jennifer Crumbley's trial, some of them also testifying in the Miller hearing. The prosecution is now giving the defense a look at the playbook, possibly. So do you think that that's something that will work to their advantage?
Yes, I think it will work to the advantage of the defense. You kind of know, you have a testimony that a witness has already been locked into. So I believe you saw that with the one witness that purchased a fire. Well, didn't you say that? So I can't remember. Well, here, I know what you're going to say. Here's a copy of what you said, a transcript. You're able to put it in front of her, so you kind of know what's going on. It does give the defense a little bit of a advantage, in my opinion.
And speaking of advantage, I mean, the fact that Jennifer's trial took place before this one gave both sides a huge advantage.
Yeah, remember at the first trial there was something called a daily copy. So each time a witness testified, by the end of the day, the court reporter, I should say, would transcribe it, and it would be turned over to both parties. So there is a playbook. Each and every witness won't be a surprise. Their testimony is in the hands of both parties now. In the first trial, I think it's the same witness order so far as the first trial as well. I'm not sure. I know the first two witnesses are the same in the
Very
same
similar.
order.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But there's a marked difference between the two trials, and that would be the defense attorney in this case is much better, much more thorough, prepared, succinct, knows what's important and what's not, and is doing a much more effective job of presenting her case through cross-examination than Jennifer's attorney did in the first trial.
Mm-hmm. It certainly feels like a faster pace. Things are moving along so well, in fact, that before lunch break, the prosecution said they're ahead of schedule. So does this mean we could see an early ending today to the trial?
I don't know. I mean, it depends. You know, what the judge will generally say is call another witness, call another witness. Prosecutors and defense attorneys, we schedule our witnesses. Hey, I won't need you till this time, around this time. I may not need you till Monday. So, you know, people understand when and where, but you never know. I mean, there may, and it may take somebody out of sync there. In other words, I'm putting on a schedule of witnesses to do X, Y, and Z. Now I've got to fill it with somebody else. Could potentially throw the prosecution out of sync just a little.
All right, thank you, Terry and Rick. So we understand that court is resuming, that the jury has just walked in. We're going to tune back in for part 2 of day 2, and we do want to warn you that some images and language may be disturbing.
All right, you may be seated. Next witness, prosecutor.
Detective Sergeant Joe Bryant, Judge.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, please step up and have a seat. And could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name, please?
Joe Bryan, Joebrian.
Go ahead.
Sir, where do you work?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Sheriff's Office?
29 years.
Okay. So tell me, sir, what do you currently do there?
I'm assigned to the Special Investigations Unit as a detective sergeant.
And what does the Special Investigation Unit in the Sheriff's Office do?
We handle major crimes, internal affairs, officer-involved shootings, anything major, we usually have our hands into it.
Okay. And that's run by Lieutenant Timothy Willis at
It
the
is.
here? Okay.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been assigned to the Special Investigative Unit?
Since 2011.
And prior to that, where did you work?
I was the detective sergeant in charge of our computer crimes unit for almost 8 years. Prior to that, worked at the jail, the road, general investigations on the road.
Okay. So all told, you said 29 years of law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
Sir, let's direct your attention to November the 30th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you made aware of the shooting at Oxford High School?
I was.
Do you recall how you were made aware of that?
My supervisor, Lieutenant Willis, called me on the phone.
And did you respond to the school?
Eventually, I was heading that way, then I got diverted.
And tell me what happened.
Lieutenant Willis called me and asked if I would go to the Oxford substation to attempt some interviews.
Okay. And we say attempt some interviews. Interviews of who?
The shooter, the responsible.
Okay, so the shooter was arrested at the Oxford High School on November the 30th and taken to where?
The Oxford substation.
Okay, so we say substation, so the sheriff's office being a rather large organization, there's different police stations of the sheriff's office within Oakland County?
Correct. Every township that contracts with us, we have a substation, like a mini police station at each a contracted area, each township.
Okay, and when you say Oxford substation, that's what we're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were made aware that the shooter was transported to that location?
Correct.
And you were sent there to do what?
Attempt to interview him.
Okay. And did you speak with the shooter?
I did.
Okay. Did you learn his parents' identities?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do with that information?
I called his dad
Okay.
and asked him to respond to the substation to talk to them.
Is his dad in court today?
He is.
Can you point to him and describe something he's wearing today?
And he's sitting at the defense table and he has the headphones with the little white muffs on them.
You got a reflected identification?
The record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant.
Okay, so we had testimony from Edward Wagrowski regarding location data earlier today and yesterday that showed that James Crumbley arrived at the substation about 1:58 p.m. on November the 30th. Is that consistent with your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now tell us please what happened after, what did James Crumbley arrive, did Jennifer Crumbley arrive as well?
Yes, they both arrived together.
Okay, and tell us what happened after they arrived.
My partner and I, Rob Miller, took him into an interview room to let him know what was going on.
Okay. And in the Oxford substation, when you took them to an interview room, is this room equipped with audio and visual recording?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and was that equipment operational on November the 30th?
It was.
Okay, and was that conversation between yourself, the defendant, and his wife, is that captured on audio and visual recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've seen that recording before?
I have.
And that fairly depicts that conversation?
It does.
Judge, this is Exhibit 301. I believe we do not have an objection to this, but is that correct?
Correct, no objection, Your Honor.
301's admitted, yes.
May I publish to the jury, Judge?
Sure.
So as we wait for the...
Let me know if we need the sound adjusted.
Thank you, Judge. Before I press play, the top right corner of the screen here reflects 14:58. The time is actually 13:58. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And is that because of daylight savings?
I'm assuming.
Okay. So the actual time this begins is 1:58 p.m. on November the 30th.
That's correct.
So before you start, just identify everybody who you see here.
I got my back with the bald head and the blue shirt. To my left is my partner, now retired Sergeant Rob Miller. One standing is James Crumbley, and the woman is Jennifer Crumbley, his wife.
Okay.
We have Ethan with us. Obviously, we don't know all that happened after the red so online. It's our understanding he wasn't involved in a school shooting. He was the one who did everything. He said he acted alone. So basically, the only thing we've asked him so far, because there's word about other students, other people that don't know this. I'll get some questions from you, or ask you some questions first before you start talking to him. Is there, I hate to stop you. Is it possible for me to have a word with my mouth? Yes, yes, super dry, reading out.
There may be colleagues that you know.
And we do not know, there are several people who can shout this is my car to get back. We'll get into it with you a little bit. But we really need to talk to him. Of course, we can do that without you guys.
He was just very smart.
That's what I understand. But we'll talk about that.
He said there's a lady dad.
Jennifer, what is your date of birth? Last name is also Crumbley. And James, what is your date of birth? Thank you.
Just gonna pause it for a second, just for where it was redacted because personal information was being discussed?
That's correct.
Okay. Personal identifying information.
Yes, sir.
Comments for everybody. I understand there was an issue this recently. This morning, what went down this morning? Oh, he was writing, yes, serving the picture. He was doodling on a test. Or a practice test. Do you think we should have a lawyer? That's up to you. I think we probably should have a lawyer. I think we can speak to the cops. And we'll certainly. And here's our perspective right now. This thing is still very, very fresh. Right. Right. People are still on their way to the hospital and such. We need to know what his state of mind is. Is there explosive devices anywhere? Is there other guns anywhere? Did he hide guns, ammunition, explosive devices? Are there any other victims? We need to know these things quite rapidly. I was in town. I saw all you guys go to, I don't care about it. When I see 5, I said, okay, I headed to the high school, obviously couldn't get to the high school, turned into the Meyer parking lot, and I saw all these kids skating outside. I'm trying to call my son, make sure he's okay, and he texted me that he loved me. He texted you that? And somebody said that there was an active shooter. 35 minutes before he told me that was freaked out because of his situation. He was drawing that on the paper and the cops were called to town. I don't know. What did the text say? That it was texted to me. Oh. From the counselor. I texted Ethan at 12:21, you okay? He said, yeah, just got back from lunch. I said, you know, you can talk to us, we won't judge. He goes, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you. I said, I love you too. And then, you okay? And you're back. And then, he told me about what's going on, and I freaked out when I drove here from work. And that's where we're at. What time did you guys change? That was at 12:21, and he was just getting back from lunch. So you had a meeting with the counselors for the rule? Yeah. I said, we'll quick after this. What was it, the first hour, second one, what time was it? I got to school at 10:30, however. So it would have been earlier, first or second hour, I don't know. And what did he say? I mean, he said he was sorry, he just said, you know, did he have an issue, like being picked on? No, or? No. Not that we know of. His best friend, his parents just sent him somewhere to Wisconsin for an OCD rehabilitation. That was his only friend that he had. They hung out all the time, hung out at school. Our dog, our Great Pyrenees, just passed away a couple months ago. My mom died back in April. So that's... This is how the structure's going on. They didn't... Of course, that's true. No, the counselor just... The counselor just said, you know, there's no... honestly, I didn't even, think about that, because... I mean, it's Ethan, Ethan's, he's a perfect kid, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't get in trouble at school, he doesn't, Is that how... As you're... What kind of to say so or not. Where was the gun at? It was hidden in in the case. And the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot. Underneath some jeans. I raced home. After I saw the cops, after I found I was an active shooter, after opening on this morning, I immediately raced home and found the gun in his hand. That's when I called you guys. I called you guys right away and let you know.
Okay. Where, how far away is your guys' house from the high school?
Hey, right on the street.
I don't know that.
He walked between across the wall to school. Right in the village.
So what we'd like to do is talk to your son. Obviously, you mentioned earlier, our lawyer. He is totally entitled to one. That's going to be all up to you guys because of his age.
We would like.
I'm not the Andy right now.
Okay. Andy, okay. Can Andy handle?
Andy can get me something.
We would like a lawyer present for any question from here on out. Okay. And no disrespect to you guys or anything. Okay. It's just I don't know on this one. I only see this stuff on TV at school.
All I know is I was talking to the counselor about that. He talked to me and we went down there and that was it. That's all it was about. And he didn't seem worried about it. And he said he was normal and stay at school or he could go home. And I really wish we
would have taken
go home.
Is there some help here? For the time being, that he's been arrested. He's maybe going to either jail or children's village for a short time. So we're going to talk to him. So, this is where we're at. Any medical conditions, any mental conditions we need to be aware of?
He's got to get anxiety before his house and maybe there's something he's learning.
Does he have any meds or anything like that you have at home that you might need to bring for him? No meds, is there no treatment for mental health, anything like that? Give me 1 second, I know we have some time for him, because there's a lot of stuff we have to ask him, as far as just like waiting and that kind of stuff, one of you guys can go with us. Yeah, I got it wrong, Rob. Alright, just give me 1 minute to look at the form, I'll do that.
Oh yeah. I'm sure so. The same.
Any problem with him with law or anything?
Nothing.
Everybody's suspended?
Nothing.
He's not even
crazy. I mean, mediocre grades. I mean, they're up and down, you know. But
he got me. I found out he had to EM geometry last night and I got on.
No, a grade. We were talking to him about his grade.
I'm sorry, his what?
His grade.
Grades, okay.
He was failing geometry. And I got on to him. And I was like, all this.
Actually, we need to get the you know, oh, he's going to be safe, okay? He's not hurt at all. I think it's going to get worse for his better. At this point right now, it's all pretty fresh. We don't know. We'll say how many people are hurt. Anybody's died. We don't know. At this point. feeling that sort of family members we should check in, and family members that we might be concerned about. Was he angry at any family members that you want to hurt?
We have the family that live here. Well, I mean, she's got to be an uncle. I mean, he was just honest. He went to school. He apologized about last night. We talked about his grades. Told him, like, listen, we just want you to try. Make sure you have, uncompleted assignments. That's all we want to get.
Is that right?
Not Facebook, Instagram.
Yes.
No.
They were empty, the gun was empty, and bullets were in a completely different place.
How many rounds did you have?
I don't know. 100? No. You guys bought them everything you was in the shoe.
We bought 200.
I thought it was just confident.
Oh, I don't know.
No, you didn't.
I don't know. I don't know what about
It wasn't an exorbitant amount of money? Because you would have known.
$56.
Okay, then he only bought 100 rounds. And so you guys spent 50. So, yeah, we go to the shooting range all the time.
He goes with you.
Yes. I've been trying to teach him safety. I mean,
It was a hobby that they did together, sure. They're not going to leave me, are they?
He's a juvenile, they won't do that.
Hmm?
No, they will not. He's a juvenile, they won't release his money.
James Robert is
I tried calling him and telling him those emergencies tomorrow right now. I don't.
Okay, so I get a couple of pictures of them. You guys want to pop up? I'll leave your phones in here. I'll walk in, basic information. Okay, so we're going to ask you a bunch of questions about why you did this and get your whole side of the story with your parents, not a retained attorney, so we'll not be asking you any questions about the incident that you were involved in. Your parents popped in here just so I get some basic information. You will have a contact with them eventually. We'll be taking you to, I don't know, some kind of jail or children's village forthwith, get you lodged after we take all your clothes and everything else you have on you. Any questions for me? It's up to you. If you want to ask me something, go ahead. I don't think we need to ask so many questions right now. Okay, pop up. This is yours. Let's go.
That's why.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You get me. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
He didn't even like care. What the fuck?
Will we brief you? You have our information. Do you have any questions for us? So typically what happens is, we have none of you. Somebody contact us and let us know where it's going to be. Horrible. Yeah. When? A day or two. Could be today, could be tomorrow. And we'll break it, right? So right now, I really don't care about. We understand, right? So somebody will be in contact with us because of his age. Yeah. Okay, I'll walk here so.
So that was Exhibit 301. Just so the court's aware, we have a transcript we're going to mark as proposed 378. I'm going to get a copy of that to counsel with some redactions, and if there's an agreement, we'll admit that first thing on Monday so the jury has it.
All right. Are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor. I did have a chance to briefly review the exhibit. We did discuss some things about the exhibit, Your Honor. I would object to it being admitted today, but I believe we won't do that until Monday.
No, that's fine. We'll take care of that.
All right. Yeah, if it's accurate, there's a reason to believe it's accurate, right?
Yes. Thank you, Judge. I've nothing further this witness.
Us?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm going to start at the beginning of the video. So at about 58 seconds into the video, if you recall, and if you need, I might be able to cue it up as well. You're talking to James and Jennifer Crumbley, and James asks for a bottle of water.
Yes.
And he says he's freaking out. The first time.
Yes.
He said he became emotional when it was either you or your partner, I can't tell from the video, mentioned that multiple people had been shot.
Correct.
He was willing to speak with you, though, if you recall.
Yes.
In fact, we see on the video that at one point his wife says, maybe we should get a lawyer, and James kind of says, no, I think we can talk to them, right?
He does.
And he continued to talk and was appeared to be open from what you could tell from that point forward during that interview.
Correct.
He said, he told you that he had been in town, correct?
Yes.
That he saw the police cars?
Yes.
Many police cars. That he tried to get to the high school?
Correct.
That he couldn't get there?
Correct.
That he went to the Meyer and saw all the students?
Yes.
And that he was trying to get a hold of his son?
Yes.
And he specifically said he was trying to get a hold of his son to see if his son was okay?
Correct.
He then at some point told his wife about what happened at the school, the shooting that happened at the school.
Yes.
At about 5 minutes and 18 seconds of the interview, James was very clear that they didn't have issues with their son.
Yes.
That he didn't believe that they had been having issues with their son. Is that fair to say?
That's what he said, yes, ma'am.
He talked about the fact that his friend had been sent away.
Yes.
And let me clarify. James talked about the fact that his son's friend had been sent away.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Okay. And that their dog died.
Yes.
James's mother passed away that April.
Yes.
At 6 minutes and 24 seconds, you were looking at the math homework on Jennifer Crumbley's phone, and I believe it was you that said, did anyone ask him about this?
I believe the specifically the bullet holes.
Correct.
That's what you're referring to.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
And I was going to say that. And I was going to say specifically the bullet holes, or what appear to be bullet holes on the figure that's drawn on the math homework.
Yes, ma'am.
And Jennifer responded no.
Right.
And then she kind of talked about the counselor, and there was a brief discussion about the counselor, and you wouldn't know what happened with the counselor, correct?
I do not.
Okay. At 6 minutes and 35 seconds, there was a statement that their son was a perfect kid.
Yes.
In their eyes, he was a perfect kid.
That's what they said.
At 6 minutes and 45 seconds, James told you that he had a 6-hour handgun.
Yes.
That was at 6 minutes and 50 seconds, he said that it was hidden in an armoire in a case.
Correct.
At 6 minutes and 58 seconds, and these are approximate timestamps, I'm not holding you to them, Detective.
I really appreciate it.
6 minutes and 58 seconds, that the bullets were hidden in a different spot under jeans, he says.
Yes, ma'am.
At that, it was shortly after that discussion that James indicated that they would like a lawyer present, and it was understood that it was for their son.
That's what my interpretation of what he said was. Yes.
And we see that in the video. You, in fact, advised his son later in the video that that James and his wife want to hire an attorney retain an attorney for their son.
Yes.
Okay. And James continued to talk to you.
He did.
Jennifer explained that at the school advised that their son could stay at school or go home, but that they both indicated they wish they would have taken him home that day. If you recall.
I don't recall. I remember her saying it. I don't remember. There was over talking.
And we saw that there was over talking a couple of times. James told you that he didn't have any trouble with his son, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you or your partner asked that. Have you ever had any trouble with him? Has he ever gotten in trouble? And James said no. He had mediocre grades, right?
Yes.
They were up and down. James or his wife indicated that they'd found out the night before that he had an E in geometry.
Yes.
And there was an argument about it that night.
Yes.
They had gotten on about his grades.
Yes.
At about 11 minutes and 17 seconds, and you weren't in the room, but you did see the video, your former partner, now retired partner, indicated that, reassured James that his son was going to be okay.
Yes.
That he was going to be safe.
Correct.
Obviously, you can see from that conversation that James was concerned about his son.
Yes, he was.
And the safety of his son, and the well-being of his son.
Correct.
Your now retired partner also said that it was going to get worse before it got better.
Yes.
Meaning the situation that they were discussing on November 30th at approximately 2:58 p.m.
Correct. 1:58
p.m. Thank you.
Yep.
At about 12 minutes and 5 seconds of the video, James indicates that his son was just fine that morning.
Yes.
That he had talked to him.
Yes.
That they had talked about the grades issue.
Correct.
That James told his son, we just want you to try.
Correct.
There was no indication that James had any concern about his son's well-being that morning, that he hadn't exhibited any signs that there was anything wrong. In fact, he had spoken with him and reassured him, correct?
That's what he told us, yes. I wasn't
Right.
there, obviously.
And you weren't there for the conversation, but in the moment during this interview, that was your understanding, that there
Yes.
had been this conversation, that there were no concerns based on that conversation.
Correct.
At about 12 minutes and 48 seconds, either you or your partner asked if James's son was active on social media, and he said no.
Correct. Yes. Like on Facebook, but she jumped in and said Instagram, I think.
Correct. So James's wife was aware that their son was active on social media or Instagram, but James clearly was not aware of that.
I don't remember.
Okay. At approximately 13 minutes and 45 seconds, there was some over talking, but there was a discussion about empty magazines.
Yes.
And specifically, either yourself or your partner asked if how many magazines there were in the house.
Yes.
And the magazines were referring to the magazines that go into the firearm.
That's correct.
Which is what holds the bullets.
Yes, ma'am.
And James indicated that there were 3 magazines,
Yes.
that they were all empty,
Yes.
that they were stored empty,
Yes.
that the gun was stored empty,
Correct.
that the ammunition was stored separately.
Yes.
And then there was additional conversation between James and his wife about ammunition.
Yes.
There was a question about how much ammunition was in the house.
That's correct.
And at about 13 minutes and 54 seconds, James indicates to his wife, you bought the ammunition when you guys went to the shooting range.
Yes.
And you understood that to mean that James's wife and their son bought ammunition when they went to the shooting range at some date prior to November 30th.
Well, hold on a second, Judge. The video and the statements of James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley speak for themselves. His impression of what their statements are, that's an improper question. That's why we'll have a transcript of it.
Yeah, that would cause him to speculate his impression of what they said. Is that true?
What they meant.
What he understood, the statement, you bought them when you went to the gun range, what that meant. I mean, I think it's pretty clear, but I can move on.
It's the video. It's a video, Judge.
There was, Jennifer Crumbley also indicated that going to the gun range was a hobby that James and his son did together.
Yes.
At about 17 minutes and 32 seconds, James and his wife, yourself, and your partner leave that first interview room, and this is, and walk into the second interview room where their son is handcuffed to the wall.
Yes.
You advised their son that James and his wife wanted to retain him an attorney. At 19 minutes, it was a fairly short interaction from what we can see on the video, correct?
Extremely.
And at 19 minutes and 2 seconds, as James and his wife are leaving, James repeatedly tells his son that he loves him.
Yes, he does.
And he says it over and over. I think I counted 4 or 5 times.
Yes.
At 19 minutes and 18 seconds of the video, we switch back to the first interview room where James and Jennifer, yourself and your partner, are walking into that room. And James enters the room, and you can see on the video, he's obviously crying.
Yes, correct.
Very loudly.
Yes.
It could be described as sobbing.
One could characterize it as that. Yes, ma'am.
He's clearly incredibly emotional.
Yes.
Shortly after that, James asks about his son's whereabouts and if he will be made aware of where his son is going to be.
Yes.
Again, it appeared that he was concerned about his son and if his son was going to be okay.
Again, that's speculation, Judge.
Well, you know, his statements speak for themselves. I don't think he needs to be interpreting them. Then he's speculating.
You've done many police interviews
I have.
in your career. You've been a law enforcement officer for 29 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been a detective for much of that 29 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that James learning that his son was the shooter appeared to be very unexpected to him?
Objection to that question, obviously, Judge. That is blanket speculation.
Yeah, then he's trying to speculate about how your client was feeling, right?
I mean,
It's a clearly improper question.
Yeah, it's sustained.
Thank you, Judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Real quick, Sergeant, let's talk about what James Crumbley didn't tell you. He never told you that he bought the murder weapon 4 days ago, did he?
He did not.
He never said he bought the murder weapon 4 days ago as a gift for his son.
He did not.
He never told you the gun was ever locked up, did he?
He did not.
He never told you, the counselor told James and Jennifer Crumbley to take their son home that day, did he?
No, he did not.
Okay, in fact, he referred to it as doodling on the paper, right?
Correct.
He never actually mentioned that he actually had another son, too.
No.
In that portion of the video where he said, I love you, I love you, I love you, what was his son doing at that time?
Trying to talk to his mom.
Okay, and his son was actually saying, I did it at that point.
He did.
So James was yelling, I love you, I love you, I love you, louder, louder, and louder, over his son.
Your Honor, I don't know what the implication is that the prosecution is trying to make, but I don't think that's even a proper question.
Counsel clearly tried to paint a picture that he was saying, I love you to his son, and the video depicts something else, so I would like some context.
Okay,
Your Honor,
well, whether or not he's trying to talk over his son is up for the jury to determine. He's able to say, was he saying it at the same contemporaneous with his son saying, I did it, and in his opinion, did it get louder? But why he was saying it is up to the jury.
That's fair, Judge. Thank you. Did he say it at the same time his son was confessing to a crime?
He was.
Okay. And did his voice elevate, get louder?
It did.
Okay. Now, they didn't retain him an attorney, though, did they?
Not that I have no knowledge of. No, they did not.
And James Crumbley actually did say to stop questioning, too.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down in your excuse.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Gibson Marshall. She's in the hallway.
Good afternoon. Could you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God? Yes. Right, you may be seated. And then could you tell us your first and last name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Christy Gibson Marshall, KRISTYGIBSON-MARSHALL.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Christy.
Hello.
It's okay if I call you Christy, right?
Of course, yes.
All right. Christy, can you tell the jury what your job is?
I'm an assistant principal at Oxford High School.
Okay. And how long have you been in administration?
Just in administration?
Yes.
Oh my heavens. 20 years?
And did you do something else before that?
I was a teacher prior to that.
And where were you teaching?
Oxford High School and Oxford Elementary, Oxford Intermediate School.
Have you ever taught anywhere except in the Oxford School District?
No.
All right. And so a grand total of how many years so far?
29 years.
All right. Christy, in all of those 29 years, had you ever experienced an active shooter situation?
No.
Until November 30th?
Correct.
You had not?
No, I have not.
Okay. What kind of training had you received in an active shooting situation before November 30th?
We have our ALICE training, which is alert, lockdown, inform, communicate, evacuate.
Okay, and about how many years have you received that training?
I started getting it in the elementary.
I'm going to object to the relevance of how long they've been receiving the training.
I'm laying foundations because I'm going to ask her later what she did, and I'm just laying a foundation, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Yeah.
Thank you. How many years had you been trained in that?
I started that training in the elementary school, so probably close to 10 years.
Okay, and when you receive that training, does everybody receive it, just administrators, or does it include students, teachers?
It includes students and teachers.
Okay.
Yes. Do you
know the student that was the shooter on November 30th?
I do.
Okay, we refer to him as the shooter. How long had you known, that was the James Crumbley's son?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Before November 30th, had you ever met James Crumbley?
Probably I was Ethan's elementary school teacher or principal.
Okay. Do you have a specific memory of it, or you're not sure?
No, I don't have a specific memory, no.
Okay, let's go back to just James Crumbley's son. How long had you known him?
He transferred to our elementary in 4th grade, so 5 years.
Okay. And you eventually became an administrator in the high school?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So on that day, in November 30th, as part of your assistant principal duties, what are you doing throughout the day? I know you're probably doing a lot, but what are your responsibilities, particularly during passing time?
During passing time, we are just monitoring the hallways and making sure that people are safely getting from one place to the other, just talking to kids, connecting with kids, checking in on students.
And Chrissy, how would you describe how you show up in the building for kids?
My goal is to connect with students. Students make the day. Like, they just bring so much fun and life to our building. So connecting with the kids and checking on them and making sure they're doing good, and just connecting them to each other, and that's where our community is built, is within our schools, is that young age.
And even though you just testified you've never had an active shooter situation, you did have a drill? Well, there were drills, I assume. I don't know though.
Yes.
Okay. What are you trained to do when the school goes on lockdown?
I'm trained to lock down.
And can you tell the jury what that means?
That means to take cover, to barricade the classroom door, to ensure the safety of the students and those around me.
Okay. You just testified that you think you probably met James Crumbley. Do you have a specific memory of meeting him?
I don't. I remember getting an email when Ethan was leaving elementary school, asking about a report card. Yeah.
And what did you respond, if you remember?
I responded how to get the report card and to give Ethan a hug for me.
Okay, but he wasn't in your school at that time?
He was leaving, going to middle school.
Okay. And do you know, was he in the district the entire time?
No.
Like, what were the years that James Crumbley's son was in Oxford School District, if you know?
4th grade through high school.
Okay. Directing your attention to November 30th, 2021, approximately 12:50, can you tell the jury where you were and what you were doing during that time?
I was in the cafeteria supervising lunches. It's a great time to be able to connect with kids. Kids are not in classrooms being super focused. They get to laugh and joke with you, and so it's a really good time just to connect with kids. It's lunchtime.
Okay, and at some point, did you leave the cafeteria?
I did.
And where did you go?
I went to...
Before you look at the map,
okay, sorry.
Looks at the map, can you tell me exactly where you went and describe it first?
Okay, so I went...
Whenever you put something up on the screen, as you know, an educator, that means that people are looking at the screen.
Yes. Yes. I went to the senior window. I headed towards the senior window. I didn't quite get all the way there prior to.
And what's the senior window?
Senior window is a little area in our school that our seniors kind of hang out, and it's like their little status symbol.
Okay. And is that where you station yourself during passing time at that time?
A lot of times I do, just to make sure that they're allowing people to get traffic to go through. Somebody is almost always stationed there to make sure that it's...
People meaning underclassmen?
Underclassmen,
okay.
Yeah. Sweet little freshmen, yeah.
Okay. All right. Drawing your attention to the map, which was previously admitted Exhibit 9, Your Honor. What is that?
That's our school.
Okay. And can you point to the senior, where you were at that time, and Mr. Keister already knows that, so I think he's going to direct your attention with the magnifying.
Yeah, so I started in the commons area that he has highlighted there, and then I came down. I don't even think this hallway has a number, but it's between the choir room and the guitar piano room, and then ended down by the senior courtyard hallway area there.
Which is right there where he...
Yeah, highlighted that little... right in front of the courtyard is where the senior window technically is, but I stopped right here at this...
Right there?
Yep, this little diamond area.
Okay. And this was during passing time?
Yes.
All right, what's typically going on during passing time? Is it enough time for kids to get from one place to another,
Yeah,
or are people
yes.
rushing?
Yes. Some kids rush. It depends on another lunch is happening. They rush to get into the lunch line, but...
And Molly Darnell previously testified that there's a schedule where kids are actually going to class,
Your Honor,
then
I'm
lunch.
going to object to the form of the question.
Your Honor, I'm trying to lay a foundation. I'm not trying to suggest an answer to the witness, which is why we don't allow leading questions. So if I could just get through that, then I will ask for the direct question.
There's 3 different lunch periods, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So you were in the, did you say you were in the senior hall around this time of 12:50?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any moment where you noticed something unusual?
Yeah. Usually I would go all the way to the senior window, but I paused at the diamond there just because there were a lot of kids rushing, laughing and rushing, and it was bizarre to me. I didn't know what was happening at that time.
Okay. You just testified some kids rush, but your answer just now suggests that the rushing seemed something bizarre.
Very different.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
Okay, so rushing to lunch is like a Olympic power walk situation, and running out of the building is different. So it appeared as though, I don't want to say they're running out of the building because I was not anywhere near a door to know where they were going, but there was more running and laughing going on.
And what did you think at that moment?
I thought it was very odd.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you do next?
I asked a couple of students what was happening. They didn't know. And then a student came by running and saying, "Get the hell out of here." And then...
To you?
To anybody. Just announced it in that area.
Did that seem unusual?
Extremely.
Okay. At some point, did you get information that there was an active shooter?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. So the student that you mentioned comes towards you running and yells,
"Get the hell out of here."
and what do you do next?
I asked a couple of kids what was going on. They didn't know, again.
So what did you do?
Well, almost immediately after that, I asked the kids, the PA system went off and said to take Alice protocol. So
that was that the first time you were alerted that there was an active shooter?
that was the first time I knew something was happening.
Okay.
Still didn't know it was an active shooter.
Did you know, okay, fair. Did you know if it was a drill or a real Alice?
I didn't know. I just knew that we were going into Alice protocol.
Okay. Before I ask you some more questions, I just want to stop here because I forgot to ask you so we can get a good picture. The school holds about how many students on one day?
About 1,800.
Okay. And this might not be a fair question, and just tell me if it's not.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of familiarity do you have with the general student body?
I try to know everybody's name, so I am pretty familiar with the students.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you heard the announcement, were you aware of who made the announcement?
It sounded like Steve Wolf.
And who was that?
That was our principal at the time.
Okay. What did you do?
I started to check the hallway to make sure it was getting cleared. The hallways cleared extremely fast, so I walked toward the 400 hallway I got on the walkie and said there are students running. I'm not sure what's happening. But the hallways cleared, just completely cleared out. So then I turned down the floor.
Did you hear anything else at that point?
No.
Okay. So you're in the 400 hallway, did you say?
Correct.
Okay.
So starting at the top of the 400, yeah.
And the announcement was to implement Alice protocol. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what you did?
I made sure the kids did.
Okay.
I did not.
What did you do?
I went down the 400 hallway to make sure that the hallway I was closest to, students were taking cover. They did very quickly. One student came up very late to the situation, and I made sure that he got into a classroom. He asked if it was a drill. I said, it doesn't matter if it's a drill. You got to take cover.
At this point in the hall, when you were walking down these halls, were the classroom doors open or closed?
Closed.
Okay. So you got that student in the classroom.
That teacher was locking the door.
Okay.
So that teacher was out locking the door, and I put him in that classroom with that teacher.
Okay. And then did you go into lockdown?
I did not.
Okay. Tell the jury what you did.
After that door was secured, I could smell what I called cap gun at the time, but I now know it was gunpowder. And
Before that, I just want to stop you. Before that, did you hear anything?
I don't think I had yet. I can't remember the order, but then shortly after that I heard gunshots.
Okay, at this point, what kind of familiarity did you have with firearms? And the reason I'm asking is, did you know when you heard that sound what it was?
Yeah, I knew what it was, but I don't have a lot of experience with firearms.
Okay, so you're hearing the sound, you smell what you think is...
Cap gun.
Right.
It's so weird, but yeah.
And so then you go into lockdown.
I did not.
Tell the jury what you did.
I went towards the gunfire to see what was happening because I wanted to make sure that our kids were safe.
Okay. Can you tell us and relate where you were to the map in terms of which hallway, which classroom, so that we can direct the jury to the right?
So I was down around room 408 and 409, and then moving towards 416.
Okay.
And then when I got to 416, at the end of that hallway, I turned left towards where the gunfire had happened.
So you ran towards the sound?
I did.
Okay. What did you see, Christy?
I saw a student on the ground, so I approached that direction. I was concerned about the student on the ground. I couldn't tell who the student was, but I saw a student laying on the ground.
Did you see anything else in the hallways at this point?
At that moment, I don't believe I did quite yet. Shortly after I did, like very quickly.
Any other people?
Shortly after recognizing that there was a student on the ground, there was a student coming my direction.
Okay, but any other staff, administration, teachers, students?
No, just me.
Okay. Now, the judges made very specific rulings that you cannot talk about any sort of highly suffering. So I want to make sure that we describe what happened, but in a way that comports with her order. Did you approach that student?
The student on the ground?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And describe how the student was lying down. Face down, face up.
He was face down and looking away down, well, face down. His head was more turned towards that opposite of where I was. So
away from you?
Away from me. And there was a garbage can in the way, so I moved the garbage can out of the way so I could get to him better.
And Chrissy, when you approached the student, did you have could you see any signs of injury? Did you know what happened to the student? Were you...
I didn't know anything at that point, no.
Okay, what did you do next?
I looked up the hallway and I could see another student look like he was bringing his arm down. My assumption was that that was probably the shooter.
And so what did you do?
I let the office know in Milwaukee that I had eyes on the shooter.
Okay. And were you instructed to do anything at that point?
I don't remember.
Would it have mattered?
Probably not.
Okay.
I had a student at my feet.
Okay. Tell the jury what you did.
The shooter was coming closer to me. As he got very close, I realized it was Ethan, and it didn't seem right to me because Ethan always seemed like a sweet kid. I just couldn't picture that being him, so I talked to him. As he walked by, I asked him if he was okay, what was going on. I took a few steps down the hallway with him.
Did you see that he was holding anything?
Yeah, he had a gun in his hand.
Okay.
And
what did the shooter do? Did he look at you? Did he turn away? Did he speak to you?
he looked away from me, which that made me, I knew for sure that at that point he was the shooter because he would have talked to me. If he were in a, typically he would have said something to me. He would have talked to me.
Okay. And I do have to ask, why didn't you take cover?
There was a student that needed my help.
Okay. So at some point, were you alone in that space? Did the shooter pass you by? Did he stop?
He kept walking. I walked with him for just a couple of steps and a few, I don't know, probably, I can't even measure, probably 10 feet. And then I turned my back on him. I know this is ridiculous that I did, but I turned my back on him because I had a student that I needed to check on.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to ask you to keep your voice up.
Sorry. So I turned my back on him. I wasn't sure where he went. He was past me. And then I went back to the student that was on the ground.
Okay. At that point, could you identify who the student was?
At that point, I rolled him over and I realized that it was Tate Muir.
Did you notice if he was injured?
At that point, I knew that he had a bullet wound.
Did he have what? I'm sorry.
He had a bullet wound entering in the back of his head and exiting in the front.
Was he still alive?
I hoped he was. He was very gray, but I started to resuscitate immediately.
Okay.
He had a pulse.
What's that?
He had a pulse.
Okay. You knew him?
Yeah. I had all of his brothers, and his mom was my PTO president. I've known the family really well.
Okay. What happened next?
I just began to give him rescue breaths.
How long did that go on?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Next question, please. Next question.
How long was it? I asked what happened next, Your Honor. I'm doing my best.
Okay, what happened
Without
next?
saying what that experience was like for you, was there a moment when you stopped, and what happened to make you stop?
I continued until they took him from me.
Okay. And what happened next?
Kurt News came up. He had called on the walkie to see where I was.
Is that the principal?
That's one of the assistant
If I can
principals.
just get some permission to leave just a little bit so we can move past this and comply with the course order, but I'm concerned about an objection so that I can get to I don't want to violate the court's order, so I'm just going to ask a few leading questions so that we can move past that. What happened? Did somebody approach you at some point and ask you about the shooter's whereabouts?
Kim Potts came up and told me it was a drill. And pardon me, you guys, I'm so sorry. My students are going to hear this. It's horrible. But I told her it was not a fucking drill, that that someone had been shot. And she kind of grabbed her gun and went.
And I'm sorry, Christy, tell the jury who Kim Potts is, because they don't know who Kim Potts is.
She was a retired police officer who was worked in our lunchroom. Okay. Yeah.
So she wasn't technically a security person?
No.
But she did carry a weapon?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I just said he went that way, and I just kept waving my arm that way.
If we go back to the map, you were, at this point, when you were with Tate, what classroom were you around, if you know?
So I would have been by room 223. Oh, actually, in that, see, there's this little space between 223 and 225. There's two doors. One goes into the courtyard and one goes out of the building. That's where Tate and I were.
Okay. And when you say you pointed that way, which direction?
Towards 225. I didn't know where he went. I just knew he went that direction.
Okay. And so if Mr. Keese can at least, so that way?
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
All right. And
I told Kurt Noose that same thing when he came up.
okay, that's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
At what point did who's Kurt Noose?
Kurt Noose is one of the other assistant principals. He was responding to me on the walkie to find out where I was.
Okay, and at what point did he appear, if you know?
Just before Kim did, because he went into the courtyard to go see if he could get one of our medical staff to help. And then he came back out and realized that everyone's on lockdown, he can't go that way. So then he went out the other doors to get EMS. So between when he went into the courtyard and when he went to EMS, Kim had come down the hallway.
Okay.
And then Steve Wolf arrived shortly after that. I feel terrible because they came to help me. They should have been in lockdown.
Like you should have been in lockdown.
I didn't need to spare others either, though.
All right. What happened after that? You said eventually somebody took Tate away.
The police arrived, and Deputy Freiberg came up, and Deputy Freiberg was one of my parents at Lakeville. And when he came up to me, he recognized me right away and came up and asked me what I needed. He was surveying the scene.
Okay, what's Lakeville?
It's the elementary school I was the principal of.
Okay.
And I told Shane, Detective Freiberg, that it was Tate, because he knows the family really well too, and appeared as though it took his breath away, and he said, I'll be right back. And so then they went and secured the scene, and that's when Ethan came out of the bathroom and was arrested.
Did you see that?
I did. They couldn't remember, they didn't know his name, they kept asking his name, so I went down and told them his name, and then I came back to Tate, because I didn't want to leave Tate.
Okay. Were you aware that that was the bathroom where Justin Schilling was killed? Did you see any other victims that day? Oh, strike that. At that point?
At that point, no.
Okay. Have you seen the video?
Yes.
Of you that day?
Yes.
Okay. That's been marked as Exhibit 13, I believe. It's been admitted. And I do want to alert, we have alerted our victims in the courtroom, Your Honor, but the media...
We're not going to show this on TV, okay?
Your Honor, just for the record, I did have an objection to this. I'm just renewing that objection for the reasons previously expressed.
Correct. We discussed that.
Yes,
Thank you, Ms. Senior. Okay, so Exhibit 13 is not going to be shown on television, and I think that the victims who are present know what video you're talking about.
Our victim advocates are there, Your Honor. We prepared them. They know that they can leave the courtroom if that's what they wish to do.
Is there any audio on this?
No.
And Christy, can you tell us when you come into image?
So I'm in the image there in the yellow sweater.
Okay. Do you have the ability to compare? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you let us know when you see the student you described that came up to you?
Right there. That was him running right there. And then the other students running behind him.
Now this video is, there's no sound, but this is in real time in terms of, you can see that, well, can you describe what you see in terms of the students' movements?
They are running.
Okay.
So that's when I said on the walkie that students are running, and I didn't know what was happening. And then you'll notice that the hallway's clear almost immediately.
Okay.
This is when I go down the 400 hallway.
Didn't you suffer? Who was that, Christine?
That's Ethan.
Okay.
This is me telling the teacher.
Where?
There's a teacher here. I'm checking doors up at the top of the screen, and then a teacher came out, and then a student joined him. And then this is me coming. This is when I, bless you, started smelling the. This is me telling when I smell cap gun and walking towards where I heard the shots.
Okay.
So right there is where I noticed Ethan, because I stepped aside and said I have eyes on the shooter.
And at that point, had you observed Tate?
I could see Tate on the ground, yes.
Okay, you can't see him in this picture though, okay.
No. See me move the garbage can.
Is that Tate lying on the ground?
That's Tate on the ground, yes.
And who are you looking at right then, down that
Ethan.
hallway?
I'm looking at Ethan. And I'm talking to Tate at that point.
And who do we see?
Ethan's walking up to us.
Now, from the time that you observed him, was he always walking at that pace, or was he ever running?
He was always walking.
Okay.
And that's when I walked with him to talk to him. He wouldn't respond. And this is when I discovered it was Tate.
If you could stop that for a second. Who are those people?
Those are the officers that, I don't know which ones, but, and then looks like Ken Weaver. I think it's Ken Weaver there.
And is this after Tate was already taken away? This video, or is this?
No, Tate was still there. I got up from Tate because they couldn't figure out who the student was, and I needed to tell them what his name was. So then I ran down to tell him his name, and then I ran back.
Hold on one second. Is it at the top of the screen right there?
Yes.
What is that?
That's
right up there.
That is Ethan being arrested.
Okay.
So I went down to give them his name, and then I went right back to Tate. I think he was asking me more questions, and I said, I've got to get back.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross?
No cross room.
Can she be excused, Your Honor?
Yeah, you may step down. You're excused.
A brief question.
Sure. Could you turn off the audio, please? That's okay. Actually, you might consider both things good news. We are making incredible strides. We're going quickly, we're being efficient, but we're sort of out of the witnesses for today. So we're in good shape. We will definitely finish by next week. You will definitely be finished by next week. That's the good part. I think someone here has a vacation, I don't recall who. But we're making good progress. In fact, some of the witnesses have been deleted from witness lists. But we're sort of out of witnesses for today. So I'm going to have you come back on Monday morning, and we're going to start at 9 o'clock. All right? I hope you think this is good news, because, you know, it's Friday and stuff like that. But I need to tell you that during the trial, you should not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Please do not go on social media. Please do not post. Do not do research. Don't discuss the case with anyone, even each other. All right? So I know it's going to be tempting this weekend, but it's supposed to be decent weather, so let's keep the TV off and news. If you're not reading the news, it maintains your blood pressure too, I've noticed. So that's a good sign. I'm going to order all of you to remain healthy this weekend. All right? Any questions about the schedule? So we'll go all day Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You could have the case by then. All right, we're making good progress. So be ready for some heavy lifting on Monday. Anybody, any questions? Please, we've come this far. We need your help. Don't talk about the case. Enjoy your weekend. Well, the bad news, to me, the bad news is that we can't go any further today, but it's also the good news because we made such good progress that, you know, we sort of ran out of witnesses. So people have to be scheduled to come here. So it's a, you know, it's a big, we're moving a lot of people around, right? So, yeah. Good? Yeah, good. Oh, and place your lunch order before you leave. All right? All right. Thank you very much.
All rise for the jury. Okay. Anybody, anything? 9 o'clock on Monday. It's apparent to me that there's at least one person in the courtroom who is ill, and it's disturbing to me that that person would risk the health of everybody else here. I know everybody here needs to remain healthy. I know that I'm taking my
vitamins and getting my sleep because I'm expected to be here every day, and so are the lawyers. So I think the person who's sick should think twice, all right? Because we have air filters, we have hand sanitizer, but it's kind of unfair to everybody else, right? All right. Anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, so you can take him down. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, court has ended for the day, has ended pretty early. We've seen this sometimes go until right up to 5 p.m., so it sounds like they ran out of witnesses.
Yeah, the judge made it clear that they've been having to move a lot of people around, but this one, by all accounts, in comparison to Jennifer's trial, has been moving a lot quicker.
Yeah, and if you notice, you look at the objections, I think on both sides they're very timely. There's not a lot of bickering. When there is actual fighting about the objections, it's about the objections. I haven't seen anything that's been personal in nature like we saw in the last trial.
Mm-hmm. Things were certainly emotional too in the last trial. This does feel very much, you know, pretty classic trial, doesn't it?
Standard.
Yeah, pretty standard trial.
Yeah, I think the witnesses are worn out. This will be the third time that many of them have testified. This witness, Ms. Marshall, was not as emotional as she was last time. She was pretty straightforward in what she saw and where she saw it. She did say some pretty important things, though. She said that she didn't say this in the last trial, but when she was encountered by the shooter, she said she was surprised. She said that she was surprised because, and I'll quote her, "Ethan always seemed like a sweet kid, and it didn't seem right to me that it was him." That plays right into the defense case as well, because you know, the possibility that this shooter had some kind of psychotic break the morning of the shooting, and that it would not have been something that even people who knew him well would have discovered or would have been made aware of, or would have seen a danger, you know, a consequence of any of his actions, because there were none. She fits right into the defense strategy, and I think that was, I don't think it was purposeful. I don't think she said that. She said that in direct examination. She was not cross-examined, which was smart. So I think that came out, didn't come out last time, and I think that's something that the defense will glom onto.
Yeah, something else we saw the defense using was that video where we saw James and Jennifer talking with detectives shortly after the shooting. Your thoughts on their strategy to use that?
Well, you know, the interesting thing is when you go back to the first trial, you're focused on Jennifer, what Jennifer was doing, and because she's the one on trial, we're watching her scroll through her phone, we're watching her mannerisms, and quite honestly, in the first one, I didn't even pay attention to James. But now, looking at James, right, it's a whole different ballgame. He's kind of, his head's down, he's looking like he's in despair, not engaged. It's different. I thought it was pretty smart.
And something that we were speaking about here, just watching this, so we have all seen the original video in Jennifer's trial, but for some reason there was some video issue with the feed when the moment they went into the room with the shooter for the first time since the shooting, and that exchange, we could hear it, but viewers could not see that. So we know that when they entered the room, obviously a very stressful situation, Jennifer yelled, "Why?" Almost, you know, "Why are you doing this to us?" Whereas we did hear James on the audio saying, "I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you." They knew that was probably the last time they would see him again.
About the "I love you," Meredith, there's a lot of crosstalk, over-talk in that video, and it's hard to discern. And I didn't see this in the first trial. I didn't recognize this in the first trial until the prosecutor brought it up in this case, because he didn't in the first trial. When you hear James say, "I love you, I love you, I love you," the prosecution theory is that he was over speaking, trying to drown out his son, who was saying concurrently, "I did it, I did it." So the kid is saying, "I did it," and to prevent that from being heard by the detectives, prosecution's theory is that James, in a calculated manner, said, "I love you," and he got louder and louder and louder, either to signal his son to shut up or to to drown him out.
Interesting take and a new element to the case. We are going to go on a short break, but we'll be right back.
In that portion of the video where he said, I love you, I love you, I love you, what was his son doing at that time?
Trying to talk to his mom.
Okay, and his son was actually saying, I did it at that point.
He did.
So James was yelling, I love you, I love you, I love you, louder, louder, and louder, over his son.
Your Honor, I don't know what the implication is that the prosecution is trying to make, but I don't think that's even a proper question.
Counsel clearly tried to paint a picture that he was saying, I love you to his son, and the video depicts something else, so I would like some context.
Okay,
Your Honor, I think...
Whether or not he was trying to talk over his son is up to the jury
That's fine.
to determine. He's able to say, was he saying it at the same contemporaneous with his son saying, I did it, and in his opinion, did it get louder, but why he was saying it is up to the jury.
That's fair, Judge, thank you. Did he say it at the same time his son was confessing to a crime?
He was.
Okay, and did his voice elevate, get louder?
It did.
All right, we're still with Terry Johnson and Rick Convertino having a conversation about day 2 of the trials. This is a little, perhaps, dangerous what the prosecution is doing, is it not?
What do you mean dangerous?
Dangerous to make themselves look bad, perhaps, by criticizing a moment where a father is telling his son he loves him the last time he'll see him. I mean, obviously we weren't there. It's hard to interpret,
Yeah.
but to insinuate that he was saying "I love you" just to cover up,
Yeah.
it's hard to know. That's why I'm saying dangerous, because
I don't surprisingly I don't agree with Rick about he was doing this on purpose, or that I know that was the testimony, but or the not the testimony, that was the implication, the inference that the prosecutor was trying to do. What I do believe, though, it shows a contrast between mom and dad. Mom's yelling, screaming, why? And dad's like, I love you. And we go back to, right before break, we talked about his demeanor. And this is about him. This trial is about him and what he did. And quite honestly, he is humanized, in my opinion, thus far. We saw him crying a little bit today. I think the defense and the facts that have come out have basically humanized him thus far in a way that didn't happen in the first trial with Jennifer.
I'll tell you what is dangerous for the opposition not making the objection, and that is a speaking objection. And just to emphasize the importance of this speaking objection, and that's an improper objection by either party that manifests its theory of the case in the objection itself. Judge, this is why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I'm trying to show the jury that he's over-talking his son, who's essentially confessing, and he's telling his son, hey, stop, shut up, I love you, is the manner and means of which he's doing it to try and quiet his son and not have his son say any more inculpatory statements. And that is very, very damaging. And it has the effect on the jury, is the same effect that it had on me, because as I mentioned before and during our break, I didn't hear the shooter say, I did it. I never heard him in the first time, and I didn't hear him in this time. It may have been because of the crosstalk. But when the prosecutor got up and gave his speaking objection, the reason that he's saying I love you is not because he's a warm and fuzzy pop. It's because he's trying to cover up and shut up his son, signal his son to shut up, and overtalk so the detectives don't hear it. And that was the first time I thought, oh, okay, that's reasonable to me.
I would say, you know what? I just tell my kids, shut up. Don't talk. Don't say another word. If I want them to shut up, I'm not going to say something or not talk, especially in a situation where this is being recorded, there are police there, you're accused of doing so. Hey, shut up. Don't say a word.
Maybe you would. But what I'm saying is the speaking objection clarified it, and there are jurors that it clarified it for, I'm sure. There are some that are saying, what you think, Terry. No, I don't buy it. But the purpose of the speaking objection, I'm sure you'll agree, is to pinpoint and finite, put a nice little bow on top of, this is why I'm doing it. And there are jurors that can say, oh, shit, okay, I get it now. Okay, this is what this all means, and a nice package for me to easily digest.
And it's incredibly damaging to, would you agree, probably the strongest evidence that they have to portray James as a loving father in that moment, becoming emotional, weeping, saying I love you repeatedly. In Jennifer's trial, again, when you said we were really focusing on her and her behavior and the contrast between her and her husband, it had us here thinking, oh, he did care.
One of the interesting things that I'm seeing right now, thus far, and again, not all of the witnesses have come forth, but we're not hearing the bad parent speak that we heard in the first trial. Because in the first trial, she was a horrible mother, she didn't do this, she didn't do that. The prosecution has talked about, they purchased a firearm, they purchased this weapon that did X, Y, and Z. And again, I think the defense has kind of diffused that a little. Maybe not fully, but again, going through that witness and saying, okay, well, he signed these forms, it was his, correct? Was the son there? Did this happen? He never said he was buying it for anyone. They've diffused a lot, but I am not hearing thus far the bad parent prosecution. He's a bad parent, he needs to go away for what he did. I mean, again, I know that's not,
they're saying it. They're saying it. I mean, he can't go into a gun shop, buy a 9mm gun and say, it's for my kid right here. my 15-year-old kid. You can't say that.
No, but in the same sense, you know, a 15-year-old kid may say, look at what I got, you know, but again,
But to your point, Terry, do you think it's maybe because Shannon Smith in that case, from the beginning, set up her client as a hyper-vigilant mother, and maybe the prosecution went after that and to show why she wasn't?
Well, it's possible, but here's the other part of that. You know, I think a lot of the prosecution's theory was, you know, this kid was left alone. He didn't, you know, do anything. He didn't go out to the barn, the horse farm, etc. He wasn't included in certain things. I'm just saying, thus far, to me, the focus on that hasn't been there. The focus has been more on Mr. Crumbley and his actions, which is exactly where, in my opinion, the prosecution needs it to be.
Yeah, well, they're not on the James Crumbley show yet. This is the horrific shooting part of the case. This is in the high school. This is the testimony from people who were there, what they saw, and soon I think we'll get to the James show next week. One of the things that is important is the testimony of James Crumbley, and we already heard some of it, and we heard some of it today in the tape, and that's Exhibit 301. It was very important, and I think it'll be used effectively by the defense. James tells the investigators that the gun was hidden in an armoire, and it was in the case. He said that the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot. The gun was empty, and the bullets were not there near the gun. He said, we go to the range all the time, and I teach him gun safety. Now, that's his own words when he was in there with the detectives, and that's going to be important for the defense to pick up on.
And to add to that, he also mentioned they have 3 magazines, and the defense attorney did a good job of talking about what a magazine is. You know, that's a lot of people use the word clip, but that's what goes into the firearm, and that's where you put the rounds of ammunition, okay? But if you think about from a safety perspective, the gun's in one place, the magazine's somewhere else, and the ammunition is somewhere else. So, in other words, it's not like he can just grab the gun, it's all ready to go. He would have had to search in various places for things to put this whole unit together.
But stuff between clothing, not in a safe, not properly locked,
well, but here,
loosely hidden, wouldn't you say?
But here's the thing, the key word there I would say is hidden. And again, prior to February 14th of this year, there was no safe storage law that was in effect.
Yes, the defense brought that out too.
Yeah, so that is not an issue, but the bigger part of that is, it may not have been hidden as well as some people wanted it to be, but it wasn't hidden in plain sight. In other words, you know, it wasn't just left out on the kitchen table ready to go. It had to be assembled in a certain way. So to me, that's some points, as Rick just said, on the defense side. You know, I had to go to 3 different spots to find these things, as opposed to everything I need to go do what I'm going to do is right here.
The other thing that was brought out was in the interview that was said by James. He said his son was a perfect kid. Said his son, they wish they took the son home that day. They had no trouble with him, and they had absolutely no trouble with him that morning. You know, according to his own statement, they had no reason to believe that there was any impending danger, or no reason to look or suspect.
And you know the good thing about what you just said, if I'm a defense attorney and I'm looking at this, based on that, I would play that in my closing, and I would keep James Crumbley off the stand.
Yeah, there's no real need to put him on the stand
at this point.
Yeah. You know, his testimony came out in a very favorable way in that interview.
So when you asked the question earlier, does Mr. Crumbley need to testify? And remember, I said if we can get his testimony in through other people or through other evidence, there would be no reason to. And the defense attorney right now can just stand up and say, "You heard him say when he was talking to the police. Let me play it for you." That's powerful.
You know, there's an effort to bait him into his testimony by the prosecution, because the prosecution came back and did a redirect, and then did a redirect, and
Yes.
it was a re-cross, if we can go that far. But in the redirect, the prosecutor said, had elicited from the testimony, well, these are the things he said that were brought out in the defense in the cross-examination. Tell us about the things he didn't say. Tell us what you didn't know, what he didn't disclose to you. Didn't disclose to you that he purchased the gun just 3 days earlier. Didn't disclose to you about the text messages that he had, he went through a list of things that he didn't disclose. Now that may bait the defense into cleaning those up, and the only way to do that would be through the testimony of James himself.
Well, but it becomes this question. The question could have been asked of the prosecutor. You have when you purchase a gun, there's a paper trail, correct? Matter of fact, you know for a fact, Mr. Brian, that you have a list of all guns that are in that house. You know these things, and so because he didn't tell you doesn't mean he wasn't hiding something. We were only talking about this gun.
That's actually a good point, because
in order to get a good point from Rick.
Well, it's a small one, but they're required, as you full well know, when you purchase a gun to report the gun to the local police agency. You have to turn in the
RI-60.
Yeah, but within what, 14 days?
Nope.
What is it?
10 days.
10 days. Okay, pardon me. So this was purchased 3 days ago. So the department may not have been aware that he had purchased the gun only 3 days before.
Only that particular gun, but I'm talking about, you brought up the other guns in the house, so those should have already been known by the police.
The 22s, yeah.
Anything else, correct, other, the handguns.
Yeah, but they probably weren't aware administratively that that 9mm was at that house.
Well, maybe not, but that's not the issue. The issue is, he told them they knew about that particular gun, and really doesn't matter whether he brought it 3 days ago, a year ago. That's to me irrelevant, because again, according to the testimony, or not testimony, according to a statement that he said, and you even brought it up, that morning, everything was fine.
Right.
And you heard that from everyone else. So.
Right.
So before we wrap up, Rick, what are your thoughts on the trial so far, the first 2 days, and what do you think we can look forward to Monday?
Okay, strap in for this, because I'll tell you what I think. I think there is a reasonable doubt at this point in time.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Yes, I did. I said that.
Are you in agreement?
Well,
Terry's right, it's okay.
Terry's version of the facts and mine are different, but I do think that the defense has done a very, very good job of putting holes in the case. There's essentially there are gaps, and here they are. There are other ways to look at this evidence, and here it is. And just because, which is a powerful argument, hey, okay, I'll admit that this is true. So what? So what that he took his kid to a gun range? So what that they purchased it 3 days before? So what that he wanted a more powerful gun? Those are things that are not illegal. They're not immoral. They're not improper. And to have somebody focus and say, hey, look at this evidence, look at this coin differently. Let's flip it over. It has two sides.
Yeah.
And Terry, what do you think what can we expect on Monday morning?
I think you're going to see the prosecution come out a lot more aggressive. I think, I believe they are really going to dig in deeper, and it might be what Rick said earlier. They may now go into James Crumbley, who he is, and let's start going after his character as opposed to these facts that now are being spun a different way.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think it's a slam dunk, but what I asked Rick, he said yesterday when my friend Arnold Reed sat in this chair, you said the prosecution was up 21-0. Do you still think that if this were a football game?
Did I say 21?
You said 21-0.
I said it was early in the first quarter. I said they were, and I stand by what I said at the time I said it. I think now we didn't hear from the defense attorney at all.
Correct.
We had opening statements and two damaging witnesses that weren't cross-examined. So I think this defense attorney is doing an effective job. I think she's succinct, she's clean, she's in and out, and she's focusing the jury and the gaps in the case, and that the alternative way to view set of operative facts.
Right.
So I think
21
right
all?
now.
21 all?
No, I don't think 21 all. I think it's. I think if a jury had to go back right now and deliberate, I think they would come back with a not guilty.
Interesting.
Right now.
Right now, and I would agree with that. We agree. Look at this.
Amazing.
He's coming to my
We've come
side
full
slowly,
circle
but
from
slowly
there.
Come a
but
long
surely
way
we're
from this
getting
morning
them
where there were threats from this side that they're going to go to that side and some chokehold. I don't know.
Ezekiel choke.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's all in good fun.
Yeah. All right. That does it for us. We will pick things back up over the air on CBS News Detroit at 5. Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once things pick back up with this trial, we'll have that coverage for you as well over the air and online. CBSDetroit.com, CBS News app, and Pluto TV. See you at 4.
Our work is always, as the United States of America, going to be to do what we must and what we all